Good morning. Welcome to the Black Comix Universe, brought to you by blackcomicsuniverse.com and The Experience. This is BCU 2.0. Please help us out before we get started. Please help us out by hitting share and giving us a like and follow. Then make sure to tune in for our original programming 7 days a week on The Experience. You can find them on all digital platforms at the EXP. Stay tuned all afternoon. We'll be here from 10 to 6 p.m. for exclusive interviews, panels celebrating Black excellence in the Black comic book industry. Black excellence in the comic book industry. I'm sorry. Also, while you're at it, please visit my website, Black Comix Universe. That's with an X, blackcomicsuniverse.com. Where I do one thing and one thing extremely well, and that is I read, collect, and study historically Black comics. That's what we do at blackcomicsuniverse.com. And I'm here to share that type of information. Like every single thing you hear in this program today is historical. Whether it's happened today, where it's happened decades ago, or whether it's plans that are coming in the near future. Everything that you will hear in this program is a part of comic book history. And that's what my main objective is with Black Comix Universe, with this program, with my website, blackcomicsuniverse.com. And so like all our guests here are part of that community of a pantheon of historical Black comic book creators, and I am looking forward to informing you all as well as entertaining you all. I can be quite entertaining, and so is my producer Kyle. I appreciate him backing me up today as well. It's me and my road dog Kyle. We're gonna be kicking it all day today, 10 to 6. You can find this stream on YouTube and all your favorite DSPs, and also on Instagram. This will also be streaming on Instagram on the EXP. You should be able to find all the links, whether you're on Facebook. I'm sure Kyle shared the links with us shortly. We already got a few folks. Hello, Lorena, Kenneth. Good morning. Good morning. Appreciate you guys hanging out with us. I'm sure you're going to enjoy this. This is going to be a lot of fun. So without any further ado, we're going to cut to a little short commercial break and we'll get started. What's up, you guys? Good morning again. My name is Imani Latif of blackcomicsuniverse.com. You have to excuse me if you catch me dancing in between sets after we come from that intro that Kyle produced, is because that beat is infectious and I can't help myself. So you might cut the camera might jump in and I'm like, so don't be alarmed that I'm entertaining myself here in Black Comix Universe studio, located here in Toledo, Ohio. And most people might not know this, but that's where the ESP is actually streamed and produced. But without any further ado, we're going to go into our first guest.
They're not here yet. I didn't have a whole lot to play.
So I thought ramble.
Bring it back and we can chop it up a little bit while we waited for those guys.
No problem.
So why don't we tell the folks kind of how the origin of Black Comix Universe and like Peep Game, which was a predecessor, and how you and I started working on this stuff together. And we probably shouldn't go too many minutes in the show without giving Malcolm a shout out, right? Like,
yeah, sure. My 14-year-old son Malcolm. But yeah, as you all know, if you're a comic book collector or you enjoy comic books or you're a comic book fan, finding a comic book shop is the closest thing. Is practically like finding a church home. I like to describe it as that. And it's sort of like, so when me and my son found Kyle and Sean's anime shop, comic book shop, that became our kind of like our comic book home, right? Even if we never bought comics that day, me and Malcolm will be there for at least 2 or 3 hours, just talking to Kyle, bugging him all day, and entertaining ourselves. So that's how we initially met Kyle, is through his shop. And I have a website called Peep Game Comics, and where it's an extension of what I do here at Black Comix Universe as well, is where I sell and share digital comics from Black comic book creators. And so I work with a lot of indie Black comic book creators, and I'm familiar with a lot of what's been going on in the indie comic book community. And so I got the opportunity to educate Kyle, if you can believe that, educate Kyle on a lot of independent Black Comix Universe, Black comics in the comic book industry. But it just so happens that also we had a mutual friend, my cousin, Victor Dandridge. Kyle knows him from working with him in Wizard World conventions and conventions all over the country. And that having that mutual friend was also another reason why we got along so well from the very beginning. So that's where this is all started, was me bringing this community of comic book creators to the experience.
But you were working with the library system too, doing a lot of programming with them, and you do a lot of educational programming with the art museums and that kind of stuff. So tell folks a little bit about that. Like, this is the get to know Imani segment here, where it's like,
oh yeah, sure.
Tell people about Junebug and all of those folks. Everything that you're doing, kind of to spread the gospel of comics.
The gospel of comics, right? See, it keeps going back to that spiritual aspect, right? So yes, I teach comics here in Toledo, Ohio, at the Toledo Museum of Art, and all the in several other institutions here in the city. So I teach. I also teach classes and workshops at the Toledo Library, and any public institution, to the public school system. I do, workshops there within the public school system as well. And I also have a comic book called Junebug, a comic book character called Junebug, that I have a web comic that I distribute on Sunday Haha every Sunday. It's a Substack subscription group. And that's only the tip of the iceberg of the stuff I've been getting into lately. I'm out here grinding just like most of all of my other creator friends. We get it in.
So it's ironic that, we're talking kind of about the Toledo comic scene, which is where we met and kind of where we live. And we're doing this show today while there's a convention in town.
Yeah.
This was poor planning on our part, homie. Like, we should be in there mixing it up right now, throwing elbows, trying to get the exclusive Funko Pops or whatever, The
only thing I've never been this person until recently, but now I'm the guy that basically goes to those conventions strictly to dig in the long boxes. You know what I'm saying? It's like I got my head in those long boxes all day long, if I can get there. So that's me now for sure. I used to not be that way. I used to be about talking to folks and meeting folks and all this kind of stuff. But now I'm all about trying to catch a deal in those long boxes. So
My problem is now I'm collecting comic art,
okay,
and I'm specifically collecting comic art from the Detroit mob guys. You know, Arvelk Jones, Keith Pollard, Bill Mesner Lobes, Rich Buckler, those guys, and trying to bring it home because so much of it has gone away. You know, because it was all created in New York or wherever. It's in private collectors' hands. So now my goal is to bring it home and donate it to Toledo Museum of Art or the DIA or whatever, so that stuff can be preserved where it's from. So I can't go to a convention and not spend dumb money now.
Yeah, I can. That's where I'm headed. Because that's basically my goal as well. It's like I'm not collecting just for the sake of collecting. I'm collecting to preserve history. That's how, at least that's my personal mission. So that's the whole purpose of this program and what I do on blackcomicsuniverse.com. And thank you for coming to my TED Talk. I've done two, which reminds me, I've done 2 TED Talks. So if you have,
they're good. You can look them up on YouTube.
Yeah. If you look it up on YouTube, you look up Imani Latif TED Talk, you'll be able to find my two TED Talks. So
all right. Well, speaking of TED Talks, we have a Todd Talk that's coming up in just a second here. Todd Johnson and Larry Stroman are here, the creators of Tribe. So I'll let you cue that up, man, and we'll bring those fellas on.
All right, yes, sir. Without any further ado, I'd like to bring up my friends Todd Johnson and Larry Stroman. I had the privilege of meeting these guys. Have to have been over 10 years ago now. Yeah, it's been a minute. And immediately from day one, it's like Todd didn't know me from Adam, but he put me up on game immediately on how I should be moving and operating in these comic book streets. And I'm happy that they have made a return after 30 years back to the comic book industry. And I assume
I've always been here.
Yeah. Larry ain't never stopped. But it was interesting. I want to share this little tidbit. When I first met you, like Todd, you were telling me how you and Larry used to come to the conventions. And like the swagger y'all had when y'all came into the conventions, and you said straight up, it's like we came in there like we were gonna be a bully. We're the baddest dudes in the comic book in comics, and we're here to like take your girl. You know what I'm saying? We're here to put you on blast. Like you can't mess with us. You can't F with us. That was your whole steez.
Oh, I didn't say that, man. You making up stuff.
No, and I presume that this after this 30-year break, y'all back to that. So without any further ado, I'm gonna turn it over to you and let you guys, share what your experience has been like coming back to this.
Well, so far the experience is ongoing, and I would say that the reception from prior fans and new fans has been quite well. Even for the people that kind of like are into the comics media right now, like yourself and channels like this and stuff, we've been welcome by all so far. So far so good. All I can say,
And what's it been like for you, Larry? I know this is not new. You've still been in the scene, but does it feel different? Presenting a comic book, bringing back Tribe again.
Yeah, not really. I just feel older. I have to take more naps now.
No more naps.
Other than that, before it was like we were just grinding a lot before to get it to where we got it, and it's kind of the same thing now, except you have more outlets now than you did back then.
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah, for sure.
So you don't have to grind the same as like out in the streets, like hitting conventions and all that type of thing. Like when we were first out there was no Facebook, no Instagram, no podcast. You know, there wasn't even we didn't even have cell phones. So now, if you want to get the word out, I mean, obviously the positives are there's so many other avenues to get the word out, but the negatives are any negative feedback also are split moment as well. You know, so you have to be a little more cautious about what you say or mistakes you might make, or pre-announcements you might make in error or whatever like that, because sometimes the internet can be unforgiving as well. Just as much as they have their praise, they have their criticisms that go with it as well.
Right.
And everything is so fast now. Before, man, it would just take time for a lot of things to happen and to hear back, what people felt about things and stuff like that. Now it's like instant,
And that's a thing too about even planning of what you're trying to do with your comic. Let's say, for example, in the old days where you're planning your 3 or 4 issues in advance, nowadays you drop the first issue, and what if everybody it tanks or everybody hates the direction you're going? Now you can change, alter, kind of edit a little bit to pretty quickly. But back then you might have already had this stuff all laid out, pencil, ink, ready to go. So it's like, okay, what do you do now? So
like at the big companies, when they have like their big event things, they might plan out the next couple of years of this story. But if it starts off that people don't like the story, it's like, what do? Scrap all that other stuff? Especially if people have been drawing it, inking it, lettering it, and everything, So, like I said, now you get instant reaction, so it makes it a little bit easier for you to not waste time.
Have y'all gotten any feedback like that so far? Is there anything that have you had to pivot in any direction yet, or
no? So far,
pretty confident.
So far, we've had nothing but positive feedback from the things that we've put out there, but there hasn't been a lot of new things. A lot of teased covers and pinups and some pencils and stuff like that, but there hasn't been any like real like finished in its entirety type thing. I mean, the first book is not due till this summer, so that will be the first real feedback when you put out maybe a ash can or something like that, or put out some consensual page, some pages like, and then go from there. You have to judge from there. I mean, right now our main critics are ourselves now, pulling out stuff and going over things. And I mean, it was, a couple of weeks ago was the first time me and Larry had done a show in 25 years together. So just sitting there and laying out some of the art and talking about some of the stories, even for us, because of the layoff just in the tribe stuff. I mean, like, Larry's been out there creating, but as far as the tribe stuff, it's been sitting there. So even for ourselves, editing pages and looking at stuff, because you're no longer the person you were 30 years ago. So the humor's not the same. The story's not the same. Nothing's the same, so we have to be our own main critics right now to get it to.
Well, there was one guy who said this is going to completely fail. So I don't know if we should be worried. I don't know if we should be worried about him or not.
Yeah, I forgot about
this. Is up in the Michigan Con. What was that show?
We did the Great Lakes Comic Con last weekend.
Yeah.
And
that was it. And somebody said
no. He's speaking of somebody online when we first announced. He said this is going to be a total failure, and but at the end, I will say he said, "Good luck to y'all."
It's funny. A few weeks ago, I don't know what you were talking about, Larry, but I commented in there. I said, Larry's the Cat Williams of Black Comix. I was like, man, it's like, I know for a fact Larry don't care about whatever that dude was thinking. I'm sure you could care less for. But
what, that comes with some of that money comes with age and experience. You learn over the days that some of the concern you have about what other people think is just it's just not the totality of what you're trying to do. You know, you just got to do you, man.
But that seemed like that was y'all back 30 years ago too, right?
Well, now we're the grumpy version of that.
Not the grumpy version.
Yep.
I did want to ask, so like, so from the marketing standpoint, I definitely see the technology and how that's helped you guys. But when I saw that picture, one of the first pictures of you guys actually sitting down together and walking through pages and stuff like that, I saw a stack of them 11 by 17 classic illustration boards. You know what I'm saying? That's like, so as far as the artwork goes, are you still approaching this old school, or are you doing any digital art as well?
Is drawing on paper old school?
Yeah, pretty. It's probably considered traditional. You know what's interesting?
I've ever heard that.
I teach comics, and if I'm teaching, it's all paper, pencil, ink. I put out color pencils, markers. Everything is analog. But if I'm like doing a web comic that I'm trying to get out every week, that's all in Clip Studio. It's Clip Studio Paint. So I definitely, I'm looking at, like, when I'm in front of like students, I'm teaching them the traditional process, and I don't think the process changed much at all between the mediums, but definitely, yeah, as far as, you know, keeping up with the students, because
see the
what
thing
I
is,
find,
we didn't grow up with iPads and computers and all that kind of stuff, so it wasn't a way of life for us. It was something that you use as a tool later on to help you get the final result of what you're trying to do. Now, because it's a way of life for people, they're thinking that's what everybody does, and it's like, no, that's not what everybody does. You know, there's still people that go to art store and buy paper and actually draw on paper. You know?
Well, what do you find your students learn better at, Imani?
I don't care what they're used to. I always try to get them to start with the traditional method. You know what I'm saying? Non-photo blue pencils, sketching out and planning out the story, you know, inking it, and then,
let me ask you this.
Yes, sir.
What is the deal with the photo blue pencil?
Oh, like for me personally, and I think that's where the technology comes in. Like, so for instance, if I sketch it out, sometimes I'll ink it digitally. Or if I ink it and then I photocopy it and color it digitally, and so the pencil doesn't show up when I scan it or photocopy it.
So what's wrong with just erasing?
It's just it makes it a little faster, and you know what? Also,
erasing only takes about a minute and a half.
True, and I noticed that, like, someone said erase your elbow. Oddly enough, I try to keep erasers out of my students' hands, like in the very beginning, because like the students are all on different artistic levels, and sometimes I'm trying to get them just to sketch and draw. And if I give them an eraser, it's like we'll be there for 40 minutes. They'll be trying to draw a finger or a thumb. And here's
something I did for many years.
Yes, sir.
I would take a blank sketchbook and I would do all of the drawings in the sketchbook just using ink. Brushes,
yes, sir. Yep.
Brushes, Crow pens. They don't use Crow pens much anymore. It's now like various types of, this pen, that pen, whatever. And I would just do these drawings using no pencil lines at all. And what it does is it trains you on how to eliminate a lot of the mistakes that you make right off.
Yes. Yep.
But with all the blue pencil and all that kind of stuff, it's just making it a longer process for people to get to the point of where their stuff is as good as they might want it to be.
Yeah, it's definitely like a lot of trust in yourself as an artist too. Like I noticed, the process I share with students is like, yes, a non-photo blue, and then it's ink, and then, but that's just those two steps. But I know artists, for instance, that they do the non-photo blue, then they do pencil, then they do ink, right? It's like, and it's like, and then it's like, and then the inking, it's like super detailed and stuff like that. So there's definitely levels to that. And when it comes to like, okay, getting the story on the page and getting the job done, you definitely have to learn how to, pull some of that.
But see, here's the thing. What people are trying to see, a lot of the people, most of the people who are doing independent books,
yeah,
they're not working on a deadline. There's no editor saying to them, you got to get these 3 pages done by 3 o'clock this afternoon. They're not growing up in that. I grew up in that. The guys previous to me grew up in that situation. So what you have is people who have all the time in the world put these books together because they're working at a regular job. Well, that was my job. So you have to find the quickest possible way in order to get this information on these pages. But when you're doing blue line and you're doing pencil, you're adding time into your work, which you're supposed to be eliminating time so that you can get more stuff done in the short period of time that you actually have.
Oh, so wait. So when you lay out pages, you go straight to ink?
No. What I'm saying is that by learning how to draw straight to ink, you eliminate a lot of the other processes that you have of completely drawing out something before you finally ink it. But if you're drawing something in pencil, then you're drawing something in blue line, then you ink, you're adding extra time.
Yeah, for sure.
To get the stuff done. So technically, if you were working at one of the major companies, you're going to miss all your deadlines for that reason. So all it was about was trying to get as much information onto those pages and finished. I mean, I've had times where I've ride on trains going up to the companies drawing pages. I've sat in the bathroom at home drawing pages. I've whatever you can do to get it done. But the one thing that we had to learn how to do was to eliminate everything that slows down the process of drawing.
Right.
When you start this is what I feel. I feel the whole blue line thing is you do it because it looks cool. It looks cool because you've seen animators do it. It looks cool because you've seen other cool artists who worked in the animation field who are now doing comics. They do it. It's either blue line or it's red line. And when you see people's cool looking sketchbooks, they're not even actually sketchbooks. They're books with a lot of finished art in it, with a couple of sketches here and there. That's not a sketchbook.
Right.
Use of the word sketch is incorrect because a sketch is a little squiggle. But now they call a finished piece of art a sketch. So people are using terminology that they don't even know they're using incorrectly. So the thing is, what people need to do when they're learning how to do comics and whatever, you need to go back a little bit. Comics did not begin with the formation of Image Comics. Comics existed long before that. And people were solving problems long before that. And so, like I said, I sit back and I'm scratching my head, and sometimes it's just funny to me when I see how people are completely wasting time. You have guys who spend all the time learning how to draw something on a computer, and then they get mad because they have stuff exhibited in some gallery, and there's nothing for anybody to buy. A PDF, a download. I mean, wouldn't you rather have somebody come up and give you $300-400 for a piece of art? It doesn't make any sense to me. But it's new technology, and you got to kind of go along with it.
Old school meets new school.
Yeah, it definitely, like, the mentality, I think, is the most important thing. That working with a deadline or knowing how to work under pressure like that is definitely the key, regardless of what um,
I don't
piece of
think any of
technology
those
you
guys
use.
are working under pressure, so they have no idea what it's like. They have
Like,
no
for instance,
idea.
a perfect example of someone I know that works like this is John Jennings. Like, he puts out a lot of material, and I know he does most of his work in between Photoshop and Procreate. And it's sort of like, and I know that he pushes out a lot of work fast. Him and his crew, it's like, that's how I know he personally gets a lot of work done and finished. And I know, and I do that personally as well. Like, when it comes to my webcomic, I know for a fact that if I were doing that by hand, I would work a lot slower. But because I work exclusively digitally, just like you were saying, I don't use as many steps. I'll sketch something out and I go straight to ink. And
I tell you,
then
one of the greatest things as a fan of comic art is to go into an exhibit or a museum and see an original piece of comic art that was done by a favorite artist. To go into to walk into a museum and see an original Jack Kirby Fantastic Four page or whatever. That's one of the greatest things ever. But if that Jack Kirby did that digitally, what is there to look at other than just a copy of something?
I think I think you're right. It's that's one of the biggest things that I've noticed that feels like is disappearing is appreciation for the art form, like the physical art genre. As it's like a lot of attention is given to the finished product and the IP and the movies and stuff like that. But comics as an art form, a lot of that has been lost. At least in, like I say, in popular comics, I think some of that you can still find an appreciation for that, and not so much independent, but like small press, for instance. Graphic novels in places like let's see, like just other publishers outside of the big two. I think they have a better appreciation for the artist now.
So this is how it is for me going to a show now. I go to a show and a lot of people at the show have books that are sealed up in these plastic cases. They have numbers rating them.
Yeah.
You never get to see the book.
Yeah.
Unless you buy the actual book itself.
Yeah.
You never get to see the art. So what ends up happening now is I go to a show, there's me and maybe a couple of other artists who are there who's selling original art. Everybody else is selling digital stuff. So the guy sitting next to me that's selling the digital stuff, he has posters for $4 or $5. He has comics which are like $10, which I think is a ridiculous price for a comic book. But they have whatever their reason is to sell that $10 comic book. So that guy sells 10 comic books and a handful of posters. How much money has this dude made? So I'm sitting at my table and I have some drawings that could go anywhere up to a couple $100 a piece. And by the end of that show, I've sold almost everything that I have on that table. Well, those guys are helping me out. So I actually wish there were more people selling digital stuff at comic shows because people that come there to put down money for that original art. I'm one of the only guys at the show with original art.
Well, I will say this: you definitely are in the sweet spot because with this whole talk of AI and stuff like that, I think original art is going to be far more valued now than ever before, for sure.
And everything has its day. It all comes back. you know.
Mm-hmm. Now, I remember there was some time ago you guys actually previewed some pages of a new tribe story. Were you still sticking to that storyline, or were you changing it up?
We're kind of bridging the gap between the 4 issues that came out in the 90s into what we're trying to do now. So every page that you've ever seen us post, all that stuff's going to get used. I'm not saying it's going to be in its exact form, because Larry has redrawn some things and edited some things on a page, but we're not wasting no art. We're not wasting no time. We're not wasting anything we did past, present, or future. You know, everything's going to get used. Every character, every idea we ever had, we plan on just throwing everything but the kitchen sink at it.
So should we expect the appearance from the Beasties?
The Beasties was not our.
The Beasties is one of our favorite conversations.
Yeah, but that wasn't one of our characters. That was actually Javier Salterres. So I don't think you'll see the appearance of anybody's stuff that we don't own, shall we say?
Okay, no problem. So no Beasties.
Before I made the decision to shut down the company, we had a set of books that we were going to publish, create our own stuff at the time. And there was a lot of things going on at the time, and I was basically paying for a lot of this stuff out of my pocket, and my bank account was getting smaller and smaller and smaller. Mm-hmm. And a couple of guys were fighting amongst each other over whatever it is they were going through, and then I just said, "Hey, enough." I just called up Todd and said, "Just shut it down, shut everything down," and that's how that ended. But before that, the Great Beasties comic book was able to make it through all of that. And what else did we? Beasties? Yeah, that was the only creator-owned book by someone else that we published, right?
Yeah, we published W, but we own W, so you will see W again.
Right. It was published?
Yeah, W was published by Good Comics. There was one issue of W.
All right, I gotta add that to my list.
I'll send it to you, Monty.
Oh, that's what's up. See,
yeah.
Black Comix Universe. That's how we get done. Because that's how I have my personal collection set up. I have a Axis / Good Comics category.
We like that.
We have all your books in one spot. I have a Larry Stroman section.
Nice.
Right? I have your Alien Nation and X Factor. I tell people I think you're the first.
You need to have a Beastie section.
I do. I got the Beasties. I got Beasties. See, I've never seen that book before. Okay. Yeah, I'm on the. That's what I'm getting warm and fuzzy feelings, man. Because this is history for me. Like I said, like I told you guys all day, it's gonna be historical Black comics.
If you ever bought do you remember a book we put out called Axis Alpha?
Yes, I have that. Yeah.
Axis Alpha has the first W story. It's a 6-page teaser in the back of that.
Okay, cool. And I'm on the hunt.
There was also another property that we had called The Shelter, and that's in Axis Alpha too. That was Gene Ha at the time, and that was teased in Axis Alpha as well.
The only other creator-owned thing was the Jim Callahan thing.
Yeah, that never came out. Death Grip.
Oh, okay.
Oh, actually, there was a teaser in Axis Alpha. Yeah, there was a teaser in that. That was Jim Callahan and Bo Smith.
I had to pull
the great Bo Smith.
So yeah, I got.
Yeah, there you go.
Axis Alpha.
I like that. This guy's got some stuff, man.
And Beasties.
Beasties.
Yeah. And of course, the world famous.
Yes.
Tribe number 1.
That warms my heart to see your collection.
Oh yeah, I love this stuff. You know, I always liked how you guys connected to the hip hop culture with Tribe, and I've been wondering, do y'all have any interest in reconnecting to the hip hop culture now? 30 years later?
Definitely. And hold on, I'm gonna step out. I'm gonna show you something.
Okay, cool.
No, ask the question again.
Like, I loved how you guys connected to the hip hop community with Tribe Number One, and I'm wondering, like, do you guys have any interest in making that same connection now with the younger audience? Or are you going old school? Or
Well, I'm connected to the hip hop industry. I've been in the rap music since day one.
okay, cool.
You know, and even though people see me as just this old dude, I mean, I could sit around for hours and talk to people about rap music.
All right.
So it's just part of me, period. You know, so it's always going to be there.
So what's been inspiring you guys for this upcoming run?
This is our connection to hip hop.
Gin and juice. Okay. Oh, that's the Snoop Dre drink.
Yeah, they're sponsoring Tribe.
Wow. Okay.
So you heard it here first.
That's wow. See, you guys are an interesting duo in that it's not just about I enjoy the fact that you guys aren't your typical well, here's what I'll say is that being in the indie community, I'm seeing this a lot, that a writer wakes up one morning with an idea, or they just watched the Black Panther movie. They were inspired. They want to make the next Black $1 million movie, and they write a story, and then they find an artist online somewhere, like someone they don't know or have a relationship with or anything like that. They crowdfund a book. It's successful. They publish it, but then they got to figure out. They got to teach themselves how to sell it and all this kind of stuff. What I enjoy about what you guys did with Tribe is that, one, Larry, you had a veteran artist that, that was no joke, had style. People don't appreciate style anymore when it comes to comics. I don't care if it's traditional or digital. Style is dead in the comics right now. Larry has style, original, perspective on art and all that kind of stuff. And then you got Todd, not just a phenomenal writer, but a genius in terms of marketing, like what you guys did. And, Tribe Number One, the cover, it's like groundbreaking. Like, people still haven't done anything like it. People still doing holograph covers now. It's like they haven't changed up the marketing in 30 years. Like, y'all coming back. Does it feel like anything has moved at all for marketing? But that might be another conversation. But I just wanted to, definitely give y'all flowers on that.
No, there's more understanding of marketing. It still doesn't mean that something's going to be successful, but it just means you have more of an outlet on things. Whereas back then, you just only had a handful of things.
There's also there's also with the understanding, there's more access to different marketing, different ways, but that doesn't mean that everyone is executing. It's like you can have something right in your face, but that doesn't necessarily know. It's no different than social media. There's many ways to use Facebook and Instagram, but people aren't maximizing how to do that, because sometimes, we're only, learning the bare bones of how some of these platforms work. So if you, if you dove a little deeper down in it, you might find just the things to do are right at your fingertips, And that's how marketing is. Marketing is around us all the time. It's just a matter of, are you willing to try to push yourself a little further and make contact with somebody or a brand or a company that maybe you hadn't thought of, that you maybe thought was too big for you or too out of your reach or something like that. Social media, things like LinkedIn and Instagram and TikTok stuff, that makes almost everybody accessible. It's just, you don't know if they're going to answer, but you could reach out. You can reach out to anybody now. And some will answer, some will just say no. And every now and then you're going to get a positive. So, but if you don't do it, you can't say it failed because you never tried, Right.
Now, with your expertise, have you do you experience any information overload when it comes to like all the options and stuff, or have you like hunkered down in on a particular concept or a particular platform in terms of marketing?
No, me personally, me and Larry are kind of like creatures of just technology and culture and stuff like that, where maybe that's the nerd in you or whatever like that. We crave information. So things that we see, things we talk about, we constantly are talking about, hey, have you seen this? Have you looked at this? Have you read this? And how can we put that into something we're doing? And that's one thing that we've kind of had an advantage of not being. I think everybody gets hung up on, I'll use the term industry. And me and Larry don't think of this as like we're in this industry. We think about we're trying to create tribe, and we're trying to control our environment and what we want to do and how we want to succeed. Whereas I think nowadays, everybody, you read people's Facebook and you read people's things, all they're talking about is the industry all the time. Like, yeah, I'm in this industry and I got my, all these buzzwords, like I'm working on my IP and I'm talking to my attorney and I'm a send them in my team. And it just seems like people are just fascinated by all the buzzwords of the industry and talking about what the big two is doing and the big three and who's got a movie coming out. I think me and Larry don't concern ourselves with what Marvel is doing. We don't concern ourselves with who is the new CEO over at Disney or who is just who is bleeding cool interviewed saying that they are divorcing their wife or something like that. That's all just industry chatter. And all that noise just slows you down in your own thought process and your own thinking. We just concentrate on tribe. And how can we make tribe the best tribe that we want it to be? And once we like what the process is, then you start trying to gather and hoping that other people feel what you're putting down, basically.
I definitely appreciate that approach because, just like you said, like there's a lot of industries talk. I hear the term universe a lot. It's sort of like it's like they put one book and it's like, okay, now this is the such and such universe. So like the next book is not even the number 2. It's like another quote unquote part of the universe. And it's
but here's the thing. The reason why people became fascinated by the whole universe thing is when they would have things like Secret Wars and what was the DC one? It was a big DC thing.
Crisis.
All those characters.
Crisis. Yeah.
The reason why those books were interesting is because you knew of those characters previous to that. What you have now is people wanting to start a universe of a bunch of unknown characters.
Yeah.
How do you latch on to that? There's like 50 guys standing around, and each one of them, you have a little balloon that shows their name. And I'm like, but I don't know who any of these characters are. The universe thing is pointless if you don't know who the characters are.
And the other thing is, it's kind of like back in the day, me and Larry are both boxing fans. Before you got the title of something like Iron Mike Tyson, before you got Iron, it's because he was knocking dudes out cold for a long period of time. And then announcers started saying Iron Mike Tyson. Nowadays, I'm about to fight my first fight. And I'm talking about my name is the undefeatable Todd Johnson. And I haven't even fought one fight. That's how people are doing with these universes. I introduce Captain Amani, and I say he's the most powerful man in the universe. And then his partner is Sergeant Lateef, and he's the fastest man on the planet. I mean, you don't even know these characters, and they're already the best of the best of the best of the best.
Right.
Kind of just, take your time. Take your time.
Yes, I think that's like the biggest thing. Well, it's a gift and a curse, right? It's sort of like it's a double-edged sword. You want folks to take their time, but at the same time, you don't want them to babysit it either.
That's true. That's true. I guess it's a delicate balance, but I would say the thing about promotion and the whole thing with industry, to me, the industry thing comes last. I think the first thing everybody this is like Cliff Note version to me. Everybody should start off with self. That's your own creativity. You and your partner getting together, pencil, ink, or whatever. It's just self. Create what you're trying to do. The next step, when people are talking about in their promotion, talk about your friends and your peers and stuff. If people start talking about Marvel like they know anything that's going on at Marvel, you don't know nothing that's going on at Marvel. Why don't you promote other peers and other friends of yours at conventions and stuff like that? Then after the peer thing, you work on community. And that's that we all belong, whether you're part of small press or independent, or you're all, fantasy creators or horror creators and stuff. Then enter the industry. This is after a long process of putting things out and everything. People will put out a small little fanzine or something that they created at Kinko, and they're talking about the industry and where I want to place myself in the industry. Come on, man, you're not even there yet. And I don't mean that as any kind of insult that you shouldn't think big. I think you just have to take the steps to get to these levels, shall we say.
Here's the answer. Danny Quick's question. My top favorite 5 rappers.
Oh, okay. Bushwick Bill. Okay.
Doug Lazy.
Awesome Dre and Doug Lazy. I'm not familiar with them.
I don't think anybody's familiar with them.
That's the joy of niche enjoyment of rap.
Oh yeah, for sure.
You don't have to just spout off Kendrick Lamar and Drake and Dr. Dre and Jay-Z.
So the return is gonna have would y'all say it's gonna have an old school feel?
It's definitely gonna have an old school feel with a new school vibe.
Okay,
I think we're trying to balance the best of both worlds of giving people that supported us in the past, giving them exactly what brought them to the book and kept them on the book or wanting us to come back, and then trying to gain new fans too.
Yeah. We had a question. I wanted to get to a couple questions before I'll let you guys go. There's people that's wanting to know when to expect Tribe to hit the shelves, so to speak.
Our plan right now is this summer, sometime in June.
Okay. And my man Danny had a good question too, in terms of marketing. Now, this is somebody like you, man, Danny. It's like there's not a platform that he'll turn down. So like he's like, when it comes to marketing, Danny is, proliferates.
He should teach a class.
He should be the one to teach a class for sure.
Danny, there's not too many things you could teach it, Danny, other than to, that is stuff I could talk to him offline about, it's like too detailed, but he is doing exactly what he's supposed to do. Everybody knows Danny Quick, everybody knows, Ace Blade. So that means he is doing what he's trying to do, which, all of marketing is either, it's about awareness and then it's about sales. And some people are, you basically have to put these things together in balance, because a lot of people know how to get out there and scream and holler. But then something you mentioned, Amani, back, you get the book in your hand, you've promoted the book, now you got to sell it.
Yeah.
Okay. How do you know how to sell? Or do you sit at the table just sitting there looking like a stone wall, or you're talking on your phone or talking to your friends that you already got there with you at the table because maybe you're not a friendly person? I don't know. But you need to think out the whole process from the beginning to end, and sales is the major factor of it. And this is the comic business, not the comic hobby. When you step on this side of publishing, it's now the comic business, and selling should be almost like right at the top of the list of creating the, once production is done, you go right into sales, period.
True. And to be fair, if you can't sell, like there's a famous quote that like business needs every business needs 3 people: someone to create it, someone to manage it, and someone to sell it. And if you can't sell, if you notice it's not your forte, then get somebody.
Yeah, you gotta hire somebody.
You
But those are all the elements. I think part of this, because we all love comics, we all, for the most part, even most creators all came from the hobby side when we just were fans as kids, reading, or teenagers, whatever you got into it. So sometimes the business of it, you have to lay out the full plan of, where you're going or where you're trying to get, even more importantly. Everybody says, oh, they want to put a book out. Okay, so what happens after that? Once the book drops.
I know a guy, this is one of the saddest stories that I've ever heard since I've been in comics. Well, this guy, self-published his own thing. So he goes to this big trouble of wanting to set up at this one show that was in another city. So he gets his family together, he goes down there, gets their hotel and gets them all set up and stuff for them to eat and all that kind of stuff. And he has his table that he paid for and all this kind of stuff and all those books and stuff that he published to have at the table. Well, altogether, everything cost them like $1,400. So he goes to the show, and after like 2 days, he made $10. $10 was the price of one of his books. So that means he went through all of that, and he sold one book at the show. And, what can you do? It's people focusing on a lot of other things rather than the actual sale of the book itself.
And sometimes the shows have become part of this excitement of the industry. You think the first thing, as soon as you get your books, you need to go do a big show. You might not have planned out whether that's the best execution for you right now, to spend your money on some $500-$600 table and a drive and a hotel. Right. You might not be there yet.
People are under the assumption that if you go to a big show and there's more people at the show, you're going to do better. Right. I always say you're wasting your money going to the big shows. What you should go to the big shows for is to have fun and to learn some stuff. And then you go to the medium-sized shows and the small shows, and that's where you go to sell your stuff, because you really want a one-on-one with the people that you're selling your stuff with. It's those regular buyers, which are the ones you want to connect to. You don't want to just simply sell some books. You want people who are going to follow you to the next book and the next book and the next book. People are going to look forward to the next books. So it's like just the whole approach to doing it for a lot of people is it's flawed. And that if they actually slow down enough to not think that just because they make something, it's as good as everything else that's coming out.
And I'll give you a good example, Imani. A lot of times industry makes us all feel that we should be at San Diego, C2E2, the New York Comic Con. I get it. Big, flashy. You're told that these are the biggest, so I got to be there because I want to be the biggest too, right? Okay, but sometimes you got to go where you're loved. Go to the shows that are inviting you, or maybe are offering you a free table or want you to be there, because sometimes you can get lost in the sauce trying to be industry, and it's like it's like a guy. I can remember my father used to tell me when I was in grade school, he used to talk about how guys can waste all their time chasing the most popular girl or the prettiest girl at school or something like that, but that's what everybody wants to do. He said sometimes you have to sit back and notice the ones that are noticing you.
And when you think about the really big shows, I mean, what are those shows really about? They're about celebrities. They're about cars from famous movies. They're about cosplayers. They're about professionals in the business that are light years away from you. So that means most of the people that are coming to the show are just focusing on those people. And then you sit there saying, well, I spent all this money. I did all this stuff. I've gone to this big show. Why am I not selling more books? Because people don't come to those shows to experiment. They come to those shows because of stuff that they already are into. Right. Exactly. You have to do something above and beyond that in order to even get their attention to come over and take a look at your stuff.
Exactly. You're right.
So sometimes, like I see your partner said something about Mike DeSantis and the Great Lakes Comic Con.
Yeah.
I mean, they treated us like they wanted us to be there, and
Yeah.
they featured us like they were honored for us to be there. So that balance then gives you a better situation where, you know, you're not lost behind, you know, like Larry said, a famous car from a TV show, or you know, a character, you know, that's a grown man now that was a 10-year-old boy people liked in a show in the 60s or something. Is that's all anybody's concentrating on the flyer and the promotion. In the end, the only thing we're doing these shows for, or you're doing these store appearances for, is to press the flesh with your fans, create more awareness, and to sell.
Yeah.
So if you're not getting the best vantage point to do that, then don't do it. And I'm not disparaging San Diego or anything. We've done all those shows. So that's not what I'm saying. I'm just saying
it's still a lot of creators girls too.
Everybody just needs to know their place on the, you know, in the hierarchy, you know, and there's a time and place, you know.
To that point, I wanted to ask, are there any other aspects of what I like to call comic book culture? You know what I'm saying? It's like outside of the actual art and the writing of comics, there's a ton of cultural aspects that I feel that have become a part of the process, like doing cons, or like, for instance, the whole debate of whether or not, okay, should I be in a direct market? Should I be in a comic book shop? Or should I be selling directly to fans? There's a ton, like, should I release on a Wednesday? You know, the traditional new comic book day. There's tons of cultural aspects to comics, like what you call industry. And it's like, are there any other things that you would sort of just like, if you could just do away with that, or you just try to ignore?
I think in any business, you cannot ignore what you call industry standards or best practices. You know, New Comics Day, if you're on the retail level, New Comics Day is New Comics Day. You're not going to buck that. Okay. That's just the way it is. How you sell retail and the avenues like that, some of that is industry standard, but that does not mean that you can't still find new avenues. It does not mean that you can't use unorthodox methods to get the word out, or to do collaborations with systems that most people wouldn't dream of, or things like that. You know, you have to think out of the box for whatever fits you and whatever you're doing. I mean, some people have content that might not be readily available for children. Some people might have content that might not relate to a certain segment of the market. So you would just have to find out whatever your niche is.
See, like how I approach going to shows is kind of the way I approach doing comics, in that, you know, you sit back and you look at everything and you say, well, here's this, and this. Well, if I do stuff like this and this, there's nothing about what I do that's going to stick out. So I have to do something completely different, or something that's completely unusual, in order to stick out. So I go to a show, I go to a big show, and everybody has all these banners, and they got all this flashy covers, and they're colored comics, and all this other kind of stuff, and they got videos playing, and they got all this stuff. I come and I sit down at my table, and I just lay out a bunch of black and white art. No name on my table, no backdrop, nothing. I just sit there. And tons of people come up to my table. Doesn't make any sense. Why? What attracted them to coming over to the table, other than the fact that I'm an old black dude with a white beard?
Well, it's actually not entirely true. It is a marketing method called the marketing of opposites.
Well, so it ends up that what they attracted to now is something that looks different than what everybody else has. True. So me having a whole table of nothing but black and white art, people come over there and they're stuff, and they say, "Wow, man, this is some nice stuff." I mean, people walking by, cosplayers used to get criticized, still gets criticized for never actually participating in anything that artists are doing at the shows because they're into wearing their costumes and all that kind of stuff. I get tons of cosplayer people come up to my table, and I think it's because there's something about what I have at my table which is different than what other people have at their table. So people say, "Oh man, it's because you Larry Stroman." I'm like, they don't know. Most of these people don't know who I am. These are people who are like teenagers and in their 20s. Most of them have no clue as to who I am. Wow. They come over and ask me what my name is because they don't know who I am. So that's something people have to also think too. Bigger and flashier is not going to sell you any more comics.
And you know what, too, Imani? I think people sometimes forget what is right in their face available to them. And in your show and platforms like yours are exactly what I'm talking about. How many people that are creators out there, you know a lot of creators personally. Okay, how many of them have personally reached out to you and say, Imani, how do I get on your show? How can I be a part of your platform? How can I? They know you exist. They know you do this. And they still don't reach out for whatever reason. Some of it is they just don't know they should. Some might be a vanity type thing, or they don't want to ask you for nothing, afraid you might say no. I don't know what the reasons are, but it doesn't hurt to reach out to everything. You have all these people with these platforms out here that are doing great stuff, and they have reaches from the 25 people to 2,500 people. So why wouldn't you just get in your little inbox? Some of us are already Facebook friends. It takes nothing for me to reach out and say, hey, Imani, how can I be down? All you can do is say, the worst I could get is a no. Okay. Right. The best I can do is here we are. Now, me and Larry are on your show, with access to whoever's viewing this, and our logo, our property, our IP is being circulated amongst your platform. Right. Okay. So for today, and however you post this, we are now a part of this forever, because that's the other part people don't think. I've heard people tell me, oh yeah, so-and-so show, oh man, that only got 30 views, or that only had 20 people participate. I said, okay, we'll wait 30 days and go look again. Okay, then they come back and then they apologize. They say, oh man, that thing got like 1,500 views now, because this stuff sits on the internet forever. Right. So, content, and the funny thing is, you can have guests on this content. You ever notice some of the guests don't even share it to their platform? That makes no sense to me. We should all be sharing it. It's a partnership. And that partnership is what could achieve just more awareness for all of us. It's like, me and Larry are not just coming to your platform to promote Tribe. We're coming to promote, the Black Comic experience. I mean, the Black Comic Universe and the experience. So we all are kind of in this together. And that makes you, that's that synergy that we need to push forward,
I think, oddly enough, it's just like Larry was saying earlier, as far as like, creators taking a step back and studying what people did before. Just the idea of putting together a press release, sending out a press release, going to traditional media, just the whole approach is sort of like, I think it's sad, but just like Larry was saying, as far as technology, you have a generation that grew up on social media where they feel like that's the only media outlet. And the reality is, a lot of these, most media outlets are still operating on the traditional press release, introduction of yourself as a business, let alone a comic or whatever the case might be. And you should still be following through on some of those traditional ways of reaching out and communicating to stuff. Real quick, someone was asking if you guys will be at Motor City this year.
We weren't invited. We haven't been invited.
That's how Tribe rolls. You got to treat them right.
Just got to get an invitation.
Yeah, that's right. Larry Stroman is. We got another. Larry Stroman is awesome. One of my favorite artists. I've gotten commissions from him and sketches at shows. He's always great to talk to. And I do agree.
Thanks, Evolve X5.
No, I will say, listen, reading Larry on Facebook is one of my joy, my personal joys, because that dude is always going. He always got a word of wisdom for folks. I was actually surprised. Used to shoot at a lot of folks about Black Comix and the way they were approaching things. I am anxious, and I enjoyed how you guys rolled out this past month, February, for Black History Month. You know what I'm saying? Todd didn't waste no time. New logo. You basically every Black platform that I'm familiar with. Some new ones as well. I like the fact that you keyed in on some of the what I would consider some of the most important platforms, like Black Comic Lords, for instance, and Danny's platform as well. So I'm definitely anxious to see how you guys, and I hope people are paying attention to how you guys are doing this. You know what I mean? I hope people are paying attention to, not just paying attention to the Kickstarter. I hope they're paying attention to the fact that you rolled this out 4 months prior to the Kickstarter, or 3 or 4 months prior to the Kickstarter. The fact that you went to Black media platforms, as opposed to like I have yet to see a Bleeding Cool press release or a Comics Beat press release. I'm sure that's coming, but I feel like it's important that to see that you guys came to us first, and I really appreciate that. And that's something I've been kind of harping on. It's like I noticed that a lot of folks, when they're entering into the quote unquote industry, they totally blow past the Black comic community. And as far as like all these people that are creating like media content, they totally blow past us, and then they go to the big. It's almost like going to the big shows, for instance. They go to the big media outlets and all that kind of stuff. So I definitely appreciate y'all's approach to this this new marketing plan that you have for your 30-year anniversary.
Well, thank you. See, we get all this good stuff from talking to people like Amani Latif and Victor Dandridge, and then we just pick your brain, steal all you guys' good ideas.
Yeah, you did. You yeah, I remember you called me out the blue, man, and yeah, you had a short list of that, me, Vic, and then I probably gave you some names, and you probably you ran them folks down, and just seeing you like, yeah, and you executed pretty much everything we talked about. Yeah.
Well, that's that's the part of the thing is like I keep talking about a lot of times. I talk to small press people. Larry's talked to people, and people they'll say things like, "Oh, we're in competition," or competitors. I mean, people got to realize nobody's in competition, man. You can only do your best stuff. There is no competition. We're all just a bunch of peers. The people that are coming to buy Tribe are trying to buy Tribe. The people that are coming to buy your book are trying to, create, buy your book. It's the marketing. It's just the marketing that might create more people for you, or more people for me, or more people for whoever. We're not competitors. We're all just in this same peer group, the same community, trying to crank. Man, there's enough room. Comic industry's been around for decades, back to industry. Okay, right. Your one book is not going to stop other people from selling their books. So we can get off of that for a second, calling people up and asking for information. I mean, I haven't been out here in 25 years. Okay, Tried, with Larry has not been around in almost 30 years. Okay, so I would have been a fool not to reach out and call some people. I'm the, Larry's been out there going to conventions and stuff. I'm the dusty one. I'm like, comics, what's a comic? You right. have to.
Or what's a comic today for sure? That's it.
You
That
you
is
have to reacclimate yourself to the environment you're about to go play in. You know,
Mhm.
what should I bring? What clothes should I wear? How should I dress? That's like it's like a travel plan. You know,
right.
so here we are.
To answer Keith's question, I don't really have any specific influences because I kind of studied like thousands and thousands of different people. I was just picking up things from different people here and there. And that's the reason why I have no problem at all pointing out if I think there's something bad or offensive about artists, or how they lived how they had their comic career, or things they might have drawn that I had issues with. You know, I don't see these guys as these god figures that a lot of people want to treat them as. They're just guys, and they made decisions on stuff that they did or didn't do. So
and since
there's no actual answer to that because I study comics, I study illustration, I study fine art, and I was into all that stuff at some point or another. And then I did my own thing where I sold art on the street, did portraits, did all that kind of stuff, and all of it kind of comes together. Hopefully, it all comes together at some point. All the different things that you've learned to get to that point where you're doing a book that somebody could take their money out and give it to you for.
Mm-hmm.
And since Larry was so influential on Keith Cross, I guess we're going. We should expect like that sweet Keith Cross tribe, pinup he's going to do, right?
Dog, that would be awesome, man. Because he's right as far as like what I do love about Keith's style with Day Black. If you haven't picked up Day Black, he's got a book that's just came out.
Yeah, it's sweet.
But it is stylistic, and just like I was saying before, it's like style it's at an all-time low right now. There's not a lot of style when it comes to artists. Like 90% of the artists right now that are working in the industry, you got me doing that. I'm gonna probably be doing that all day.
It's true. If you
talk about industry, it's like
when you think about it, you're gonna realize how many people do it.
No, now it's just like everybody look like Jim Lee, and it's like or a derivative of that '90s Jim Lee, Mark Silvestri, Will Pataccio style.
No, but that's normal because if you look at any era in comics, people tend to want to copy and look like the people who were popular to them at some point or another.
For the last 30 years, though, I mean, it's been a minute. I understood it back then.
If you look at
back
the whole
then, I understood
it. It's the same way.
When like the '90s era, I get it. It's sort of like because everything was hot. You know what I'm saying? So I could understand why everybody looked like that. But like now, especially when it's so necessary to stand out, and if you can't stand out, it's just that's that much harder to sell your book or sell your work. But think of what are people influenced by now? That most people are influenced by the same thing. It's Image Comics from the 90s. It's manga. It's anime. It's whatever popular movies that are out. So if everybody's influenced by the same stuff, then of course everything's going to look the same. It's only when they hit a point where they say, hey, I'm going to do something different, and they break away from that's when you're going to start seeing stuff that's different. But some people, it takes their entire career in comics before they hit that point. Right.
When I first designed,
real quick, Keith said you were giving people a hard time about pinups earlier, so he might not. We'll see if
we didn't give Keith Cross no hard on. He knows what the deal is. And before we get kicked off the platform, most importantly, if you want to follow what we're doing, follow us at Instagram at Tribe Comic.
No, this is what I said about the pinup.
Okay.
When you look around at most of the comic art that there is that people put out, other than the stuff that people publish, there's a whole lot of headshots floating in space. There's a whole lot of bodies floating in space.
Yeah.
And I said, if somebody's talking about wanting to do some work for me, to me, comics are about stories. They're about scenes. I want to see a scene. I want to see a foreground, a middle ground, and a background. I want to know what time of day it is. I want to know whether it's cold outside, whether it's raining outside, whatever. This is all part of telling stories. You don't tell a story with a headshot. That's what I'm talking about.
That sounds like work, Larry.
Well, if they can't,
but you know what's one of the interesting things?
They shouldn't be doing this.
That's one of the first things I learned when I started teaching comics is that it's like it was on both sides. One, I didn't realize how working intensive it was because I was just having fun making them, right? But as I'm teaching folks, if especially it doesn't matter what age, if that student doesn't have the patience to actually sit for 3 hours and work on that page, whether it's sketching or drawing or inking or whatever the case might be, if they don't have the patience to actually sit there and actually enjoy the process, it's like it's a uphill battle, and you'll see them rush through stuff. It's like, oh, I'm done. And it's like, well, I mean, work on, I'll be just like that. It's like, well, where is this have taking place? Give me the background. Where's the foreground? You said this is a teacher. That's like, where's the chalkboard? It's like, it's little stuff like that. Where I definitely see where people don't realize that, this is fun and beautiful, but at the end of the day, it's also work. It's like
it's pretty much all work. That's the thing people don't realize. It's pretty much all work. And to me, if you cannot draw a comic book under pressure within a period of a week, then this is not really the thing for you. You're just always going to be someone just out there just having fun.
There's something to that.
And that's okay too.
In eight pages of story with a bunch of sketches and ideas is not a comic book. It's a preview book. If you're talking about putting out a comic book, put out a 18, 21 page comic book.
In a week? Is that what he was saying?
We've done it.
Do it in a week?
We've done it. We did it at Marvel for years. We did it at DC for years.
That's where people.
It's not necessarily going to be a good book that you put out in a week, but you're able to put that book out in a week. That's what I'm saying. You still have to be able to do it,
right?
In order, if you're training to be a boxer, you have to do so many push-ups, so many sit-ups, so much time you got to spend on a bag, and that kind of thing. But until you get good at doing those things, you shouldn't be getting in a ring with somebody.
There's something to that.
That's a good analogy.
I hope people are listening, because a lot of folks gonna be getting knocked out pretty soon here. This summer.
Check out our website at www.tribecomic.com.
Tribecomic.com. Yes, sir. I think that idea goes along. If you do what you love, you'll never work a day in your life. If you love your work, it should be, if you love your work, you won't mind how hard the work is. That part too.
Listen, I've been hearing people say that forever. I don't love my work. I love art, and I love a finished product. But the actual work is just work. It's work. Like if I worked at a supermarket, if I worked in a factory, if I did whatever else, it still comes down to actual work. It's the end result that you're trying to get to, which is the part that's fun. And in the end, the love part of it is the reaction that you get from people when you've done it.
Yes, sir.
And they're willing to pay for it.
Right.
That's really fun too.
And real quick, it's like, so it's gonna. I imagine this book is gonna be old school in a lot of ways. It's gonna be a little old school hip hop, old school price tag? Are we selling it for 90s prices?
It'd be
That's
nice.
all something that's going to be.
But I don't think it makes sense these days. But that would be nice.
Yeah, that'll all be worked out with production because that becomes like a thing of numbers. I mean, obviously, if you're, we printed 1 million copies, the price of the printer is going to be a different price than if you're printing up 10,000. So that becomes just the nuts and bolts of production and what you spent on it and what you have to pay out to do whatever you have to do. That's how you have to derive the price. So we're not there yet, but we hope to have a blend that will be. It won't be $7, as Larry said, or it won't be $10, but I doubt it's going to be $2 either.
Are you try to break your record again? From what I understand, we've done the math. I think Larry did the math that you guys still have the record for the most comics sold by a Black comic book publishing company.
We do.
We a million copies.
No, it was sold by Image. It was created by us.
We have the record for the best-selling Black superheroes by Black creators, and that record still signed. So we're not sitting here thinking about, breaking records of our own. We're not, that. To be honest, at this day and age, even sales numbers becomes industry talk. We're interested in getting this book out and getting in the hands of everybody that is interested in that book.
Listen,
and maybe we don't know yet.
There was a time when, say, for instance, a company like Image would not even want to be bothered with a comic book that didn't sell at least 150,000 copies.
Mm-hmm.
Anybody these days would give anything to sell 150,000 copies of any book.
Right.
So the times are different. Things are different,
The sales numbers don't count as much as the execution.
A book was $2 back then. Now books are like $10 now,
And that reminded me that's the other thing that you told me when we first met. You told me all the numbers were BS, and that stuck with me because then I realized it's like what the shell game was. You know what I'm saying? It's sort of like if they wanted. Now I would look at a book if they wanted that book to be successful, it's successful. If they want that book to fail, then they'll call it a failure even before it hits the stands. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, so you're right. It's like these numbers.
Remember how Wizard used to have this thing that would say, top 10 hottest artists. But when you look at the credits, it was people that were going to be hot on a book that didn't even come out.
Yes.
How are you hot on a book that has not even gone out on the shelf yet?
Right.
Well, what you realize, Imani, saying something, sales numbers and things like that now are marketing as well, because people like to flock to whatever somebody else is telling them is popular. So if I say the Black Comix Universe anthology is going to be the greatest comic ever printed, then a whole bunch of people out there just say, "Oh, well, I'm going to go check it out then." You know, why do my sales numbers concern you at all? If you're just a fan of Tribe, just be a fan of Tribe and read the book. Why do you care how many other people are reading the book?
Right.
So we're not going to concern ourselves with numbers this time. We're going to concern ourselves with production. We already hold the record. We don't have to outprove ourselves. And I don't mean that as any kind of arrogance or confidence or whatever. It just is what it is. I mean, it's sold. It's out there. The sales stand. And until somebody beats that, we don't have to talk about that anymore. Now we have to talk about, can we get the book out?
Yes. And I'm going to piggyback off of what Phill is saying here. This is definitely the perfect way to start today. I appreciate you guys.
Todd, look at that logo.
That logo looks familiar.
Yeah, that looks awfully familiar. It's an homage. It's an homage.
Homage. Woohoo!
It's an homage.
There's our new character name, Larry. Homage.
Homage, yeah.
He can copy anything.
Before I let y'all go, where can people get information about what's happening with Tribe, the Kickstarter launch, and all that jazz?
Follow us on Instagram at Tribe Comic, and of course, go to the website at www.tribecomic.com. We'd love to have you jump on our mailing list, and we're going to be doing a lot of things old school, and we look forward to the reaction everybody has. I think everybody's going to enjoy it, but then I'm biased.
Yeah, and with that,
I'll be calling you to pick your brain too, Amani, some more.
Yeah. Still all you want. You can steal away. Next up, we have Kristal Adams and Fabrice Sapolsky from FairSquare Comics. And again, Larry, Todd, I appreciate you guys so much. Thanks, you guys, for breaking this all in this morning.
Thank you.
And waking up.
Honored by you thinking of us and putting us on your platform.
When I saw all the other people that were in the ad, I was under the assumption that all of us would be on the show at the same time.
At the same time?
I'm kind of disappointed that I don't get to be on the show with some of these other people.
Okay. Well, I mean, I might shoot you a link and maybe jump in.
We got to do you got to do a show at one point where all of us are on.
We'll do the Larry Stroman show coming up very soon. I'm gonna make it happen.
Larry Stroman show.
Yeah, there you go.
Is there anybody particular you got questions for?
No, just want to say, hey, how you doing?
Hey, how you doing? All right. I can talk to my people.
Well, tell Christopher Priest when's he gonna write something for us.
All right. I'll duly noted.
All right. Take care, gentlemen. Appreciate everything.
Thank you so much. And we're back.
Hello.
Hi.
Hello.
How are you?
I'm doing good.
Thanks for having us.
Oh, yeah. Thanks, you guys, for showing up and coming through. I appreciate it. Mm-hmm. Just real quick, just to get everybody acclimated. I'm Imani Latif of BlackComicsUniverse.com, where I do one thing fairly well. That is, I research, I collect, and I study historically Black comics. And like I said at the beginning of the top of the show, we're talking about Black comics and Black comic book creators and publishers that are featuring Black creators as well. And FairSquare Comics with Fabrice has been one of those outlets that has been sharing a lot of content from a lot of independent Black comic book creators. If you might not be familiar with the name, but you're definitely familiar with Noir is the New Black, that anthology. Yes, sir. That was an amazing anthology that featured basically a who's who of Black comic book creators. You name it, they were a part of that book. Of what I like to call like when you call like underground hip hop, definitely that's the underground hip hop mixtape of comics right there.
Oh, I like that mixtape.
And I stole that from. Don't let me get away with that. I did steal that idea from Jibba because he has an anthology too where he calls it a mixtape.
Yeah,
so
Jibba's great.
Don't let me get in trouble. Don't let me get in trouble. But yeah, I just wanted to let you guys introduce yourselves. And Kristal, you are, and I'm happy to see that you've been brought on and brought into this comic book space. I'd like to welcome you.
Thank you.
Here to the Black Comix Universe as well. And I'd like to let you guys introduce yourselves.
So my name is Kristal Adams, and I am the co-owner and the brand manager for FairSquare Comics. And you want to say?
Oh, okay.
Do you want to say anything else besides that?
You can talk about your other activities. And
So
before we get into Mutiny, but
I'm also a stand-up comedian. I've had sets on Amazon Prime and the now bankrupt Just for Laughs straight up stand-up series. And I've also written for television. I most recently wrote on a TV show called Searching for Soul Food, which was on Hulu. So.
Oh, okay.
Mm-hmm.
Right. I don't know if I need to introduce myself. I've been in the publishing business for 27 years now. And first I was a comic book journalist for a very long time. And then I moved to the creative space with my first comics. And my first comic book happened to be Marvel's Spider-Man Noir that I co-created and co-written.
Mm-hmm.
And then after that, it was only creator-owned. And I always worked both as an editor and a creator at the same time, not necessarily for the same companies. But yeah, I've always had multiple hats, which is how I like to operate. And we created FairSquare Comics in 2019, but we actually only started being a legit publisher with Noir is the New Black in 2020. And since then, we've published over 30 different titles, 17 in 2023, and probably as many in 2024. And out of all those, I have 5 creator-owned books that I created myself. And I write, I draw, I letter, I design, I do the production, and pretty much everything else. And Kristal and I are like this amazing partnership on every level.
How long have you guys been working together? As far as the business, the publishing business?
I mean, so in 2019, he created the company because the original intention for the company was really to be an outlet to publish his creator-owned properties. And then in 2020, we did Noir is the New Black, and that turned us into a legit publisher, like he said. So I've been with we've been together since the inception of the company. But the company became an official publisher in 2020, and that's when I started working on the brand side of the company. Yeah,
and we started doing more shows and more appearances, and like at one point I couldn't do it all by myself, so Kristal joined, and her presence has been like increasingly more important as time went by.
Yeah, like I was just in a previous interview, I was just saying there's a saying as far as business needs 3 people: somebody to build it, somebody to manage it, and somebody to sell it. So the idea that bring other people in on the journey and on the process is definitely important.
And it's also part of our narrative, because being a family-owned, there's also a third member of the family that is not here today, that is like kind of a silent partner, and it's my son Ethan. It's a family business, and we like to keep it that way.
Oh, that's great. That is awesome. And I'm not going to say that I'm expecting this interview to be funny since there's a comedian here, but it's like that would be a plus. Maybe it's like an extra fee for jokes.
Oh, really? Wow! I wish I had known.
Yeah. It's like maybe like a little 2 or 3 minute segment towards the end there. But I find it interesting that you're a comedian, because I think one of the biggest things that has been missing in comics actually is humor. Oddly enough, there's not a lot of funny comics out. Have you noticed that?
I would say for me, my perspective is always going to be a little bit like an outsider, and I actually like that because my goal is to bring more people that were like me in. And so one of my favorite groups of people to talk to are the people that are just getting into comics, the people that are just starting to pick up graphic novels. And I love to give them ideas and directions of how to start developing their own personal tastes and what they like. So I had my own journey to discovering comics. I have seen some humor in graphic novels, more specifically than comics, like I guess not newer comics. It's been a lot of serious and dark stuff. But I think my main thing is like, when I talk to people, I want to talk to the people who are felt like these things were not accessible to them before because it was either they were a girl and they were never encouraged because they were a girl to like even go to a comic book store, or they're a queer person and they felt like they didn't find or see themselves in those stories. I like talking to those people. So I think I think that's just like a good starting point in terms of like understanding who I am and how I fit into the comic book world. Like I'm in it. I love being around comic book people. But when I talk, it's less like talking to like the fans that have been there from day one. I can talk to the people that like want to really get into it for the first time. Does that make sense?
No, for sure.
We can't hear you anymore. Sorry.
You can't hear me?
I don't know if you've muted or we need to change something on our end.
Can you hear me now?
Can't hear you.
We still can.
Oh yeah, I know what happened.
Oh, is it us? It's the speakers. Oh, we can hear you again. Sorry, it was on our end.
Oh.
We had some connection. Sorry, what was the question you said or the comment?
No, it was a comment that basically I have a list of things. I have a checklist myself when it comes to introducing new folks to comics.
What do you tell them? How do you get them?
Oddly enough, one of the first things I tell them is I don't tell them to go to a comic book shop first.
Right.
Oh yeah.
Right. Exactly.
Tell them the first place I tell them to go to is their public library. Right.
That's good.
If you can find as many and like look for things that are in your personal wheelhouse. So if you like Stephen King or his son Joe Hill, then there's plenty of actual comics that they've written. Start there. If you do like action and like follow up, there's usually a graphic novel or a trade that that's an extension of whatever popular movie that's out as well. So I actually always tell folks to start at your public library, number one. And then two, I'm really cautious about traditional comic book spaces because it's like, unfortunately, it's the weirdest thing ever. Because I was thinking about recently how comic book shops, if they were being honest, comic book shops are actually franchises of Marvel and DC. Like every comic shop has Marvel and DC comics, but they don't operate like franchises. So like the way this one shop operates is not going to be the same as another shop operates. So one shop can be super welcoming and bright, and it's like women friendly or kid friendly, and then you walk into a space and it's the complete opposite. It's sort of like
the man cave.
Yeah, it's a man cave, like literally a man cave. It'll be comics stacked to the ceiling. You can't move around. They bark at you if you dig it through the box or whatever. It's like every place is different.
We're not gonna name names.
No, I wouldn't have to. It's like we described practically half the industry right now.
But that makes me happy that you have that perspective when you're talking to people that are new to comics, because there are a lot of people still in our world that don't see that. they don't know how unwelcoming it is to some people when they're first coming in. And so I really do appreciate we need more of you, you know, talking to people.
And I have to say, we're not a traditional comic book publisher per se, because while we did a few single issue adjacent or or periodical like comics, we're mostly a graphic novel publisher. And of course, those old school traditional comic book stores, they're still like very, very attached to that old model. I understand that. And I find that like some of the best comic book shops, they found a way to accommodate their traditional periodical audience with the new audience. And and these are our favorite stores because you can find everything for everybody. And when like we keep saying this at every show and everywhere we go, comics are for everybody. So there's absolutely always one thing that you can find in a store that is going to suit your tastes. You just need to find it. And the person who operates the store is there to help you. And in most cases, these people are very welcoming. There are still some resistance in some way, but like I have to say, there are a lot of good eggs in the tech market space. So
it's not so much that and thank you, Jen, for saying that, because you're right.
Thank you, Jen. We love Jen.
Yeah, because there are I think a lot of comic shops are starting to get it and make a pivot, right? And like they understand that if they want to be around for the next 15, 20 years, they're going to have to start opening their doors to a broader audience, a younger audience, more families, the whole 9 yards. So yeah, you were definitely like we might be, but it's like just to be safe, I'd never just tell somebody just pick any random comic shop.
Yeah.
You should be able. It's fine. Just pull something off the rack. You'll be all right. And it's like no, I
there's
rarely.
Also, Amani, there's also 250 plus comic book conventions in the United States. So if they go to conventions, there are chances that they see creators, they see publishers, independent publishers mainly, and when they speak with us, as Kristal mentioned, they understand that there's just more than the big icebergs of what I call them. I wouldn't even say their names. I would call them corporate comics. Corporate comics are in business for a very different reason we are in business. We're in a business to welcome creators that need to share their stories with the world, tell them and share them with the public. Corporate comics are just there to entertain their brands and make them and get more value from those brands. This is not our business.
No, for sure. It's like in right now, Kristal, your book is it still on Kickstarter?
Yes, we have 16 more days.
16 more days.
Yes.
Tell us about this. Tell us about the book.
So the character, you can put that down. That's fine. They're okay.
First joke.
The thing is like, as cute as that is, I feel like it does give the impression that the book is for kids, and it's not.
No, it's not.
It's not for the kids. It's for the grown and sexy. The first thing.
That's a good way of putting it.
Yeah, what'd you say?
Grown and sexy specifically?
I would say that the preceding issues after this will start to go into territory that will be a little bit more adult. It won't be so explicit, but it's like, you know, if you're somebody who's like really got an eye on what your older teen is watching or reading, then maybe it's not the book for you. But like I've met a lot of parents at Comic Cons that are like, they're gonna find out anyway. You know, I'll let them read it. So, you know, that's what I mean by that. It's like they're gonna enjoy it, but like, will every parent welcome it into their homes? I don't know about that.
Well, you know, it's interesting. Oddly enough, I think the industry, as far as independent comics, is probably missing two extremes. Like when I do shows, I noticed that there are not a lot of kid-friendly books, so a lot of families are actually looking for kid-friendly stuff, and they just assume that comics are for kids, and actually they find
Yeah,
out that it's not as much for kids as they thought it was. That's number one.
right, right.
Number two,
We do have kids
actually,
books at FairSquare Comics. We do.
oh yeah. Okay,
Okay.
cool. I mean, I think that's important. I think that's really, really
Yes.
important.
Yeah.
Also, I think what's missing is the actual other extreme of the grown and sexy.
Mhm.
The basically
Not safe
it'd be
for
like
work.
what's that?
Non-safe for work.
Not so much not safe for work, but at least it's a little something. You know what I mean? It's like the what I call like it's like what we have in Toledo. It's like the Mix 97. It's like old school R&B
Mhm.
love song, slow jam version of comics, maybe
Now
something
you're
like
talking
that.
my language.
Yeah, it's like it's like something for grown folks.
Mhm.
Adult, conversations, adult storylines and stuff like that. I was talking to a friend of mine who writes romance novels, and I told her, I said, look, I think you should get into this comic book space. I think that's a huge opportunity people are missing as far as like if they brought back black romance, a true black romance, book, I think it'd go over really well.
Absolutely. I mean, the one thing that I wish I could have access to, and I wish there was a way to create, is a way to like not just introduce people to comic books, but also like talk to people and how they approach the Comic Cons. Because I think some of that like I feel like there's no mentorship of people who are new to the con space, and so what we have is kind of like this free market, which okay, we let it go and be what it is, but then that means that what takes over are these experiences where people are just waiting in line forever to just take a photo, and it's like, but what do you have after that? What's lasting, And the problem with it is that the ecosystem is wrong, because at the end of the day, this experience that you're standing in line for started with a comic book. And so if you don't support both sides of that, right? If you're only showing up to Comic Cons to support the mass marketed experiential version of it, or only like, printed versions of original art, then what do you have of the original thing that like this thing, like what it started off of? I wish there was a way for me to like, have access to the people who are like, okay, it's your first Comic-Con. I'm so excited for you. Here's what you're going to do. You're going to hit up Artist Alley first. Okay.
Yeah.
You're going to go around. You're going to talk to the original creators of all these experiences that you're having. You're not going to have a photo with Spider-Man without talking to the 4 or 5 people that have written and drawn Spider-Man.
Right.
Don't do that. It doesn't make any sense. It's like, we've separated the creators from the creation, and it's not right. And anyway, that's my little soapbox. But I say all that, like, going back to the question about comedy, I would say, and I'm really proud of this, I'm like, if you look at our books, if you read our books, there's tons of comedy in our books. And if you were to only read FairSquare Comics graphic novels and books, you would think the comic book world is filled with comedy. And it's not all like straight comedy. Like sometimes it's a book where it's like, it's a serious story, but there's comedy in it. Like Little Rock Files is like that. Watson and Holmes is like that. You have moments of comedy in the midst of serious situations, because that's how life is.
I would say I do appreciate you bringing back Watson and Holmes, because I think that was a super slept on book when it actually came out. And I was sad to see it go. Like it felt like it was building momentum before it just disappeared. But I want to come back to your book. And
yes. Okay.
The title is
the title is Mutiny Black Girl Magic. Okay. And the worlds, so it's issue 1. But the worlds that we're getting into it's in another universe, and also a universe where there's an order of alchemists, and the alchemists bring balance to any planet that they live on.
Okay.
And so we start with a girl who's not a part of that world at all, right? And then she enters into that world and has to navigate it. And that's really where the kind of Star Wars meets the Wiz of it all comes into play, right? Because you have this another world, another dimension, other universes, and traveling in between different planets. But you also have the story of a fish out of water, a lost girl who is learning life lessons and learning how she can be a full person in this new space.
Now, it feels like there's some personal analogies there. Is this a process you experienced, like coming into comic book space or coming into comedy or anything like that?
I think I have identified with these stories since I was young. I have over and over in my life had the experience of maybe not necessarily being in new worlds, but just feeling like I fit, but I don't fit. And so I've gravitated my entire life to these types of stories. Like, I love The Wiz. I love the movie version. I've loved the play. I've watched that thousands of times, listened to the soundtrack, thousands of times, just singing it loudly in my car. But also a very similar movie to that is Labyrinth, the Jim Henson Labyrinth, starring David Bowie and Jennifer Connelly.
I grew up on that.
I love that movie. I watched it on the plane the other day. I would have that movie on repeat in my dorm room in college.
Wow.
But it's the same story, right? You have a girl that is in a world that she's never been in before. She has to navigate it. She has to learn how to make friends. She has to learn what she will and will not tolerate. She has to learn that life is not fair, but that you have to find a way around it, find a way around the not fairness of it all. And I learned so many life lessons from these kinds of stories. And so I would say, sure, there have been over and over in my life where I have been a new person in a new space, and had to kind of my life more fit what those stories are. But that's been something that I've gravitated towards my entire life.
Wow. Now, as far as the marketing of this particular book and putting this together, just piggybacking off of your idea as far as creating new experiences, is there anything that you would like to do differently in terms of marketing, in terms of sharing this book, that compared to what you see your contemporaries doing? This is for either of you.
So I think I don't know about marketing, but what I do hope to share with people now and the people that I will come in contact with in person, because it's a little tricky to do online because it can be misinterpreted, right? And so I do want to say that I love the comic book world. It's been one of the most it's been one of the joys of my life that it's been so welcoming to me, right? Coming in, 5 years ago, knowing a lot of things, but not knowing a lot of things at the same time. It's been so welcoming and so embracing. And at the same time, there are some things, because I'm an outsider, because I am new, I see the ways that sometimes the comic book people are very good at talking to each other, but not to the people who are outside the comic book world, right? And so I think for me, my perspective and what that gives me as an advantage is I know how to talk to the people who are new, like I was new at some point, right? And so that means I also know how to write in a way that speaks to the people who are new to comic books, right? Because I think there's a lot of when you're a fan your whole life, you're reading the comics, when you finally get the chance to write your own, you're writing to impress your peers and the people that came before you, right?
Yes.
I don't have that, I'm kind of I don't have to write to impress them because I didn't grow up wanting to impress them. I'm writing to an audience of people who I want to come and feel like this is theirs too.
You don't even want to. You don't want to impress Fabrice. Not a little bit.
Of course, I want to impress, and the thing is like I want to impress with it being good, but I don't want to impress in terms of like, oh, here's an Easter egg. This is going to remind this of like, all this group of people of this specific issue of this storyline. You know what I mean? That's what I mean by like trying to impress. I want it to be good. I hope that people in the comic book world also love and embrace and accept me as a comic book writer, but I'm not going to. I don't have all of the. I don't have any habits that would cause.
No,
me
yes.
You know what I mean? That sort of thing. Sure. Yeah.
What I want to say about that and this journey that we actually started in 2021, and I want to give a shout out to the people that helped us create the original Mutiny, the original magazine, starting with Chris Cross, who did the original design of the character. And when I got in touch with Chris, I told him, I want a badass black woman that's going to be the mascot, the host of the magazine. Mutiny was first a comic book magazine where we had that host. She was our Elvira. She was our Tarna. She was our, she was the person that was like incarnating the magazine. And so she evolved, and it became clear that people wanted to see more of her. And in our journey, Kristal at first was kind of like she had her bucket of popcorn and watching what was going on, but she was not in the process yet. And then because there was an opportunity that rose last year when the original person that we tapped for writing the series was not available for it, and we started talking about her taking over the writing duties. And it was like from that point on, when she agreed, it was like a bunch of conversations around the world building. And I can't tell you how amazing this series is going to be, because she started being inspired and having about 1 million ideas every day about what if we do this, what if we do that. And it was more like, how can we shape this into something that people are going to be able to digest?
Yes.
So, I mean, for the past 4 years, I've been going to like countless Comic-Cons, but I've been mostly like, I'm reading the books, I'm weighing in on the books. I'm not just sitting eating popcorn.
No, it was just a metaphor. Okay. Right. You and I know that you're in every.
I'm just saying
you're in every level.
Interpreted differently.
No, that's okay.
Anyways.
It was more on the creation side.
Yes.
Not on the management side.
But what's been fascinating is, like he said, whether it's having the magazine on the table or having her on our banner behind us, people will come up to the table and they say, okay, sure. Noir's the New Black, blah, blah, blah. But what is her story? And so, I hate disappointing people. I hate the fact that like, okay, well, she is going to have her story eventually, but not yet. And now it's like all those people that came up to the table and asked, now we can finally say we have it. We have her story. It's right here. And would you like it signed?
I like that. And I also like the fact that you're bringing in the Wiz into this story for some reason. That Star Wars meets the Wiz analogy is very captivating. I like that idea. What was there anything that inspired you? Any particular books or stories that you've been reading, or anything that caught your eye?
Well, I would say
even and not just real quick, not just comics. I'm talking books, film, TV, anything, comedy.
I mean, I think, like I've already said, like the Labyrinth is a huge inspiration for me. I learned so much from that because I really did. I think about this movie a lot because there's a line that she says over and over throughout the film, and it kind of changes. But she says, this is not fair. Like, she's in this labyrinth and things keep changing on her. And she says, this is not fair. And right. And then she finally comes to this point where she's like, no, it's not fair, but that's the way it is. And I think there was a period of my life where I really was coming up against the not fair part. And I was really hurt. And I was stuck there. I was stuck ruminating on the not fair of it all. And at a certain point, you have to move past the thing not being fair and decide what you're going to do in spite of the not fairness. And I come back to this lesson over and over and over. And I think that is what I will probably, what I see the most in what I'm putting in her story. I mean, there are a ton of influences because I'm constantly consuming media. Like, I love Insecure. I also love the series Saga. I want it to feel grounded, but in a world that is, you know, not our world. And I want it to feel logical, even though it's not what we're used to. But I'm really like thinking about what does it mean for a Black woman and Black women in general who have done the work of healing themselves and not always taking on the caretaker role, right? And not, and whether it be in our, like, their home, or in the movement, you know, or for the people, right? For the struggle, not always taking on that caretaker role, because obviously that's like, you know, leading to a lot of anxiety and like heart disease, and like we're not always supposed to be the caretaker, right? There needs to be other people coming and caring for us. So how do we deal with that? And yet, when we are confronted with something that feels like a mission that is possibly worth believing in, how do we choose to step into that, right? How do we step into it on purpose rather than just assuming that role because we're supposed to be the martyr and the caretaker? So I'm thinking about it from those levels. I mean, this is just going to be the first issue, but I feel excited to share where I hope to take this, because it's something that I'm in discussion with myself about, and it's something that I'm in discussion with other Black women about.
No, go ahead, Fabrice.
No, this is the moment where I wanted to bring the rest of the team, because this is also a very important thing. When we were developing the series, it was clear to us that needed to be a Black woman operated project, as in this is your book, and you are going to go wherever you want to go with it. This is going to be your project. And I took a step back. I mean, of course, I met Asia last year at Heroes Con, and this is where we started the conversation. And then I got in touch with Amanda. But once the team was brought together, I let them do their thing. And apart from updating the design, which I did with Asia, my role is extremely limited on that series. I really want them to have the lead, to do their thing without any interference. And I'm just happy to be just a pair of hands in this.
And I have to say, because I have experienced, like, I've written for television, so I have experienced what it's like to get notes. And not everybody has this experience, but it's a very special thing. It's very, sometimes it's very terrible, because it's coming from people who you're not sure what their intentions are, or you are sure what their intentions are. And their intentions are to, maybe not always sinisterly, but their intentions really are to dilute your voice so that it is more palatable to more people, right? And it may not be always with the worst intentions, but it still sucks. And it's really frustrating to be constantly questioned. We actually had this conversation the other day, me and Amanda with another reporter, talking about how this was the first note I've gotten in a long time from an editor that felt like, oh, I don't have to question where she's coming from when she gives me this note. I know where she's coming from, and it's genuinely to make the book better. And it's so nice to like have that sigh of relief, have that sigh of like, okay, I'm not being put into a corner of like what Black means or to be less Black. I'm literally being asked to make this story be more dynamic and be more understandable.
Yes, yes. No, that's a and to clarify, the two women we're speaking of, the
Asia
artist
Fulmore.
is
Asia Fulmore, the artist, and Amanda Meadows, the editor.
okay.
So yeah, and you have to add, of course, Alita Martinez, who's the main cover artist for the book, and on top of that, there are two other covers. One from Sway, Joshua Swaby, and one from me. I still contributed a cover, but yeah, like this is a they are the pilots in there.
No, for sure. For some reason, I'm picturing, especially when you spoke about, you know, Black women specifically, that hero role and stepping into that, and the psychology and, you know, that comes along with that. But for whatever reason, I'm envisioning, when we talked about, you know, like creating new experiences for comics, I'm seeing this at Essence Festival or something like that, like a table there, as opposed to like, you know, your traditional, you know, Comic Con, New York City Comic Con. I'm thinking in my head, I'm thinking of Girls Trip. You know in a lot of ways, and also too, I share this analogy. I'm trying to get people to understand the connection Black women have had to comics in this recent surgence of Black, as far as Black independent comics. Like for instance, my wife, she's into natural hair. She does locks and sister locks and things like that. And here in Ohio, she put on like several conventions, natural hair conventions.
That's awesome.
And during that time, I'm asking the audience to bear with me, but this definitely points to something. So during that time, you have Black women come basically taking their money out of the hands of, you know, the major industries that are making like perms and stuff like that, and chemicals that damage their hair, and they were putting it in the hands of other Black women and learning how to take care of their hair naturally. They were creating their own stories. You had a ton of blogs. You had all this stuff. And I remember specifically during this time, that's where I found, like, for instance, Black Girl Nerd was through natural hair. And that's the same group of people that were doing these blogs and talking about natural hair. They were watching TV and they were watching Insecure and stuff like that, or being Mary Jane. There was a ton of, but also they were also watching. I can't think of the name of it. It was a fairy tale. It was a fairy tale show. I can't think of the name of it. It was like there was a lot of television that all of a sudden it came out that had like either had a sci-fi or horror bent to it.
Sleepy Hollow, right?
Yeah, something like Sleepy Hollow, like shows like that.
Yeah,
there were black women, Black Twitter was keeping those shows on the air.
Yeah,
and I immediately started to see, and I started to see, like, and then those people that were keeping those shows on the air, they started talking about comic books. They started talking about graphic novels.
Yes.
You have people like one of the Jamila Rouser. I'm a big fan of hers, and Wash Day. So I've been trying to get people to start paying attention to what Black women are doing in pop culture in general when it comes to creating, you know, media and comics and stuff like that. So like, just like any other media, it's like we're we're blowing up TikTok. Black folks are blowing up TikTok as far as creating content. We're blowing up television in terms of Tubi, in terms of content. And I think there's an opportunity for us to do the exact same thing in comics. And I was wondering if are you seeing that same energy? Are you following that same
So
vibe?
I think it's great. I think I mean, definitely Essence Fest. That would be really I would love to be in Essence Fest, but
You got to work though.
Really,
I
say it
mean,
again.
it got to be work though, work related.
Yes. Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, look at me. Do I look like a party? Like my earrings are keyboards. So so I think the economics of it, it's very precarious, because on the one hand, it's like we can move units, but on the other hand, it's like, how do we get things greenlit on a larger scale to be able to access the marketing power to reach those people sometimes, you know?
Yes.
So like where I'm at right now, it's like, I think Issa Rae would love my comic.
Right.
I don't have access to Issa Rae, you know?
Right.
But at the same time, I think the interesting thing about this comic book thing is like she had to get to where Insecure was. She had to do a whole web series, right?
Yes.
She had to do a whole web series called Awkward Black Girl. She had to put her money towards it. She had to hire people to edit it. She had to, you know, get all of these actors together. That's the nightmare in LA, trying to get people on the same schedule, right? All I have to do is write a comic. And so in some ways, it's like a really cool, like, way to get my first foot in the door. Like, this is my step towards the Insecure, right? Whatever this book becomes, and it's not even that my aim is that it become a movie, but whatever scale it grows to, this book is the beginnings of that. And so I think we make this Kickstarter, and sure, it would be great if we could have like all of those people supporting this one Kickstarter. But this book is one step towards being able to reach, hopefully by word of mouth, all those other pockets of people, all of the hair care people. Like, I hope my book ends up on a pile of, hair magazines at a salon, you know, and the people sitting down, you know, like, I hope that we get there. We've got to make the Kickstarter. And I also wish that, like, I want everybody to feel like this book is for them. But one of the things that I think about a lot is like some of the jokes that got cut from shows that I've written on. And they were jokes that, like, you know, some people would have had to Google, right?
Right.
Now, some people would have had to be like, wait, what's that? But then some people would have felt so seen. And I'm so an advocate of not everybody has to get everything the first time, you know, because that's how we grow. That's how we understand more of the world. If everybody gets it, if everybody understands it on the first pass, I don't think you did your job. Because if you don't make a joke that the in group gets, that's the most obvious joke for the in group, then the in group thinks you're an idiot. They're like, why didn't you make this joke? We always say XYZ when such and such happens, you know? Right. And maybe somebody will have to Google something. And would that be the worst thing in the world? I don't think it is.
No. I think that's I think a lot of people, when people are trying to create something for the masses, I think that's what they typically do, to try to get it to fit into the box of that everybody will enjoy, as opposed to but that's one of the things I actually enjoy about creating content that's Black centered, is that the reality is, to a good degree, since a lot of our culture defines what's cool, it's sort of like, if we present it, they'll naturally seek it out and want to learn more because they know that we're typically on the cutting edge of something. And so a lot of times, I think to their detriment, they lose a lot of opportunities to reach influencers. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, sure. Yes.
And also too, I've been encouraging a lot of folks to really embrace those things that make them different. Start embracing those difficult, awkward cultural moments, because when you have things like you have technology like AI that is probably about to run rampant through this, these creative industries, people are going to start seeking genuine, unique voices and perspectives more. And I think people of different cultural backgrounds, they have a wealth of knowledge and information and content that is going to set them apart from what can be made in a lab, so to speak.
Yeah. Yes. I think there are some people who will be that, and then there are going to be some people who don't care, and so I don't know what we can do about it.
Well, our stance is pretty clear on AI anyway.
Yeah. Yes.
So that's a hard pass.
Oh, you're like a hard pass on AI.
Yeah.
In terms of what specifically, like, so basically, like if an artist, like for instance, if an artist, like they drew the arts but use AI to like color it, or there's no AI whatsoever?
Well, we'll probably reach the point where AI becomes viable. It is still not viable. But we are artisans. We're old school. We're not Ford or General Motors. We are a small company that make comics and graphic novels made by real creators, original creators, human beings. And I think that's where you draw the line. It's like, yes, sure, you can write a tune on your computer without any instrument, but you can even ask artificial intelligence to write you a hit by emulating stuff that is that. This is not our mission. Our mission is to remain true to who we are and put the human before everything.
That sounds wonderful. We got about a few more minutes. I want to make sure I'm sharing the Kickstarter link again. Where can they hear more about FairSquare and what you guys are doing?
Can I say just a word about this book that was just released? It's called I Run to Make My Heart Beat, and it's a slice of life book that is written by Rachel Khan, who happens to be just like the main character, Black, Jewish, and Muslim, and also an athlete and a law graduate. And this is the kind of slice of life books that we also like to publish, because we were talking about like everything that is diverse, but also the diversity of content. And and this book is extremely important to us. We love it. We fell in love with it. Kristal co-edited it. That was actually our first credit as a co-editor. You want to say a word about it?
I think it's an inspirational story, and I love that people are gravitating to it just off the cover alone, and understanding that it's a graphic memoir, which I think a lot of people don't yet have a ton of experience with in this country, but it's something that like exists in large quantity in other places around the world. And so I am excited for more people to get into these graphic memoirs, of which we have a couple now. So there's also another book called Dear Body, which are real stories from real women and non-binary people about their relationship with their bodies. I love, this is like a perfect entry into the world of comics and graphic novels for people that really don't want to go the traditional comic route, and they just want to dip their toe into like understanding how can experiencing a sequential art story affect how I take in that story, which is a very different way than like when you're reading just words on a page. And I think I want more people to be open to that. And my favorite thing to tell people is when they tell me they don't read comics or graphic novels, I ask them if they read the subtitles on the TV shows that they watch. And when they say yes, I tell them that they're already reading graphic novels, so they might as well just pick one up today. And it works almost every time.
Yeah.
I like. Do you guys work a lot with libraries and school libraries?
More and more. We got star reviews. That's funny.
Dear Buddy, so good.
My business partner stole my copy. Is that you, Kyle? Damn.
Yeah, that's probably Kyle.
Yeah. So yes, we're working with more and more libraries.
You can use that as a pull quote if you need.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. We have librarians coming to the table at shows all the time, and they're like, "Your book looked amazing. What can we get?" And of course, I run to make my heart beat now, but there was Breath of the Giant before that was dealing with the loss of a parent. With magic, there was Ultra Laser, which is a book that is eco-friendly, but also with a secret anti-colonial message in it. And we have plenty of different books that we are publishing. We have A Fox in My Brain that comes out next month, which is an exploration of how you deal with mental health, where you're a young multi-ethnic woman. We have all these kind of books that are coming. We have African manga that we're going to publish by the end of the year. So it's like there are really a ton of stuff that we're doing. We want to explore all the possibilities that this medium offers us as a publisher.
Yeah.
No, I love the fact that you are broadening the types of storytelling and the stories that can be told.
Yeah.
And also, I'm a huge. I love the fact that you're working. You're putting your work in front of librarians because they can be some of your biggest advocates when it comes to these stories. They're amazing advocates when it comes to graphic novels and stories.
And people don't realize that there are 17,000 libraries in the United States and only 400 Barnes and Noble.
But just before we go, so if people want to know more about me, my website is kristaladams.com, and you can find me at The Dark Kristal. It's Kristal with a K everywhere on social media, and magic is also spelled with a K. So I know people have the link in the thing, but please share the link because people are spelling magic wrong. We spell it with a K on our Kickstarter.
Yeah, and at FairSquare Comics. At FairSquare Comics, not just FairSquare, at FairSquare Comics everywhere on the socials.
Yes. And also, and it's not missed. I did not miss the fact that your book is inspired by Labyrinth, and you got a sting for Dark Kristal too. A very strong Muppet vibe from.
There's more Muppet than Maya Angelou up here, unfortunately.
Yeah. The Dark Kristal was another one of those stories.
I love the Dark Kristal also. Yes.
So I did catch that. I wanted to make sure I let you know that. Thank you guys for hanging out with me. This has been a great conversation. I look to follow up with you guys after the Kickstarter and the book comes out.
Thank you.
All right. Again, the Kickstarter is still live. Please check that out. There's about 16 more days. And next we have Kyle. Who do we have next? I need to get my schedule in front of me.
Next we have Fredrick Jones of Saturday AM.
Fredrick Jones of Saturday AM. That's a Black-owned manga company that you can actually find. The most diverse
manga publisher in the world.
Yes, I would agree. You can find them in Walmarts. I'm sure you can find them in other places, but I just always find it fascinating that I can walk down the book aisle in Walmart and see his manga, next to all of your other favorite mangas. Hello, Jackie Starr. Good afternoon. Yep, we just hit the lunch mark. Go.
Absolutely. Well, I wanted to chime in on FairSquare. you know, Fabrice is one of my favorite people in the biz. And one of the things you'll find with FairSquare as you dig into him is that Fabrice is like, I'm going to use the word moral compass, but his ethics that he brings to everything. That whole company is about being absolutely fair and equitable to everybody. Like it is, the business model is built that way. And he's someone who has seen the negative side of how the big companies do things. So he's doing things differently in a really important way that really does build on the inclusion and the model and that kind of stuff that they kind of talked about and the kind of things we're talking about here. My favorite thing ever is at a convention to get Fabrice going, to get him riled up, because Kristal will just laugh because she knows what I'm doing. And he'll get all worked up because he's so passionate about what he does and he wants to bring the best quality content to everybody all the time. And they're doing great work there. I just got a text from Fredrick Jones. He's rebooting his computer. He will be here momentarily. Why don't we take a little commercial break here and I'll show you guys some stuff about the experience schedule, and Amani can get a drink of water because he's been talking for 2.5 hours without stopping. So why don't we do that? And by then Fred should be here.
Drink the water. Yes. All right.
That's fair. All right. We'll see you.
Yep.
Welcome back.
Thank you. I am back. It is I, Iman Latif.
Well,
Go.
no, we're ready. Fred's here, and we're ready to roll. Thanks, everybody, for bearing with me during that break while I showed you all that stuff.
All right. I'd like to welcome everybody back to BCU 2.0, presented by Black Comix Universe.com and The Experience. I am your host, Iman Latif, creator of Black Comix Universe. BlackComixUniverse.com, where I do one thing very well, and that is I read, collect, and study historically Black comics, and that also includes manga. One of my favorite manga publishers out right now happens to be a Black-owned company. Claims to be the most diverse manga publishing company in all the land, and I believe it to be so. And I'd like to bring on my friend here, the creator and the mind behind Saturday AM, Fredrick Jones. How you doing, man?
I'm doing good, Amani. How you doing, man?
I'm doing good, man. Welcome back. We had you the first time we did it, BCU 1.0, which was, how long ago was that? That was forever ago.
I was going to say it's been a long time ago, man. Because
yeah, it was a grip. 2021. Good Lord. Yeah. You had your whole crew with us. And you shared with us everything that you guys were doing over at Saturday AM. Just real quick, I want to give you your flowers because I've been following you guys even before I got the chance to meet you the first time. It's been 10 years or 15 years since I actually started following you guys, but you've been doing it for a minute. And I've always felt like, whether it's not just you guys getting into manga specifically as a genre, but also it's always felt like you guys have been on whatever cutting edge experience as far as reaching fans and sharing this content with readers for early, before anybody else was into this stuff. You guys have been doing subscription services for decades, not for a minute. Creating an app around what you publish, which I'm thinking like now people are starting to catch on, which is like, 10, 15 years later or whatever. Being a part of the manga community and things like that. I think some of the stuff that you guys have done as publishers have been so forward thinking, and I just wanted to let you know that and I believe you're about to share even more forward thinking ideas with us today, and I just want to give you your flowers on that note, man.
Well, hey, I appreciate that. I mean, first of all, it's only been 10 years. I already got gray hair, so don't give me more gray hair. It's only been 10 years.
No, bro. It felt like a minute though, but yeah, for 10 years for sure, but definitely.
Hey, I mean, like I said, I want to thank you for that. I mean, been doing it for 10 years, and I think one of the things that's been so fascinating with it has been, number one, has been like you're coming from corporate America and coming from the video game industry, like, there was always a game plan, right? There was always a game plan. But, in this space where everyone can upload their comic, and people can be very loud on the internet and put themselves out there in such crazy ways. I think sometimes, particularly with young people, and I see this a lot, particularly in our community, is that there becomes this sense of like, I want it now. And if you're not telling me that it's now, then the hell with you, right? And I think our community in particular, young people I see today, and by the way, we have amazing young people in our company, but there is this sense where, where you just, where you're talking to people and there's like you said, it's like, it's been a decade. See these kids that pop on social media talking about, man, why is it not happening already? And it's like, we've been at it for a decade. You know what I'm saying? Like you said, we've been doing things for a decade. Like there's no other group doing the things that we're doing. So it's just one of those things where, where it's definitely appreciated. But I remember, I'll never forget, again, being part of the culture and having some age on us. If you were, there was the Source Awards a couple of years ago, maybe 2 years ago, and Tyler the Creator got up there. I believe it was Tyler the Creator. And I'm a big fan of his, young man, but I think he's very creative, very different. And he got up there and he stopped the award he was getting to give credit to LL Cool J, who was behind him, who I think had presented the award to him. And LL Cool J was emotional, not like crying or anything, but he got emotional talking about how again, LL Cool J was one of the foundations of the industry as we know it today.
Right.
And a lot of these young cast men act like LL Cool J is like some old, ridiculous, non-relevant figure because hip hop has evolved so much. And so I just think that, and so and so I remember he just was saying the thing. He's like, man, so it's like, I so appreciate it. He said, it's like, he said, the things that we did to try to pave the way, he said, it's so nice to see young people, just even give credit to that. And so I just appreciate you even just calling out the fact that, we've been at this for a minute. We've been trying to do a lot of things. We've been trying to make a foundation for it because, again, the hope, and we'll talk about this today in our presentation, but the hope is that all the young people, Black, white, Latino, whatever, that come after us, that they will find that pathway to get their book, for example, in the manga section into a major store. They'll find that much easier than it would have been a decade ago. You know what I'm saying? A decade ago, like the notion that you could be anything but Japanese and get your book into the manga section at Barnes and Nobles, but that wasn't even on the conversation. You know what I'm saying? That wasn't even a thought. And so, try to build these things, whether it benefits us or benefits folks down the road. We try to build things just to try to show them, hey, there's a pathway for this. We're trying to kick that door open and put the foot in the door so that more of you can come through. And hopefully, over time, we will have created more of those diverse voices into the manga space.
Speaking of diverse voices, I was thinking about this earlier that I'm so used to thinking in an American mindset, so oddly enough, when I even have conversations about ethnicity, diversity, race, culture, even those conversations for me as a person of color, even those are still very much boxed into the American experience.
Yeah.
What have you experienced in those same terms as far as diversity and culture? How is it different as you're presenting this particular, Black, whether it's Black culture or people of color, presenting it to a whole nother, genre in terms of manga and Asian culture and Japanese culture and things like that? How is it significantly different?
Well, I mean, so it's not, but it's not because of this, right? It's not because of the mentality. You know what I'm saying? Like, I believe in us, our people. So, let's put it this way. The one thing that's been surprising to me has been, again, we've a decade, we've had, racism, we've had, bigotry, we've had people throw, I've had Black folk angry at me because we also welcome gay and lesbian people. I've had gay and lesbian people angry at me because they feel like we prioritize Black over gay and lesbian, which is ridiculous. We've obviously had white racism. We've had Black kids who are upset because, like they're not creating Black characters. So they feel like somehow the fact that we're succeeding at it, with like clock strikers, like somehow there's something wrong with that. I can't even get my thing up here. There we go. I can't even get it up there. Right. I'm so old. But, we see that sort of silliness a lot with young Black artists that are running around on Webtoon and Manga Plus and so forth, that, they rarely create Black characters. And so they feel like they kind of invent these issues to start in because they're not, doing anything. But the whole thing with it has been really simple. That is that, and this is really an easy way to look at it. You read manga, right? I think I heard your son reads manga, right? He's a big fan of manga.
Yes. Yeah.
So, right. So manga features Japanese people for the most part, right? They don't always look Japanese, but they feature Japanese people. I bet that your son or you have probably thought to yourself, man, this stuff is so cool, man. We'll talk about this in a moment. We just had the passing of Akira Toriyama, but like get so into it, and you're like, man, I want to go to Japan one day, man, because this stuff seems so awesome. This and the other. Think about that. This is a culture and a community that is 99% homogeneous. They put together a product, put it out there, don't feature us at all, and you and your son and people that you and I both know are so excited about it that we want to go to Japan. It happened to me, and I'm 50 years old. I went to Japan when I was 15 through Duke University, right? Through an exchange city program. So that's how big entertainment is that it can drag us into falling in love with a beautiful community that doesn't feature us at all. Like, man, I want to learn more about this. So that's my mentality, is that so when it comes to the question of will Asian people, will white people, will European people, will Latino people be into stuff that features Black characters? They've already proven they can. They can be into stuff that features Japanese characters and they don't look Japanese, they speak Japanese, and yet they were like, man, this stuff is dope, man. I mean, I would love to go to Japan one day. So if that can happen, then I believe enough in you and I and our people and our culture and every contribution that we've made on the planet to believe that, if we put a product out there that's exciting, people will they'll read it and be like, man, this is dope, man. Oh my God, man, I didn't know the sort of perspective and context of things from that perspective. Man, I want to learn more. I want to get into Black culture more. I want to learn more. Like, I want to read more work from Black authors, African or which, of course, is, to your point, is very different from Black, right? From Black characters like that. So so we have we talked earlier about being the world's most diverse manga brand. The reason that we say that is because it's true. I mean, we have the most Black African artists than nearly any country on the planet, for literally from Ghana and Niger and Nigeria and Senegal and South Africa and Zimbabwe. We got so unless you know where Marvel's running around them folks, I ain't seen it. I'm 50 years old. I ain't never seen Marvel, DC run around with that many Africans at all. So yeah, I mean, so for us, we've always been we have the belief that manga proves day in and day out that you can produce content, exciting content with a culture that is not like most other cultures, and yet fall in love with it because the content is good, the artwork's really strong, the story is really good. And we, again, like I said, we see this time and time again. Hip hop is one of those popular music forms throughout the world. When we started, hip hop was, at least when I was a kid, hip hop was an urban. By urban, I mean New York Black thing. And I remember all the challenges that came. I'm not talking about just the standard stuff like Vanilla Ice and the Beastie Boys. And so I remember when that came, people were like, "Oh God!" But then you had like the pressure or the sort of controversies when you had Chopped and Screwed coming out of Houston. You had the controversy coming West Coast rap. You had the controversies coming out of seeing hip hop from the Southeast, a la Outkast. So, so nowadays, I've lived that life, and I've seen nowadays the biggest hip hop star in the world, the two biggest hip hop stars in the world. One is a white kid from Detroit, and the other is a biracial Jewish kid from Canada. Very far from where hip hop started. So again, I think that culture is always dominant in terms of the people who help make it happen, but it's also always evolving by the people who discover it and then really get involved with it. And I think that Sam has just tried to say, manga is more than just being from Japan. It is a culture, it's a style, and as a result of that, anyone can replicate it. And if they bring authenticity to it, then then they can succeed.
Before I just let me know whenever you're ready to go into your showcase. But I do want to, you got me excited because I'm always fascinated by anybody that has broken into the market in terms of the African continent in any shape, form, or fashion, only because when it comes to our audience and our creativity, I feel like that is sort of like the biggest opportunity for a lot of independent creators, whether it's manga or comics. I think that the African audience is one of the hugest opportunities, and I just wanted to know what your experience has been like, reaching out to those artists, but also sharing the work with that particular market?
So both of those are works in progress. I mean, so the African creators, and really any creators, Brazil, Argentina, you name it. These creators come to us. So we've been very excited about that. We've been very excited about, creators who discover us. And we're going to talk about a little bit about that today, about how we discover those creators. But, in terms of getting creators out of Africa and so forth, that continues to be a work in progress. The fact of the matter is that because we have some of the biggest artists from Africa, like White Manga, and the Saka Galadima, who does Clock Striker, White Manga does Apple Black, then that serves as a beacon for other Africans, and so they feel very confident in reaching out to us. In terms of producing content and having it into the continent, again, like, the deals that we have are they are based on, and they are produced with, we have co-publishing partnerships basically. So one of the challenges and we work with some very big companies. So the challenge with that is that very few companies, and this is not a fault of the companies, very few companies have inroads into all of the content, because just like the brick scenario, if you're old enough to remember kind of business, the way business operated back in the early aughts, where people were rushing to try to get into Brazil, India, China, the BRIC countries. Part of the challenge with that was infrastructure.
Yes.
You build the infrastructure. You had to build the infrastructure that allowed this part of the country to talk to this part of the country or continent, and to have trucking and fiber optics and other things that could allow content to freely flow from one into the other easily, so that outside companies could ship product to the continent and have it actually disseminated. Africa is a real challenge, more so than any other place, because you're not talking about a continental mass like America or China or Brazil that represents a huge part of that area. You're talking about a continent that features, over 30 countries. And so it's very difficult to get all these countries to work together.
Yes.
And then to therefore, and then have the infrastructure, the roads, and so on and so forth. So there's a host of issues that go on there. That's not to say it's impossible, and that's not to say that content can't make it in there. We've obviously, made inroads into the major countries, Nigeria and Senegal and South Africa and so on. But we're still working to develop that further, and that's going to be a process. It's not going to happen overnight. It's going to be
no, for sure.
Yeah.
No, I was explaining to a student actually, that when you talk about comics here in the States, we don't realize how good we have it in terms of just being able to go to a comic book store or go to a bookstore and find your favorite book, on the shelf. When you talk about countries like that, with issues like infrastructure, where bookstores are rare. And so in places like that, where you have comic book or folks here in the States are like turning nose up on platforms, on digital platforms or digital comics. But that's why in places like Japan or Brazil or Africa, even webtoons and all these other platforms take off, because they're not used to, having these books in print accessible. That's sort of like in places like the African continent, digital and that these technologies become far more valuable in terms of introducing new books and IPs.
100%. And so, what we found in Africa is that the library market is tied to universities, first of all. So it's not a lot of community libraries. So that's your first way really to kind of get books into people's hands, because there's not a lot of stores, to your point, that are uniform, right?
Right.
And then when you get past that, the other problem, which is very much tied to the explosion of digital there, but it comes down to currency, like what digital currency do you use? A lot of it's tied to mobile phones. So like mobile phone payments, and that's the only way you can buy stuff digitally. So there's a lot of challenges. I mean, like, again, I've been studying it for quite some time. I am not, I'm African American, but I've never been to the continent, unfortunately. So I've been learning a lot through, researching it, and then working with a lot of companies to try to figure out how we can crack it, and then obviously talking to the really smart people we have like Odunze, White Manga, and the young man named Pop Sule, and so on about their experiences. And so it's complex, but I think, as you indicated at the very beginning of this, it is the future. There's no doubt about it. The talent that's going to come from Africa in the future is going to be dramatic. Look at the NBA. I mean, so like it's going to happen. And so, what we want to do is just try to work and make sure that we can create a bridge, for that really allows these creators to have a chance to to follow that path and to live their dreams, whether that's through us or somewhere else. But you got to first put the effort in, and we're trying to do that for sure.
Well, sure, man. This seems like the perfect time to go into your presentation, if you like.
Yeah.
Go into your showcase.
Yeah. So I think I'm able to. Yeah, there we go. All right. So well, first of all, we just celebrated our 10-year anniversary, as I indicated. So it's been a decade of. We started November 2013. Now it's we've just been really excited and honored to get this far. So so it's been a real pleasure to just shepherd this group and this company to this stage. First of all, I want to pay our respects to the great Akira Toriyama. While he came a little after my time, it wasn't necessarily the influence on me personally. So many of our young creators like Jay Oden and White Manga and others, were just really, really caught by his brilliance and inspired by his brilliance. And as I was saying to someone the other night, part of Akira Toriyama's legacy, what makes him so special, is that he influenced many of the top artists that are influencing young people today, right? So Ichiro Oda, the creator of One Piece, Masashi Kishimoto, creator of Naruto. So many of these folks were influenced by Akira Toriyama that in turn, is part of the legacy that continues to build on our young creators, because they've been exposed to something that caught them, and our creators are no different. So want to definitely wish that man's family, his colleagues, his children, his wife, and so on, our deepest sympathies. 68, again, like I said, I'm 50. 68 is young. That's young. So I feel bad that brother died, but I hope that he created, he should be proud of. So I wish him much love. So, as you said, we've been busy these past decade. We have partnerships across the spectrum. We've got different types of products. I mean, hell, we got more products I didn't even put on this document. But aside from manga, being the first Black-owned company to have manga sold in the manga section of stores worldwide. In fact, we're in 41 countries. We produce trading cards. We've got more announcements coming in that space. We've got apparel like this right here, which is sold in stores from a company called Atsuko. We had this major partnership recently with the company called SanDisk, which are the largest makers of flash drives and memory cards in the world. And they have character Clock Striker on their packaging. So it's been a hell of a ride. Part of the birth of what we do and the growth of what we do is our digital magazine, which features 3 magazines you can read for free if you download the app. Saturday AM, of course, is our flagship. It's kind of like Shonen Jump. Saturday PM is our adult magazine. And when I say adult, I just mean mostly older teen. It's going to be more violence. It's going to be more, more kind of suggestive things going on. And then Saturday Brunch, which also skews a tad older, is our magazine devoted to female and or LGBTQ readers, because it features those types of characters. So these 3 magazines are part of our legacy, as part of our community, and it's what drives so much of what we do in terms of our books. Clock Striker was recently featured in Japan's Kyoto International Manga Museum, first major non-Japanese manga to be featured in that context with a Black character. So could not be more excited about that, man. Again, we started the company, we see so many people, and like I said, you hear some silly young Black kids sometimes talk about the fact that it's not real manga. And again, that's mainly because they're not creating Black characters. And yet, here's a Black character that we got so much heat for creating, and Japanese are saying, man, this is dope. This is crazy good. And that's just, so it goes back to what you said. I mean, can our stuff translate overseas? Absolutely. Whoops. Speaking of Clock Striker and other titles, we've had a number of awards this year. Clock Striker was a 2023 young adult graphic novel for best graphic novel for kids or teens from YALSA, which is one of the most prestigious organizations. We were a finalist in the Dwayne McDuffie Award for Diversity in Comics. We're a finalist for the Sybil's Award for Clock Striker. Gunhill, which is one of our titles we'll talk about in a moment, won best graphic novel for kids in the UK. And Apple Black, one of our mega hit series, came in third place behind One Piece and I forget the other title. It came in third place in the comic scene's best manga award. So again, you're talking about our content, really, these characters are becoming iconic. These series are becoming very popular, and that's just a huge win for us. Like I said, SanDisk, this is a multi-billion-dollar company. They saw what we were doing. They saw the devotion we had towards diversity, towards different communities. They saw the fact that we had Clock Striker, which of course, again, this award-winning manga title featuring a Black female lead character. They saw all this and they said, you know what, this is what we want to have as a mascot for our hard drive. So the hard drive is amazing. If you get the SSD, in fact, I got it right here if you can see it, but it's really small. It's very small. It's got our characters on the packaging and so forth, but when you plug it in, it actually has content. You can see here on the slide, it actually features content. So you can actually have like short stories you can read. It has a tutorial on how to make black hair, all these cool things right there on the SSD when you plug it into your thing. But it's got a terabyte of storage. Really, really cool. So we couldn't be proud of this relationship. SanDisk has been amazing. And even if you want to check out future stuff, if you get the SSD at Best Buy and some other places, it actually has the first chapter of something we're going to talk about in a moment, which is Apple Black Origins. That's new. We had apparel I talked about, Atsuko. Atsuko works with the biggest manga brands. You're talking about they work with Naruto, Viz, Kodansha, Attack on Titan apparel, Webtoon. So for them to choose Saturday AM and to do a photo shoot with one of our creators in white manga, that's just amazing, man. That's amazing. So yeah, really, really great stuff there. Let's see. Next up, we did a Humble Bundle. That was really big for us. It was the first time Humble Bundle had done a manga bundle of that type. And so we put together a diverse manga bundle to celebrate our decade, but also to have all of our books on order. And we raised money for Bink, which is an incredible organization devoted towards Black. They've got a thing to help Black creators or not Black creators, but Black people own bookstores, which again, we talk we talk about diversity. You got to care about diversity from top to bottom. And so what I'm so happy with Bink is that they are literally empowering minorities to be more active in the book community, which again, for whatever reason is notoriously not diverse. So that's something again that if you talk about diversity like we do, you got to actually live by it. So we were so happy to raise money for Bink for what they stand for. We had a 10-year anniversary in Durham, North Carolina. We brought in people from around the world, our creators from New Zealand and France and Denmark. We had people traveling as far away as Connecticut and West Virginia just to attend. So it was really incredible. I got to say, building a company over a decade, building with these incredibly diverse talent, and then seeing them all interact with one another like their family, man, it's heartwarming. And it just proves that Saturday AM, is going to be here for a long time. It was an incredible experience. And big shout out to all of our folks who came in for that. So let's talk about the titles that are coming up. So we got Apple Black Volume 5. This is a big title. White Manga is our superstar creator. He's got 500,000 followers. So again, 5 volumes of a series sold in the manga section, sold around the world for one of our top creators out of Africa, out of Nigeria. So if you love things like Bleach, My Hero Academia, even Strange Academy from Marvel Comics, you're gonna love Apple Black, which is kind of like Harry Potter meets manga. It's or meets Bleach. So really, really cool. Volume 5 is the start of their tournament arc. And if you don't know again anything about white manga, like this is some of the artwork from Volume 5. So you can just see just how devastatingly good this guy is. I mean, he is the real deal. So we're very excited about that. People can pre-order Volume 5 now. But this is going to be a really big volume for us. We can't wait for this to come out. Gunhill, this is an award-winning title I talked about earlier. Gunhill Volume 2 is coming this spring. If you are in a series like Hooky or Lore Olympus or even Bone, then you're really going to dig the series. It's a series that's perfect for young adults. but at the same time, it's got some edge to it, kind of like Steven Universe and so. It's got some edge to it that adults can really appreciate. So it's really good stuff. This character Gun Hill basically is a Jotun. She's kind of like a monster-ish type person in the Norse mythology. She wants to be a god because she's discriminated against, and she's like, well, if I become a god, they'll all respect me, like Loki, who's also a Jotun. But she finds the guys that want her to become a god, so she embarks on a trek to become a god herself, mainly also because she's getting visions of Ragnarok, which is the end of everything, and she has to try to stop it. So wonderful series. Fred Torninger, the creator of this, is incredible. She's an award-winning creative out of Denmark. We discovered her through our summer manga program a couple of years ago, and here a few years later, she's not only got volume 1, she's got volume 2 out. So this is gonna be a big book. It's coming out in the spring. It's got full color, so it's an incredible book. So perfect for young readers, perfect for older readers who just love great art and stories. So highly recommend Gun Hill. It's gonna be a big title for us. One of the big books we came out with a few years ago that became a juggernaut hit for us is Making Manga, or How to Draw a Diverse Manga. So this is the book. Yes, this is a big book. One of our best sellers. Teaches you how to draw, diverse characters in the manga style, how to not make them, stereotypical, big noses, big, dumb looking faces and so forth. Also show you how to draw black hair. That's something that when we started Clock Striker, it was something that I worked with a number of Asian artists, and it blew my mind how difficult they found drawing black characters. I've heard this as well from the Japanese, so we thought, okay, well, let's create a book that shows them how to draw black characters and other types of characters. Well, Making Manga sequel to that, it's coming out this fall. It's going to be really big. We got talent like White Manga, Jay Oden, Asaka Galadima, J.R. DeBard, who are contributing to it. And as a result of that, the real hook with this is that at the end, there are two short stories, that pages that we provide that the reader can then try their hand at. So we kind of give them a way to kind of say, okay, now this is what we did. Now you try it, and we give them the setup to kind of like do that. And we're really excited about that. It's going to cover the entire making manga process. So again, this is a perfect book to pre-order if you really enjoy How to Draw Diverse Manga, or you really want a specific title about how to make manga from people who do it and have succeeded at it. Especially if you're not Japanese, then this is it. You're going to touch on all the diverse elements as well that make up creating manga the way we do it. So really excited about this book. This going to be a huge hit. Apple Black Origins. This is based on Apple Black, of course, comes out in the spring. What makes this book unique is that this is the first diverse light novel that has been released into the marketplace. So just like we revolutionized manga with more diverse characters, we're doing the same thing with light novels. Light novels have become really big. Sword Art Online, Log Horizon, Overlord. These are giant franchises that have come into America, dominating not just anime charts where they have anime adaptations, but also dominating the Barnes & Nobles are creating whole sections around light novels. Well, we're entering that fray. We're honored to have Stephanie Williams from Marvel Comics and DC Comics, a sister who's incredibly talented. She's writing the light novel for us from White Manga's from his plot. And we've also got White Manga contributing some full color illustrations for it. It's not a manga, it's a book, but it's really excited for this. So don't really have anything to show of that because it's just text, but this is going to be really big. Features it's a prequel set in the world of Apple Black, focusing on a black female character named Willow who has vitiligo. That's that skin pigmentation disease. Except in her case, it's a map, and so it has this magical property. So now she's on this quest to kind of find this thing, and so it's a really exciting book. I think people are going to love it, especially Apple Black fans, but anyone who loves light novels and is looking for more diversity is going to love this book. So we're really excited about this.
Real quick, can you go real quick? I'm sorry. Can you go back a little bit? Can you explain to me can you mention again what a light novel is?
Yeah, my bad. Yeah. So a light novel in Japan, everything is obviously smaller, manga titles are smaller. If you get the books, they're physically smaller than a lot of the manga books that American company, even the American companies based on Japanese companies, the manga here will be slightly bigger than the manga in Japan. It's just the way they do it. In Japan, everything's just a little smaller. For one reason, there's not a lot of space. So light novels were kind of this concept of creating novels the same way we have regular novels, but making them smaller and more kind of bite-sized. So for one reason, because the idea was that, you know what, hey, if we just make this, for example, 200 pages, then this can come out and it would drop every couple of months, right? Whereas a typical novel, Harry Potter, took years in between volumes, right? And it would be hundreds of pages long. But this one is meant to be kind of straightforward, kind of like Pulp Fiction was back in the 30s, because you can and then likewise, as someone put here in the chat, novella is a good description as well. So yeah, it's just a smaller form of a traditional novel.
Yeah.
Yeah. So next up, of course, is the award-winning Clock Striker. This is one of our Juggernaut series along with Apple Black, and we're super excited for this. This is coming out late summer. It continues a storyline that we began in Volume 1, unearthing more secrets of Miss Clock, which is Cass, the main hero here, the Black female. Her mentor, Miss Clock, it exposes more of her secrets. It also gets into more of the world that exists after this great war between the mankind and machines. So it's really I'm proud of it. I'm very proud of it. This is a story that I write and created along with my artist at Saka Galadima. So this is gonna be a really big volume. Can't wait for people to see this. But this is one of our flagships. Again, first Black female lead character in a shonen manga. This is big. So we're excited for the next step of this.
Can you repeat that just for my collectors out there? Historical manga collectors. She is the first black female,
first black character in a shonen manga, and we would get young people trying to argue it. It's always so sad because I'm 50 years old. I've been following this stuff longer than most of these kids have been alive. There are no black manga characters of any significance, and so it kills me when you got young black kids, and again, I'm not hating on them, but like when you get young black kids talking about Piccolo is black, the green alien with antenna, and I'm like, I'm too proud of a black person to say that. You might, as a kid, you might think that, and God luck with you, brother, but like that's not for a proud black man. I don't identify with a green alien with antenna. Likewise, you can't claim black sidekick characters. I mean, characters who are sidekicks who don't even represent that they are black, right? Like they don't even say they're black. You don't know they're black. They just got darker skin tone to separate them from other characters in the manga, like Yororichi, which in Bleach. I don't know if she's black. Yeah, I don't know if she's black, but you got young black people who are so desperate to see black folks that they will claim blackness when it doesn't exist. So Clock Striker is the first black female lead hero ever in a manga. Period. Full stop. Right. And that's just how it goes with that. Next up, we got Saturday Wars. This is a big one. Manga has always had these incredible, epic stories, but they've never crossed over the way we do in American comic books. And since we are an American company, even though we have global artists and we operate in the manga aesthetic, we decided to do a crossover where all the characters came together. So still a little too early to show. To show the stuff here, but we're so proud of this. It's gonna be a huge book. It's a crossover featuring all of our characters in this gigantic cataclysmic event, and so we're really stoked for this. It's gonna be really big, and comes out in the fall. We'll be revealing more of it and showing the interior art soon. We got a trailer coming, but wasn't ready today. Wasn't ready back when I did Comics Pro a couple of weeks ago. But it's going to be big. I think people really love the art of it. They're going to love the surprises in it. But I will say that one of the things that we're doing with this that I think is really unique for us and for most companies is when you look at Marvel and DC, which of course are the two biggest Western companies. One of the things that I'll answer that question in a minute. One of the things that I think is interesting is they have a cosmic identity, right? So in other words, they have a threat level that goes so big that it goes beyond your normal super. So you got Superman, you got Spider-Man, they can fight like these incredible, powerful villains and so forth. But when in the case of Marvel, when Galactus or when the Celestials or when Thanos gets involved, it's a whole different level. These are people who literally control the fate of the universe. In DC Comics, you've got Darkseid, and you've got Krona, and you've got all these really powerful characters that are part of the makeup of those universes. So in the case of Saturday AM, and a lot of independent manga or independent comics in general, there really hadn't been a cosmic mythology that allowed these things to happen. And that's what we decided to do with Saturday Wars. So we're creating a cosmic mythology that, again, being a kid who grew up reading Marvel and DC Comics, and being 50 years old, like I have a real hope that this is going to be an interesting cosmic set of characters that you're going to meet that will become as unique and as popular as Thanos and Darkseid. Again, that's high talk, I know, and I'm not saying it's going to happen, but that's definitely we put a lot of effort into creating these cosmic characters and creating this cosmic identity for the Saturday AM multiverse. So we'll see how it goes, but that's one of the big parts of this. And then to answer the question, I can't answer the question because we wanted to be a surprise, but the point is that there is a core artist working on Saturday Wars, but you may see some cameos from some of our other artists in there as well. So
cool. And,
so we got some other
Super Slaps. But
yeah. But run through this real quickly so I can leave time for any questions. But we got we got several more books coming out, but MWOG, which is really, really big. Volume 2 is coming from our credit out of New Zealand. This is like Yu-Gi-Oh! With the South Asian lead character Hammer, which is a big series. The artist of Rick and Morty manga is doing this. It's coming out. Another volume 5 title coming out this fall, and then Orisha, which is our first all African shonen, meaning that all the characters are African, everything about it's African. This creator's out of Nigeria. It's gonna be a big title. Think of Avatar, The Last Airbender, but if set in Africa with different African mythological ideas. So really excited for Orisha. Really excited for these 3 titles. Other titles are coming as well. I don't want to shortchange anything. We got a coloring book. We got Titan King Volume 3, but I'll just hold this up and say that these are all the books we've released and are releasing. So you can see here that Saturday has been really hard at work. And so we got a lot of stuff coming for sure. So stay tuned for these. And then the last thing I want to talk about, 2 last things I want to talk about. 1, please shop at comic stores. Our stuff is sold in stores all around the country, all around the world. Comic stores are really important to us. They provide so much just support and commitment to the community of their local areas. And so we want to support them. And so if you go to a local comic store, you can look for this door cling on their doors, and that'll let you know that they carry Saturday and manga. So we're looking to get those out to stores soon. And then we're going to be doing something really cool for comic stores. We'll be doing these dust jackets. We're going to be doing dust jackets for some of our books. This is the dust jacket for Hammer, for example. And these are agnostic. They can go on any of the Hammer volumes, volume 1, 2, 3, 4, or 5. But they're going to only be available exclusively at comic book stores. So we're very excited about this. It's just another commitment we have to the comic book store market to grow it and to help readers find their favorite manga, Saturday manga as well, inside of comic book stores. One more thing, and this is the big thing, of course, we told all of our fans to come check out, and that is our Summer of Manga event. Every year we do Summer of Manga. It's how we discover new creators out of Africa, Latin America, so on and so forth. So we are very excited to finally reveal the 2024 Summer of Manga, and we've got some news to share about it, which is why we chose BCU 2.0 to do so. And yeah, Walmart is always up and down, man, but Walmart has had our books for quite some bit, but some Walmarts never did. And so I traveled to, the fact there are 3 near me. I live in Durham. There are 3 near me, and only 1 had them. And then there were, several outside of where I live at, like an hour away, and they had all of them. So I just don't understand how that works. Because I live in a big city. You would think that they'd have them here, but they had like 1 store had them here out of 3. Had to travel an hour away to find all the books. So it was just kind of crazy. But Summer of Manga, let's talk about Summer of Manga. So Summer of Manga is our big event where we discover creators from around the world. It's unique. We've been doing it for almost as long as we've had Saturday AM. We've discovered amazing creators. Like I said, again, there would be no Gunhild, which has, of course, a graphic novel, and volume 2 is coming out this fall. There would be no Gunhild without Summer of Manga. This was pitched to us as part of Summer of Manga a couple of years ago, and we then brought it in. So with that being said, this year's Summer of Manga is our first Summer of Manga we've ever tried to do anything different. I want to talk about what those are. Here are the details. First of all, we will be giving a cash prize for the top exclusive short story that comes through Summer of Manga. So Summer of Manga will consist of us going through maybe 1,000 or more entries we're going to choose just a handful of entries. And of those entries, this happens every year, but of those entries, a few are going to be exclusively for our magazine. And then others are going to be for the websites. We're going to choose about 6 entries to be for the magazine, and those will be eligible for this big cash prize. I'm not going to reveal the cash prize is yet, but I'm going to tell you that, let's just say, folks who've been a part of Saturday AM that we removed or that left have ended up on other platforms, and they've won. They won like the bronze level or whatever. That tells you just how strong the artists of Saturday AM are, that they can go onto another platform and already and beat many of the folks who are there. So if they can win and get a small cash prize, we're going to certainly try to do something similar to that on our platform. So cash prize for 6 entries. The best of those 6 entries will get a cash prize. They'll run in the magazine exclusively. Number 2, there will be opportunities for people who have pre-existing works. If they want to reach our audience, they want to be a part of all the things that we do during Summer Manga, they will we will have the slots for them to appear on our website, and there'll be some really exciting things they can do there to generate money for themselves. Likewise, we are going to allow, once again, writers to participate. So last year was our first time letting writers participate without an artist. And so we entered them in for light novel type stuff. And so we're going to do the same thing this year. So basically, we will not match creators. We've never done that. We don't have the time to try to match this artist and this writer, but we certainly will work to try to have lots of folks in who are either writers solo, are artists who also write, or a writer-artist team that's pre-existing. You will all be eligible to participate in this event. So we're very excited about this and what this can do. Some of the rules are kind of the same as they've always been. Minimum age is 18. We want people to have some life experience. You got to have an online portfolio that is public. We want to see your work. If we have to go to your IG page or go to some website, we got to like enter credentials just to see your portfolio, then we automatically reject that. The reason is really simple, folks. If you're going to be doing this and you're going to be entering your content out there for people to see your work, it should be available for people to see your work. You should be able to deal with all the stuff that comes with being publicly available. So that's something we would say on that front. We want your actual legal name. So it doesn't mean we're going to present that, but we need to know who we're talking to. So anonymous type stuff, we can't do that. Number one, you couldn't get paid. We have to know who you are anyway to pay you. So yeah, we need to know your legal information. So if that's something that you're just unable to do, then that would be a concern, and we would probably not be able to work with you. PG-13 content only. One of the reasons, again, that we do it the way we do it is because we just have an issue. So that's we'll see young people, for example, trying to sell us on really adult content, and that's just weird and disturbing. So PG-13 content only. Saturday AM is a very successful brand because we've been very accessible to big companies. We're not out there courting controversy and so forth. So we want PG-13 content only, and it must be original content. So if your content features character designs that come from another property, we've had that done before where someone tried to sneak a Radiant manga character design into their work. That's a no-no. Likewise, if it's so obviously Chainsaw Man, that's not going to work for us either. So it must be original content. And again, we will vet all of these things as we're determining the folks who will be a part of this year's Summer Manga. There are no emails. It's just survey. So you don't have to send us your comic. There'll be a place for you to post a link to your comic. Again, it needs to be an open platform like Webtoon. We're not going to go buy something to read your work or to see what you can do. It needs to be publicly available for free for us to assess your stuff, your talent. The submission period opens on March 11th and ends on April 8th. So we're going to have about a month to run through all the entries. Again, this is a big deal. We get a lot of entries in. We've been doing it for a very long time. So just do keep all of that in mind, that we want to try to work on those pieces there. I know there are a couple of questions here, so I'm going to get to those in just a second. Let me just check if there's anything else. Oh, there'll be some prizes. So the cash prize would also be prizes from SanDisk and from Atsuko, things of that nature for this year's Summer Manga. So even if you don't win the big prize, we'll still support you in those areas. Okay, so let me get some of these questions that are here. Let me see what we got here. So someone's saying, would we want to see any storyboarding or any of the sort of prep things for designs, plot points, that kind of thing? Right. So summer manga, again, it's a part of what makes summer manga. Oh, and one last thing I'll say too is that the folks who participate in summer manga typically end up getting published, get commissioned to get published inside of our anthology book, Saturday AM Annual, every year. So every year we've taken creators from summer manga and put them in here. So again, getting published, getting reviewed critically, getting real feedback from professionals, having a chance to win money this year, prizes, and still end up ultimately potentially get published. These are all the things that make what Saturday AM does really unique and really special. And that's why summer manga is such a big event for us. But let me get these questions. So as far as number one, yes, it's only Saturday AM. It's only Saturday AM. This is just our thing. We've been doing it, like I said, for almost a decade. Number two, the question was asked about, do you need to do any prep for this? And all I would say is that your online portfolio needs to have all the examples of your work. So if you've got a comic that you've created on Webtoon, you need to make sure that you put the link in the survey so we can go check that out. If you've got just only an Instagram page, you need to have examples of sequential artwork. So if you're an artist that just has artwork of characters and so on and so forth, that doesn't work. And the reason it doesn't work, of course, is because it's hard for us to assess if you can actually do a physical book. So we want to make, or pages, right? Sequential artwork is very different from just illustrations. So we want to see the entire diversity of your work, of the range of your work. And that starts with a portfolio that consists of comic pages, character designs, different types of characters, right? If you only draw Goku, how do we know you can draw a woman? How do we know if you can draw someone who's tall, someone who's short, someone who's stout, someone who's maybe not athletic? So we want to see diversity of art on your profile. As far as existing project entry separate from the pitch project. So first of all, you can only enter one. You can only enter one time, and that's how we keep this manageable for us. It's not a condemnation of any artist. It's not us saying your ideas suck. We just get a lot of interest. We're a small company, so the more we can reduce the stuff coming in and have a chance to really review it, that's fantastic. So that's the key thing there for us. You're right. So the thing about summer manga, the way it works, summer manga is built for original short stories. So as I said, we're going to separate the way summer manga works this year. That's one of the big innovations. And people who have pre-existing content of any page length will be able to participate, but just on the website. And people who are going to do it the way it's traditionally been done, which is creating an original story from scratch, those folks will be in the magazine. So from that standpoint, yes, there is no maximum page count that you need to submit because you're not submitting any pages to us. Again, if you've got pre-existing pages, you're just going to link us to where we can read it and see it. The story that you create is going to be original after we vetted you, after we've talked to you, after we've said we like your idea. You will then produce that short story, and it might be 10 pages, 15 pages, 20 pages, 25 pages. It's going to be predicated on what we think you're capable of doing in the time frame that's there. So that's how that works. So there's no maximum entry for pages. We will determine that if you're trying to compete for the cash prize. Someone's a manga writer who can't draw. I can only enter if I already have an artist. No, you can enter as a writer. So you can enter as a writer, 100%. That's you don't have to enter you don't have to enter as someone who's waiting for an artist. If you're a writer, and folks, I say this all the time, writers write. So if you're a writer, but you need an artist to tell your story, then you got to question how much of a writer you are. I'm not saying you can't be a great writer, but writers write. You write blogs, you write posts, you write novellas, you write short stories, you write plays, you write scripts, you write. If you don't, there's a problem with it. Just like artists. If artists only ever draw, again, Goku, they don't draw people, they don't draw backgrounds, they don't draw perspective shots, then what are they doing? They might be a fan artist. They're not going to be an artist that can actually draw a full comic book. Someone says here, thank you for the information. Do you have examples of prompts that caught your eye in the past you'd be willing to share as an example? Yeah, I mean, again, it'll all be in the survey document. But what I would say, first of all, and this is another announcement I'll make, is that we will have previous issues of summer manga available for free in our app starting on Monday. So if you download our app, you go into the app and just cycle through Saturday AM, you'll see the Summer of Manga prompts for the issues. And if you decide to download those, they will be free to download. You won't have to be a subscriber. And therefore, you can see for yourself the type of content that we've worked with over the years. But in terms of prompts, what I would just say is that, you know, the key thing for us is diversity. I don't mean ethnic diversity. I mean diversity in all its forms. So, you know, we already published some of the biggest hits with action adventure and, you know, things of that nature. So what we're looking for is we're looking for stuff that we maybe don't have. You know, we'd love to see a thriller. We'd love to see a romance. We'd love to see a sci-fi. We'd love to see mecha. We'd love to see horror. These are things that stand out to us that we want to see because it helps us really put together the scope of what is possible with Summer of Manga and bring people opportunities that aren't just looking to create the next Chainsaw Man or Naruto. I see here someone says, writing in the form of a script like for a movie is acceptable. Yeah, if that's what you have to show for your writing, then absolutely. I mean, again, you know, we want to see your writing ability. So if you've got stuff that's on your online portfolio, and by the way, if you're a writer, that online portfolio obviously could be IG, just in small little chunks, or you could send us a link to your Wattpad or something of that nature, your own website. So yes, I mean, script writing is fun. So I know it was a lot. Sorry, I was trying to run through everything. I know you got a schedule.
No, it's a ton of questions. We got like 30 some seconds. Of course, you can find them on Saturday AM. On pretty much on all social media platforms.
Yeah.
The Saturday AM app is amazing. I can testify to that. That's a great app. Yeah, places like Walmart or Barnes and Noble, they all carry Saturday AM. If your comic book shop is into manga, they should have Saturday AM as well. This is a company 10 years in that's been doing this. Real talk, and that's something that I will definitely encourage. It's like if you they're the real deal. So this is not like a crackpot operation. Like it's like if they say like they're gonna give you a cash prize, they're gonna give you a cash prize. If you're gonna get if they say that you'll get exposure from this, you're gonna get exposure. Okay. It's gonna be significant exposure. Mm-hmm. It's not gonna be they're not empty promises. You know what I'm saying? I've got a chance to meet some of the artists that you work with. An extremely young crew. It's like, well, they all old now. They'll be in their 30s, but like. When I met them, they were like, everybody looked like they were fresh out, you know. Which is what I think is actually encouraging too. So I can, so that you'll be working with a company that encourages ideas, encourages new ideas and young, perspectives, which is not typical of the quote unquote big two of all these other places. So there's so many different pluses, not just being a fan of Saturday AM, but actually working with these guys too. So I can see that, especially my favorite artist of you guys is Jay Oden. I always like, he seemed like he started out young with you guys, but his book Hammer has been a part of the staple from the very beginning. That's the title that I always find at Walmart. But I always like his style. But that's a perfect example of it's manga, but his style is unique to him.
Very much like One Piece.
Yeah, like yep. And it's unique to him. He's not trying to emulate a ton of other manga art, what you might find in books traditionally. And that's what I like that's coming out of Saturday AM. It's like it's not just diverse in terms of culture or race, it's diverse in terms of style specifically. You know what I mean? So I really appreciate everything you're doing, Fred, and I'm gonna stay Stay on it. Yeah, my Kyle mentioned that. Yeah, yeah, I got to get my son into this because he,
Yeah.
you know, and I teach a lot of comics, and oddly enough, it's like I'm into traditional comics, but 90% of the time, if a kid's in front of me wanting to learn comics, they're really into manga, and they got like pages and pages of manga art, and but like, you know, the traditional the methods are still the same, you know, even if they're working in, you know, comics or manga, but I love the enthusiasm that is in the genre for sure. And I appreciate your time. I know you're super busy and you got a lot going on.
Yeah, I got to run some errands today, and we'll tell you that the reason why when Kyle was like, what time you want to go? I'm like, buddy, it's got to be early because today is Carolina Duke, baby. I'm a UNC graduate, so I'm like, I got to watch.
Oh, okay, yeah,
yeah, I can't mess with that. That's a whole process right there. Boy.
Yeah.
I do want to say though, Monty, man, first of all, let me give you your flowers. Hey, this is fantastic. I'm so glad you're doing this. One of the groups you got today, Konkret, I think. Konkret. You know, I've been following those brothers, man. Godhood as well, and this is, you know, one of the things that I'm passionate about doing, because again, you know, we are in a lot of big circles. You know, we're at Comix Pro. I've never seen these groups at Comix Pro, but we're at Comix Pro. We work with all the, you know, a lot of the major comic companies, you know, either work with us or want to work with us. And I tell you, you know, my big thing is making sure that we get that pathway built and that we built up this community of professional Black-owned companies, because there's several things that we got to affect, not just distribution for all of us to get into these stores, but press. I mean, like, we've gotten very limited press. I mean, we've gotten some good press, but not nearly as much as I think that we've deserved the stuff that we've done. And I say the same thing for Godhood, Konkret, you know what I'm saying? Like, and other companies, you know, like, it's just rare that you see them talked about. And I'm like, that, you know, we've got to, just like there's the Black, you know, Congressional Caucus, and there's, you know, Black groups within Hollywood and so forth that are advocating. We really start getting to that point, and that's something that you know, maybe, you know, over time, you know, you and I can discuss a bit more about trying to bring all these groups together, because we've got to advocate to start to get more of this coverage going, because part of the sales that we all need comes down to us actually, you know, being featured in Forbes and in these major websites and so forth. And it's never lost on me, like I said, the stuff that we've accomplished, and how when I meet these people in public at these shows, they're all, you know, coming out the woodwork to me, oh man, I love what you guys do. And I'm like, yeah, but you don't write about it. You know what I'm saying? Like, you don't write about it. I'm glad you come to me, like, say, give me all this love, but you don't write about it. You don't give us the attention you give this other company, you know. So that's something that you know, as we go on, I'd like for us to talk about and maybe see if we can make something happen. Yeah. But big shout out to you for just putting all this together, man, and working with Kyle and you guys doing this cool thing. I'm in awe of you, man.
I appreciate you, man. And with that, we're gonna take a short break and bring in our next guest, DJ Big Phill with Collections in Black. Thank you for your time, Fred.
Go UNC, everybody. Hell with Duke.
All right. Thank you for sticking with us, man. We're going on. I don't know. I've lost track of time. We've been going on it for at least 2 or 3 hours. The hours are moving fast. These conversations.
3.5 hours.
3.5 hours. It feels like it's starting to really pick up. Is it just me? I think it's starting to fly now. I don't want to waste any time. I want to bring in my friend DJ Big Phill. I don't even feel right calling you by your government name, Phill.
My man.
This is the first time we got a chance to talk, but I've been following you for a minute in terms of Black comic collectors. So I'm really happy to have you on and talking about your film that you're putting together. And but first, I want to extend my condolences to you and your family in the loss that you had recently. But I hope this conversation bring some
Sure.
light today.
I appreciate it, brother.
Yeah.
I just want to say too, this broadcast today has been incredible.
I appreciate it, man. I love having these conversations, man.
Let me say this one more time. This broadcast today has been nothing short of incredible. If you're watching this and you haven't been entertained by what's been on and just the knowledge that's been on here, I don't know what to tell you. I've been on since 10:15. I've been on.
Yeah.
I've been on, and to see, I want to give Todd Johnson and Larry Stroman their flowers first and foremost, because what they're doing is unprecedented. I mean, this is what, 30 years? 30 years.
Mm-hmm.
And I've dealt with a couple of individuals, and I'm gonna use the term in the industry, because I know, Todd said he doesn't like that term, in the industry.
Yeah.
See, I was paying attention.
Yeah.
But Todd has been one of the realest cats that I've met. And I mean, like, even when we got a chance to link up in Detroit, because he invited me out to that particular con in Detroit. So when we got a chance to meet up in Detroit, it was almost as if, and we talked multiple times before that, but it was as if we've just known each other, and there wasn't no awkwardness, there wasn't no weirdness, there wasn't no goofiness. And the fact that he pulled in so many Black legends to make sure that they met me, to make sure that they knew that this film is important and that they need to be a part of that, I can't thank him enough. And Stroman's a class act. I remember when you called Stroman the who did you call him? You called him Cat Williams. You called him the Cat Williams.
Yeah. Cat Williams.
The thing about Stroman, man, is he's just 100% Stroman. That's who he is,
Yeah.
I think for some people that could be a little off-putting, but for me, I like brothers like that, and I can respect that, because with Stroman, you know what you're gonna get. This is what you're gonna get. This is what it is. But there's never no ill intent or malice towards that. But I just want to give them brothers their flowers, because they made sure I was straight. So that's
no. When I first, I think Todd and Larry were the first people, like professionals that I met in comics.
Right.
And but yeah, you're right. He was definitely open-minded, like put you on game, like from the very beginning.
From the gate.
Straight from the gate. And I want to give some people some context of what we're about to talk about. I learned about you through Black Comic Lords. When I actually started doing like Black comic book collecting. And what I like to call Black comic book collecting. Just so people can understand, like Black Comic Lords and people like Phill and Super Slabs and Herschel and them and Phill. It's like these collectors, one, they're no joke. We're talking about collectors. We're not talking about people that are just buying X-Men every week or whatever is hot every week.
Right.
No, we when I say that, like, Black Comix Universe is about the study, collection, and reading and research of historically Black comics. This is what we're about. And Phill is one of those collectors. Like, for instance, one of the first videos I saw that you shared was it was Billy Graham, but it wasn't comic book art. It was, I think it was Salt and Pepper.
Oh, you seen that?
Yeah, I saw that, man. And you had the white gloves on, and you showed the original artwork from Billy Graham.
Right.
And that's when I knew. Yeah, go ahead.
If I can expound upon that, the thing about that was a piece that I had to have, because Billy Graham is the artist that I used to risk getting a whooping for. You know what I mean? Because like my dad had a nice comic book collection. My pops and my step pops. But I remember we were kids when my dad would go to work. Me and my brothers would sneak in his box, and we would risk it because we got caught in there. We get in trouble. Like it's old. My dad this old school. It wasn't no punishment. Wasn't no punishment, cuz it wasn't no punishment. So, but I remember going in there, and I think for me, he used to collect Western books, and he would collect Black Panther books, Hulk, Spider-Man, et cetera, et cetera. But I was always drawn to the jungle action, and especially the Billy Graham. And that's where we had the clan issues, and then the one with the guy with the thorns on him. So I just became a fan. And then when I found out that Billy Graham did salt and pepper pieces, he did some hip hop pieces because people don't understand. He lived in New York for a while too. So there's I got some other stuff coming up at the exhibit, but we'll get to that. But that was that salt and pepper piece is precious to me. I'll never sell that. That's a hip hop piece. Billy Graham. It checks off all the boxes for me.
And it's interesting. I was listening in on one of your conversations you had on Black Comic Glories, and I'm gonna be honest with you, it has stuck with me that you were encouraging the people on the show, and then people watching, like you were encouraging them to like don't do the typical thing where you spend like $40 some bucks or $50 some dollars at the comic book shop every week. Save that money and buy a piece of history, and save up for the first appearance of the Black Panther. Yeah, because I know you swear by that, but like as a grail, but like really save up to own some of these pieces of history, because these collecting these books are important. I share with a lot of folks that's sort of like it's not necessarily a mission that every collector should have, but for sure. I believe it's an important mission that we collect these books and get them in the hands of Black collectors, because there's sort of like a lot of these books, the historic comic books, extremely rare. For sure. If we don't get our hands on them, they'll disappear. They won't be around anymore. Right. Like they'll be in the dollar bins and gone. Like, and we may never see them again. And so, like the work that you're doing. Hey, go ahead.
Let me to say something about that, and the reason why I said that was I don't want to discourage people from going to the shop and grabbing books off their pull list, because if we don't have people doing that, then the shops can't survive and you can't find these particular books. But I also believe that once you become a collector of a certain level, correct? Right. Once you become a collector of a certain level, there comes a point when you have to graduate. You have to move to a certain lane. That doesn't mean for instance, once you have a good steak, you know what a good steak tastes like, right? Yeah. And so I'm gonna give me a good steak. Doesn't mean you get a hamburger. I'm not saying those books in the shop are hamburgers. I'm not saying that, but I'm saying your taste, and just there's different levels to collecting. I do believe you get people who, and I'm gonna ruffle some feathers, and I don't care. People who know me know I don't care. You get people that want to be so adamant about, they know so much about the collection, they know so much about the culture, they know so much about this, they know so much about that. Then I say, okay, well, show me some books. What do you have? Let me see what you have. You don't have to have an all Negro one. You don't even have to have a Lobo one. But if you're having these deep conversations, and if you want to argue with certain individuals, you better make sure you have enough ammunition to make the argument. And that's not a diss. Like Fantastic Four 52, first appearance of Black Panther, should be on every Black collector's want list. I don't care if it's low grade. I don't care. You just should. That is the most popular Black character. He's one of the most important characters in the comic universe. You need to have that. If you don't have that particular book in your conversation, or there's certain levels of conversations we can't have. And I don't want to seem like a snob or seem elitist, but that's a book you could get that for under $100 at some spots. Raw, $200, $300. You go out and you buy Jordans. You buy you cop the new Jordans every time a new release is coming. You buy a couple. Your kids got Jordans. You got this. You got that. You pay more in gas for a month than what you pay for in some of these keys. And I don't want to stay on that particular subject, but it's just that I feel like we do have to get to a point where we have to preserve our history. We have to love our history. And it's just important to have these type of particular books in our collections. Then once you get to there, then we start getting to the Matt Bakers, the Golden Ages, and things of that nature. But that's a conversation for another day. I apologize.
No. This is the conversation we're here to have, because a lot of folks don't know these names. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
And
there's nothing wrong with that. That's why we're here to educate. So I don't want to come off as somebody who's trying to be intimidating, and then I'm just saying, for instance, this segues into why my film is important. How about that?
Right.
So with Collections in Black, what I'm doing is I'm going around the country and I'm filming some of the greatest collectors who I feel are some of the greatest collectors. There are people who have bigger collections and better collections, but these are people that I have personal relationships with, or people I have found via the internet like you, and I'm going around the country and I'm filming them and their collections. I'm also filming some of the greatest creators in our particular space, and I'm filming their process and talking about that. On top of that, I'm going to have an exhibit with it at the August Wilson Center in July, and there's going to be an educational component to it as well. And all of that's important, because I'm not going to say that it hasn't been done before, but I don't feel as if, and I can be wrong, and I have no problem with being wrong, but I don't feel as if it's been done in the way that I'm doing it, coming from a personal aspect, a historical aspect, a cultural aspect, and just the fact that it just needs to be done.
I'm gonna give some folks some context on that part, and you're right. It hasn't been done because, say for instance, when you watch the Milestone documentary they did for Max, right? And they talked about the 90s, right?
Okay.
And they talked about when they first released. It's like as a documentary, as a film, that was a great film. It was very nostalgic because I remember being in graduated in 93. I remember when these books came out. I remember going to my shop and getting them.
Okay.
But that's a perfect example of the fact that historically, it's not that documentary was inaccurate. There was so much left out. There was you would not believe how much historical content
for sure
was missing from that documentary. That seemed like it was amazing. It was fascinating. It covered some of the greatest artists, Black creators that we know of, but it didn't mention at all the Black Age of Comics of the 90s.
For sure.
It didn't mention any of those other Black contemporaries that we know as historical Black collectors that we know that came around the exact same time. They didn't mention that documentary, for instance, doesn't mention the fact that in 93, when Milestone came to, was published, that Brother Man was also published.
Right.
Or the fact that Tribe, broke records during that era. It's sort of like, so when we're talking about this film, I'm fairly certain I'm fairly certain that it's going to be far broader and more encompassing on a historical level, and it's not going to be number one, and number two, it's not going to be necessarily catering to one publisher or another and giving publisher props. People tend to lean towards, for instance, what happens at Marvel as being more significant, or Marvel and DC, but they have no idea what, so they talk about, the first appearance of Storm, but they don't know about the first appearance they don't know about Black Man, for instance, or Eben.
For sure.
So
shout to Larry Fuller.
Yes, shout out to Larry Fuller. And that's the thing, is sort of like learning these names and learning about these books. This is why I'm excited about your film, because there is so much information that people do not have never, had their hands on or even seen. Right. So I'm anxious to see, what you put together.
And just on a side note with that too, I had just had correspondence with Mr. Fuller about a week or so ago, and we some of you may or may not know, Eben only had one issue, correct? I believe it was only one issue, but a lot of people don't know that a second issue was set to come out at a particular point. And me and a group of guys, I wasn't the one who found it, but I have a particular particular group that I'm in. They had found the printing plate for the cover for number 2. And we all put our bread together. Shout out to Otis, shout out to Jay Napoleon, and we kind of spearheaded that particular piece. And we all put our money together, and we gifted it to him. But then there was some discrepancies between the group. You know how it happens when you got a group of friends together, man. We don't all agree on certain things. And that also kind of helped spearheaded me in making this particular film piece, because I don't want to miss on documenting our own history, because I feel as if, and I'm going to say, I say some things that people don't like. And once again, I don't care. We'll sit back and we'll talk about how our history is not being told or not being told the right way or this or that, but then we won't step up and tell it ourselves, or we'll get up and tell it ourselves, and then we'll still skew it in a way that still doesn't tell the whole story, because we don't like to tell the good and the bad. I'm just keeping it 100. So the thing with this particular film is that, unfortunately, I won't be able to cover everything. That's an impossibility. I have enough footage to actually do probably a whole 2 seasons of a series at this particular point in the game. But I'm gonna be quiet about that. But right now, we just gonna focus on this movie, brother.
Man.
So I know y'all have a couple of clips. I'm not sure what clips.
We got one queued up.
Okay, well let's throw it up, and then I'll talk about it, and maybe we'll throw another one in there.
But before that, I just want to get to this comment.
Okay, go ahead.
I'm sorry to hear that, but it's like, I had a lot of friends that entered that talent search, and I just encourage you to keep pushing for sure. I can't speak to their process or anything like that, but I will say they passed on a lot of good talent. Just sort of like, it wasn't. You'll be amazed at some of the talent that they passed up on for sure.
Right.
But yeah, let's we can pull up the.
We're gonna see which one this is. Ooh, that's one of my favorites.
All right.
For some reason, I've noticed that when people try to stream this one, there's issues with it stuttering and with the audio. I don't know if it's the codec or whatever. So let's show another one. I don't know why that. I have no reason why that does that. Everything else is extra crispy, but when for some reason it doesn't like StreamYard. StreamYard will not stream that particular video for whatever reason.
Okay.
And we can't be having me out here looking crazy.
No. But
I actually downloaded the audio to run it with it, and it's still freaked out. So
yeah.
Let me see if I can.
All right, no problem. While he's pulling it up, can we talk about some of the scenes that I saw in it?
So let me give a shout out to my man Duran. I made my way out to VA because him and Greg Barn, I think it's Barnum, I'm about to say it wrong. One of the dope writer, incredible writer.
Yeah.
They have a con coming.
Creator of Tuskegee Airs. Yeah.
For sure. That's my guy. And hey, look, if I keep looking up and looking over, because I got the camera right here, I'm looking down at you because I feel like I'm talking to you. I'm looking at the TV. I look good on the TV too, by the way. So I'm just trying to, I try to look forward to the people, but then when you're talking, I feel like I'm talking to you. So I look down at you, like, because as a man, I look in your eye when I'm talking. That's the way I was raised. But I'm like, wait a minute, he's not really here. So then I look back up and I'm like, oh, here we go. But I'm gonna tell you what, Duran has a thing has a con coming up called Atlantic Con. And I went up to go, he was shooting some promo, and I went up there and I kicked with him and Greg. And he has an incredible collection. So I got some really great footage with him in his gym, and he's getting ready to have another spot that he's doing. Atlantic Con is going to be Atlantic Con is going to be something special, man. I hope everybody makes their way out there. And then I made my way to a brother by the name of, there's another guy there by the name of John Garner. And I'm gonna say this: he has probably the illest, just one of the illest overall collections. When I say overall collections, like I'm not there, his collection isn't a specific collection. He's just a collector of just high grade books. It's ridiculous. And also in there, there's Shauna Graham's in that clip. Shauna Graham is the granddaughter of the GOAT, Billy Graham.
That's
I was able to go over there and see some original artwork, and we had a great conversation. And shout out to Billy Graham. He just been he's going to be inducted into the Eisner Hall of Fame this year.
Yes, along with EC. What's the name? EC Stower.
You got who else we got in there? We have my brain. I'm old, man, so I forget things sometimes. And Don McGregor too. Don McGregor too. The writer of Jungle.
Yes.
Don McGregor as well. Yeah. Stoner's in there.
Stoner, EC Stoner. That's what it was.
And then who else is in that trailer? My man Mike Carson, Super Slabs. And let me tell you something. CGC, shout out to Mike Carson. CGC did a whole piece on him on IG about his wall. And I happened to see that wall in person, and I had to capture it. So I made that trip, even though he's from Ohio and is a Browns fan, I won't hold that against him. But I still love.
We were talking about that.
Yeah, man. You already know, man. You know how I feel about y'all. That don't change. Steelers all day.
Yeah.
I did.
Y'all might get lucky.
Man, I'm not. I'll wait. I'm gonna wait till the season starts. We'll get back to that. Who else is in this trailer? There's just so much, man, and it's. I'll tell you what, it's a blessing to be able to go around the country and film these segments. Because as a kid growing up, I didn't dream that this is something that I would be doing. And to be able to take all of my passions, which is music, film, comics, and do it in a real way, and I'm gonna keep it 100. It's not going, and I gotta be careful. No, I don't have to be careful. It's not. It's gonna be real. Like it's when you watch this film, everything's gonna be dope across the board. The filming, the editing, the coloring, the writing, the effects, the sound. Like I'm doing everything the right way, and I want people who are not even interested in the hobby or in the culture to be able to watch this and get something from it. So no matter what stage of the game you're in, you'll be able to get something from it. And then hopefully you could come back and get something later, because it's not necessarily a history lesson, because what is more about the people themselves. You understand what I'm saying? So it's about the relationships. And I got some surprises. The shoot I just did in DC was crazy. When I went to OAX, I got Ken Lashley and I got Still Freeze in there. It's gonna be something special, man. So that's all I can say is, man, for y'all to get ready.
We got another clip. We're gonna try this next one.
Let's go.
Let's do this one.
Man, that was good. That's
Yeah.
great, man.
Yeah, well,
That's
you
powerful,
gotta,
man.
you
Hey,
gotta,
listen, hey,
yeah,
whoever's
it
behind the
is.
scenes and made sure that was right this time, man, he deserves a raise, man, because he made sure that it got on there right. I don't know, it was had issues when he first tried to show it, came back
Shout
around
out,
and made it work
yeah,
right.
man. Shout out to my
Hey,
man
video
Kyle, my
nerds got to
producer.
stick together, bro. Video nerds got to stick
Yeah,
together. We got
I
yeah, definitely,
appreciate
for
you.
sure.
I appreciate you. And let me say something too. You know, I don't take this position for granted at all.
No, sir.
I don't take it for granted at all. And you know, I'm a collector first, and I'm passionate about this. I see sometimes we got too many of the wrong people passionate about it in their own particular space. We got a lot of. I'm trying to shoot myself in the foot, man. We have way too many weirdos in this culture and in this space, man, that messed it up for as myself in here. Because you know, there's a lane for everybody. And let's just keep it 100. There's a lane for everybody. And I
Right.
man, Phill, be quiet. Me be quiet. Let's go on, man. Let me stop, man. Come on, man. Stop me while I'm ahead because I'm about to say something crazy.
No, I think no, no, I think I will say this. There's definitely a distinction to be made between Black comic book collectors, right? And what I like to call historic Black comic book collectors, right?
Right.
And what has become popular as far as blurred culture or blurs.
Mm-hmm.
And we've been talking about it a lot, and it is not to disparage anybody from their fandom or what they are into.
Right.
But there is definitely,
because we need the fandom.
Yes.
We need the fandom. And listen, I didn't mean to cut you off, but I get excited.
No, go
I
ahead,
apologize, man. You know,
this is why you're here. I
man,
was anxious to have this conversation with you, man.
There's too many people who are the authority who don't have any authority. And I'm not trying to make it and the reason why I'm saying it is because when you have certain people, they'll speak about being in a high place, but they haven't done the work to get into that particular place. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yes.
And I'm all about quality. I'm all about everything being, you know, I'm old school. I need things to be in order. And, you know, that's just important. And for some people are like, what the hell is he talking about? That's all right if you don't get it. It's all right. Everybody can't get everything. You know what I mean? Excellence doesn't happen by osmosis. You got to work towards that thing. And there's too many people out here who feel like they don't have to put in the work, and now, you know, they're the authority on everything. And like when it comes to the fandom itself, we need people, we need all walks of life. We need people who are in different lanes or whatever, but you also got to respect certain people who are in certain statuses. Like there's certain people whose collections I look up to. And when I say look up to, it's more or less I look at them and how they handle different things and where they are in the space and how they've gotten where they are. You got like the big homie Rico Jones. I don't know if you're familiar with Rico Jones. You know,
I'm familiar with Rico.
He you know, not only is his collection of stuff of legends, he's just a good brother all around, you know. And that's there you go. He's under a different name underneath that. He just said preach on the low. I ain't even see my man on her. What's up, Rick? But it's people like Rico, it's people like my man Otis, it's people like Jay. There's
Stephen Bowers.
Stephen Bowers. Hey, listen, and let me tell you something else too. You know, we could go on. We go on Rich, Paul. I mean, I'm saying people by their first names, but people who know what I'm talking about. But the one thing that I'll give to us, you know, there's almost like a secret brotherhood Illuminati when it comes to this thing on the low. You're right. You know,
that's what I feel it.
You feel it. You feel it.
Because I try to. I'm gonna be honest with you. I've always when I started collecting, I've been trying to impress y'all. You know what I'm saying? Like when I shared, like for instance, I shared that I shared a book. And you came on my Instagram and said, "Oh, I'm not familiar with that book." I was like, "Oh, wow! I get to share. I get to teach Phill something,
for sure,
which I thought was wild because I look at you like you should know this, but it's like, but also that's what's so beautiful about all this. There's so much still left to learn, Like I can share a book, and a ton of people in this space, like collectors, like the people that we name,
Right.
they're not familiar. They're not familiar with that artist. They're not familiar with that publisher.
We all
so
listen. None of us, each and every one of us, no matter how far we think we are in this culture, we should all be teachable. We should all be teachable. There is, you shouldn't take insult with somebody telling you the right thing. Like if I don't know, and I'm the type of person, if I don't know something, I want to know something. So for instance, when I hit you up, I'm like, oh, I didn't know. I'm not ashamed to hit you up and let you know. I don't have to hit you in your inbox. I'll leave a comment right there. Oh, I don't know what that is. Let me go, I see value in that. So let me go search and see what that is. And not just being smart. You're a clown if somebody tells you something, if somebody tells you 2 + 2 is 4 and you want to keep saying it's 5, well, that's on you. Goofy. So but I don't want to take up too much. I know we want to get back into this. All I'm gonna say is that the film comes out in July, not June. Okay. I am open to going to cons and stuff. I need my what Todd say, man. You gotta give me the invite.
Yeah.
Give me the invite. I'll come out. We can set up something. We could do a premiere. Put me up. What I mean? Let's make something happen. You pay these old weirdos to come out there and do nothing. And what Stroman say? Make $10.
Yeah, make $10, man.
Hey, I'm not mad because there's been times I've done events and I've made nothing. So that's part of the game. I'm making a joke about that, but that's just part of the game. It happens. There's nothing. Sometimes you could do everything the right way, and sometimes there's just nothing you can do about it. But the exhibit's coming in July. Shout out to Todd. Some of y'all don't know though. Tribe's gonna make his debut in Pittsburgh at Steel City Con. That's right. That's right. And
that's your word. That's your word.
Listen, man. I don't know if I think I think it's common knowledge here. I don't think it's common knowledge because when they keep saying June, I know what June mean. You know what I mean? I know where it's gonna be at. And who knows? You might see me opening up the first box.
Man, see, that's what
it might make. This might be something in the movie. I'm just giving y'all little tidbits. You know what I mean?
Man, come on.
Just a little tidbit.
Y'all didn't know y'all were getting this today.
Man, there's so much I want to say, and I gotta be quiet, man. So I'm gonna do that.
For sure.
If I know they want to show the OAX footage. There's a little OAX piece. If that's ready, I apologize for acting like I'm the director of the show. And
no, for sure.
I apologize. Oh, shout out to Jay Napoleon. And I think I gave Jay a shout out. Yeah, because like I said, Jay. Matter of fact, Jay's the one who made sure I got my first my only copy of Eben.
Oh, okay.
Jay, and Jay's the one. If it wasn't for Jay, I wouldn't have had to link up with. He threw me an alley-oop to Larry Fuller. And
see, I want to give people some context. I still don't think the average person doesn't understand the gravity of this conversation we're having. You know what I'm saying? Like, for instance, the book we're talking about is Eben. The first black superhero, or the first is it the first black superhero or first published superhero? I mean, it's written, created, put out by a brother, but he's not the first black hero per se, but the first, And we can always put different variables on everything. You can make variables be whatever. You can make the numbers be whatever you are. But yeah, it's important. And there's only 100 copies, from what I understand. There's only 100 copies. Extremely rare book.
Jay has almost all of them. I love Jay to death, but Jay tries to cover them. Jay knows my boy. I ain't trying to put him on the spot, but you gotta go through Jay almost to get a book.
Yeah. So point. when we mention these names, we're talking about folks that have some of the last copies of some of these titles. You know what I'm saying? So when we say somebody like, when we mention somebody like Jay, Super Slabs, Stephen Bowers. We're talking about collectors that have multiple copies of extremely rare books, like books that have extremely small print runs of 100 or less in some cases. Like, for instance, Hebrew Brantley's Flyboy, another book, only 100 some copies of that.
And
book
guess what?
well.
Guess what? I don't have a copy. Imagine that.
Imagine that.
I was just in Detroit filming his murals 2 weeks ago.
Oh,
filming
okay.
the murals. I don't have a copy of the book, dog. I'm not saying, but if somebody wants, I would really like a copy of the book. I would really like I would like one of his pieces in my exhibit, but that's a whole nother conversation. But we'll get into that later.
No, but we're talking about extremely rare, extremely valuable books in terms of collecting. We can if we got it available, we can pull up that next piece of footage there.
We're here in beautiful Orlando. You're about to walk into the original art expo, and hopefully buy me a couple dope pieces, couple dope black pieces. As you can see, it's beautiful out here right now. We were in Miami last night, and we're just gonna go in there and make it do what it do. It's gonna be really dope. Yeah, that was nice too.
Shout out to your logo, Todd and Larry, like that.
Hey man, they had jokes. They was like, that looks familiar, man. Whatever.
Yeah.
I love y'all though, man. Let me say this too. Original art is important. I need for people to understand, especially when we're living in this digital age where everything is done digitally. That means that not only the fact that these are one of ones, the fact that most artists aren't doing it like that anymore. So that means at some point, possibly, it'll be a forgotten art form.
Yes,
the original art, and I feel like there's not a lot of us in there. And people will say, I know black people that got it. I'm talking about, when we're talking about mathematically, there's not a lot of us that is in that space. And it's a beautiful space, and it's a totally different lane once you start to get into buying original pieces. And I would encourage more collectors to start buying original artwork, because it's just different. But OAX, this was the first time they had OAX, which is the original art expo. I went down there, and shout out to my man Otis, who was down there with Simone Bianchi, who's one of the dopest artists there is, Italian artist. And he does a lot of work with him on the low. A lot of people don't know that. And I had, was it Paul? Then Paul from Black Comic Lords met me down there, and we went around. And like I said, I got a chance to talk to Still Freeze. I got a chance to talk to Ken Lashley. And I seen some Adam Hughes art, and just seeing some of these particular, like some of these Jack Kirby pencil pieces. You may not like them or whatever. You don't like it, that whatever. But let me tell you something. It is some of the most amazing, intricate pieces to see the pencils of before maybe an inker destroys it or the colorist, So,
right.
But at my exhibit, I'm gonna have some crazy pieces in there. I mean,
now, when you say exhibit, just so people know, like along with this film, you're actually putting together an actual physical exhibit of some of this original work
at the August Wilson Center. It's going to be mostly original artwork. But then there's also going to be it's going to be mostly original artwork and most books, a lot of books from my collection. You know what I mean? But of course, there are some books that I don't have, which I will be asking certain friends to hook me up with. Like, I'm putting Rico on the spot right now. Like, Rico has this Black Panther, not the superhero Black Panther, but the Black Panthers book that is crazy. That was
Super
There's a
rare.
whole conspiracy about it, and there was all
That's
types of crazy stuff with it. Yeah,
the Eldritch Cleaver book.
the Eldritch Cleaver joint. I don't have one, and hopefully he'll let me
No.
use that. Stephen Bowers is going to let me get a couple things. I'm actually
Shout out to Stephen Bowers, man. That dude's a powerful collector.
I'm about to be flying out to see Jay Napoleon at some particular point because we got to get the I got an Eben. So being that I'm gonna have the plate and I'm gonna have my copy in there, I don't necessarily need to have a whole vitrine with a bunch of Ebens in there, but I want to go out to his place and I want to film Jay Napoleon in his element and show all those crazy copies of Eben that he has, and and the fact that he does the teddy bear stuff and the printing, and I want to show people's just their lives in general. I may have a Jack Kirby Soul Love piece at my exhibit. And for those of you who don't know, see, let me give you some knowledge. Jack Kirby attempted to put out a Black Love comic magazine at one point in DC. A lot of people see, look at that. A lot of people don't know that. So the pencils were floating around for ages, and private collectors had bought them or whatever. And maybe 10, 15 years ago, I heard about it, and I've just been obsessed with that, obsessed with Jack Kirby's Soul Love. About 2 years ago, was it Harris Publishing? I forget, or Warren, or whomever it was. They actually put all those pages together. And they put out a hardcore version. A hard copy version, and they also put out a magazine version that had all the stories in it. So it was called Dingbat Love because it also had Dingbats in there, which is a book that he only did one issue of, but had the other 2 issues in there as well, and did his Black Love story in there as well. So they called it Dingbat Love because it was both of it split up. But man, let me tell you something. I got somebody that has an original page from it, and it's pretty much I could get that for my exhibit. That's amazing. And to me, I'm excited about it. So I may just get a copy of the original page and just blow it up and have it up there instead of having the original in there. Shout out to my man Todd. But I'm gonna have some Jack Kirby original pieces. I got some Billy Graham pieces. I'm gonna have a Stroman commission piece. And I got art now. Since we here. Since we here, I got some Assad Ribbit pieces. I don't know if you can hear me. This is from Secret Wars. Number 9. That's when T'Challa and battle with Dr. Doom. We're gonna do a little show and tell since we right here.
Yeah.
Here's another Secret Wars piece.
All right.
Original art's important, people.
Yes,
it don't cost $10.
No.
This is the piece that I was most excited about getting in my collection.
The Buffalo Soldier, man.
Yeah. I don't care how. I don't give a damn how y'all feel about the character. Let me tell you something. Shit.
No, but check it out though. I will say I will give you props for we can debate the Buffalo Soldier. But here's the thing about. Go ahead. Here's the thing about. But no. But you put me on to the westerns, the Marvel westerns.
Come on, man. Come on, man.
You've been the one to say that they're going through these iterations of horror, the sci-fi and stuff like that, and the western is another major genre they haven't touched yet, which means the character what's his name? Dang it,
Gunhawks.
Gunhawks. And Marvel is a good book to spec on. And I will give you a shout out for that for sure.
Not even so much the spec; it's just the historical aspect of it. Here's the thing.
Yeah,
we all know.
And we got about 3 or 4 minutes just to give you a heads up there.
That's all right. Y'all go ahead and cut me off. Y'all can hurt y'all can hurt yourself in the process if y'all want to. The hell, we might need to extend some time. The Buffalo Soldiers are important because of the cultural aspect of the Buffalo Soldier. And then,
Yes.
so for me, it was that this piece was the first time that this black character was introduced into the Marvel universe.
Right.
Not only that, it's a splash page. It's in Black
Yeah.
Panther. My father loved Westerns and Black Panthers. So for me, it was a no-brainer. Come on, man.
Okay.
This how this works, baby. I'm trying to show y'all something.
If you lay it out like that, I give it a pass. You know what I'm saying?
Let me tell you something.
You put your dad in there. That wasn't fair. You put your dad in there.
Let me tell you something.
Yeah.
You ain't got to give it a pass. How about that? The hell. And I'm gonna show you this too right here. We got the black butterfly.
Yeah.
Come on, man.
Now is that from the Savage Dragon joint, or that from the original book?
That's from the Savage Dragon joint.
Okay.
You know, I don't think we've ever seen the original pages show up as of yet. If they do, they might make their way into my movie. But I just want to say, man, I had a whole bunch of other stuff to show you. I ain't gonna show out today. But
No, I'll bring you back on. For sure. We gotta do this again, man.
It's I just want to say shout out to everybody, man, that's watching right now. And I keep it hip hop, man. We gotta do that sometimes, man. We shout out to everybody out here doing their thing. Hey, listen,
for sure.
me and you got to get together.
Okay.
Because I want to make sure that I get you in the film, man, because what you're doing is important too, man. And your voice needs to be heard. And let's make sure let's do this right and do it in divine order. All right, brother.
Appreciate that, man. You know where to find me here in Ohio.
Hey, damn, I keep forgetting you in Ohio, so I'm not going back out there. But I mess with you anyway, bro.
We'll figure it out.
For sure. For sure.
All right, man. My man Phill, Big Phill.
One more thing. I'm done. Let me be done real quick.
Yeah, go.
Let me say this. Matt Baker is the GOAT.
Yes.
Jackie Orange is the GOAT. Pittsburgh is the GOATs. Pittsburgh is the mecca of Black comics. I don't care what nobody says. We got the Courier. We have, I'm from Pittsburgh.
Yes.
We have with the Pittsburgh Courier, some of the first Black comic strips were in there, et cetera, et cetera. Yeah. If anybody wants to argue with me about Matt Baker being the GOAT, it's an argument you're going to lose. So, and I'm about to get and we're working on the street getting named after Matt Baker as well. I ain't just talking shit. I'm doing the work. We doing the work.
Yes, sir. I appreciate you. Everything you're doing, man.
For sure.
This is my man, Big Phill. Collections in Black coming out July. You can check out all the previews on YouTube and whatnot. And it looks amazing. As you can tell by his stream even looks good. So the film is going to be well edited and crispy for sure.
Hey, I appreciate it, man.
I appreciate your time, man.
Grab that Tribe when it comes out in June now.
Yes, Tribe.
We all need to support Tribe.
Yes.
We all need to support Tribe. So
yes, sir.
It's not just a good Black comic, it's a good comic.
No, for sure.
Top notch. I ain't seen no pages, but I already know what's coming. So I'm gonna leave it at that.
Yep. All right. Appreciate it, Phill.
Peace, bro.
Peace. Next up, we got my man Christopher Priest. After a short break, and soon after, I believe we have the creator of Absolver. So stay tuned. We'll be right back.
There's something for every imagination at your local comic shop. Visit comicshoplocator.com to find a store near you.
Hello, we're back. This is Imani Latif, creator of Black Comix Universe, where I do one thing well, and that is study, collect, and read historically Black comics. We have a historic Black comic creator here with us this afternoon, in the person of Christopher Priest. You may know him as Christopher Priest. You may have some books in your collection under James Owsley as well. But this is a living legend, and I'm so happy to have you here with me today. How are you doing, sir?
Hey, I'm doing great, sir. How are you?
I'm doing good, and you are living like lavish. This is like one of the dopest back home backdrops I have ever seen.
Oh, it's all fake, man. It's part of the program.
It's all AI.
Yeah, it's all fake. I wish I did have a spread like this here.
Man, that looks it looked amazing. I was like, wow, that's right. Chris is living it up.
Nah, they don't pay comic book writers that much.
Yeah, comics. Yeah, that's like if you like dispelling the myth. Like,
but it sounds like we all need to move to Pittsburgh, though. So maybe
Yeah.
That's what the shot is right now.
Yeah, that's where the yep, Matt Baker, of course. Pittsburgh. Yeah, so don't want to take up too much of your time, and I promise I'm not gonna bury you under a whole bunch of Black Panther questions.
Doesn't matter. Whatever's working, that's fine.
No, but it's interesting. It's like in the 90s, one of the things I used to love the most is actually your blog, Digital Priest, that you used to write in the 90s. And let me tell you, it's still up, right? I still find pages.
Yeah, I think there's I think I archived a lot of that stuff. If you go to christopherpriest.com, there's a blog there that I kind of abandoned some years ago because I got too busy to maintain it. So there's a new blog, and then there's a link on there somewhere to the blog archives from the 80s. All that old stuff is still up there somewhere.
Mm-hmm. No, and because I was just reading one of the stories that you have on there about Luke Cage, your run on Luke Cage and Power Man and Iron Fist, and I was just fascinated because, and just so people know, when your blog post, you gave like a behind the scenes look before they were doing behind the scenes in terms of comics. Like you talk about your relationship with editors and your relationship with artists, and you were telling them, you would give like the lowdown. It's like, oh, this would have been a better book if the artist wouldn't have ruined it, or all this kind of stuff. I loved all the drama that you shared on that blog, man.
Yeah, but I took a lot of flack for that too, though.
I bet.
And nowadays, it's like if you say the sky is blue, people will get on Twitter and start, tearing you up. Sky's not blue, and
yeah.
So a lot of stuff. I did a lot of opinion writing on that blog, and then I wrote a bunch of essays, just general essays, and then I started a Christian website called PraiseNet.org, and on the PraiseNet there was a lot of theological stuff that I put up there. There was a lot of political stuff that I put up there, and things that I probably would not necessarily indulge in today, just because everybody's so sensitive and nobody can take a joke, and nobody, you should be able to express your opinion about how you see the world, and I shouldn't criticize you and jump all over you because of it. You see what I'm saying? So it's a different time now. And I probably couldn't do what I did then now.
I was thinking, man, if you were to put that into a book and publish it, I think you might have
really that old 80s stuff. Really,
man, I'm telling you, some of that stuff, like what I read about, like with your Luke Cage run, for instance, when you were talking about how you approach the character. Like you said, like one of the titles was the first time Luke Cage revealed that he really doesn't have to talk like black exploitation character. Like he really actually
code switching. Yeah.
Yeah, he can actually code switching. And I
Yeah.
thought that's some of like amazing elements to comic book storytelling that you would never know if this, if you didn't decide to share, and that's what I love about those blog posts, man.
Well, yeah. Well, let me interject here real quick. That was inspired by the fact that I was chastised by some staffers at Marvel who said that, I wrote the worst black dialogue,
Right. Yeah.
Because the first thing I wrote was for my first published work was a miniseries called The Falcon. And I didn't have the Falcon talk jive because it didn't make any sense to me that he would talk jive, in that sort of 1970s blaxploitation sense, because Sam Wilson was a social worker. Yes. And in order to be a social worker in New York City, you have to have a master's in an MSW, a master's in social work, just in order to get that job. Okay. And you can't get a master's in social work if you can't articulate the English language. So it didn't make any sense to me that Sam would speak that way. And then when I started writing Luke Cage, I kind of toned him down because they had all this, it was his speech pattern was based on, it's how white people thought black people talk. Because, to my shock and chagrin, it took me a long time to realize that there are actually white people who actually who literally don't know any black people. And all they know about us is what they saw on TV. And it took me a while to really accept that idea, because I went, how is that possible that you don't actually know any black people? So they just made it up. And everybody was talking like, Huggy Bear. And then they make up all this stuff like Sweet Christmas. And who talks like that? So I got criticized about Luke Cage, about writing this poor black, this really subpar black dialogue. I had this issue where Luke Cage wanted to go and threaten this cop who was dating Misty Knight. Misty Knight was Iron Fist's girlfriend, and she was two-timing him with this guy, who was kind of a vampire kind of guy. So Luke goes in the restaurant, he gets in the guy's face, and he's doing all this stuff here, and it doesn't work. The guy just blows him off and leaves. So Luke is leaving the restaurant, and he's thinking to himself, well, my loud, angry Negro routine didn't work, so let me try something else, and it's kind of like, it kind of put people off. But I was like, yes, of course, we speak a lot of dialects. Queen Latifah was cast on Living Single, and it kind of shocked the world, because all we knew of Queen Latifah was this teenager, this hip hop teenager, and now she shows up as kind of an adult. And she's playing, she's being an actress now. She's playing the role of a working professional, and she's articulate, and she's all these other things, and people are going, wow, we had no idea. And it's kind of offensive. Wow, we had no idea black people could talk. Of course we could talk like, what's wrong with you? So yeah, that was kind of the rough days at early going at Marvel.
No, for sure. And now, and I'm not even sure a lot of people know this, but like now, you're on this amazing run with Vampirella. I was curious to know, because so my father is a retired Methodist pastor, and I knew for a time that you were a Christian pastor, or still are.
Yes.
And I was wondering, like, how do you approach that character from that perspective? Writing this character as extensively as you do, how do you unpack that?
Well, this is one of those intersections in everybody's life where you have to juxtapose art versus whatever your personal convictions are, and so you have some musicians who will only play Christian music, and you'll have some writers who will only write Christian books. And the problem that I always had with Christian books or even Christian music is that it starts to round the corners off of reality, that we don't live in this world where like you pick up a Christian novel, for example, and nobody cusses and nobody's really over the line with their behavior and so forth, because they've rounded because if they did, then Christian bookstores wouldn't carry it, you know, because they'd be like, okay, like I've got a novel on Amazon called Zion, and Zion is a crime novel, procedural. Excuse me, I'm sorry. Cancel. Sorry, this thing is. All right, let me shut this thing off. Sorry, hang on a second.
Sure.
There you go. So yeah, on Amazon, I have this novel called Zion, and it's a procedural crime novel, and it has to do with the Black church, and there's a bunch of good stuff going on in there. But my agent, you know, he had a hard time shopping it because it was too secular for the Christian market and too Christian for the secular market. You know, and he was, you know, and so I'd get notes back from the Christian publisher saying, well, we would buy it if you took all this out, and you know, or the secular market, well, we'd buy it if you took all this faith-based stuff out, you know. And I'd say, look, you know, the faith that I embrace is a real world faith. It operates in the real world, and so you know, we don't just, you know, put a bra on the Venus de Milo because we believe in Christ. You know, we don't paint mustaches on the Mona Lisa because we believe in Christ. You know, so yeah, it was kind of you know, a struggle, and sometimes it still is with Vampirella because I don't control what's on the covers. I don't control how they market it. I don't control those kind of things. But I did talk to Nick Barucci, our publisher, and when he was trying to convince me to come on board, I said, well, look, I really, as a matter of policy, I don't really write about the devil. You know, I don't think making the devil a comic book character is particularly a bright idea. And then I have problems with the theology of it, that, you know, comic book writers, they treat the devil like he is God's equal, you know, and like they like he's Lex Luthor and God is Superman, and they're the opposite. You know, one is dark side, one is the All Father, you know, and that kind of thing. And it's a simplistic sort of Christian mythology approach, you know, as opposed to Christian theology, which teaches us that the devil is an invented being. He was an angel that, you know, who just got full of himself, you know, who had an ego trip, and, you know, God said, okay, that's it with you, you know, but, you know, the creation can never be the equal or the superior of the creator. So I have a problem with the whole theology of it. So I said, well, Nick, you know, I don't really write about the devil, you know, and I think Vampirella, which is a science fiction concept, it's basically Barbarella with fangs. It's an outer space thing that has, over the 50 years of her existence, it has drifted into the occult and occultism because writers have forgotten what the character is actually about, and publishers have allowed them to forget. So all of a sudden, she's always fighting the devil, and there's all these demons, and it's all this demonology, and it's all this other stuff. And I went, well, that's not what the book is about in the first place. So let me take it back to the science fiction stuff. But I said, look, you know, if I'm going to write about the darkness, then I need to be permitted to write about the light. You know, if I got to write about the devil, then you have to allow me to write about God. And I can write about the devil all day long. But as soon as I start writing about God, publishers get nervous because God means different things to different people, and they don't want to chase anybody away. But to his credit, Nick didn't flinch. I mean, immediately he went, yeah, okay. You know, so what people don't realize, particularly people who don't read the book, and you know, and I understand people who have hesitation about reading the book. Retailers tend to segregate the book because they assume that the book is too adult, or that there's, you know, nudity and cussing and whatever is going on, and there really isn't nudity. It really isn't that bad. It might be like a, you know, a PG-13 or something, but it's not an R, and it's certainly not an X. But retailers tend to segregate the book. So I understand people's hesitation about picking the book up. But for people who actually read the book, and I'd be happy to send you some sample pages of it, you know, there's a lot of theology in Vampirella. You know, sometimes I'm laying it on with a trawl, you know, where there's a lot of preaching. There's, you know, she has this, her best friend here, her name is Victory. And Victory was just as wicked as you possibly could be. And she was into all this these different bad habits, and she was, this and that, and a whole day, so Vampirella's mother takes Victory and sends Victory undercover to spy at this Christian university because the mother has some scheme going on at the Christian university, and while Victory's at the Christian university, while she's undercover there, she ends up having an encounter with Jesus Christ, and she gives her life to God. Okay, so now she's harboring this secret because she can't tell anybody because she's part of this vampire cult. She's part of the gang, right? But she goes back to the gang and she's like trying to manage, and she has this major conflict where she has the secret. And her secret is that she has given her life to the Lord, and she can't do this stuff anymore. She can't behave this way anymore. She can't condone what they're doing. And that ends up putting her in conflict with these other people. So there's a lot more to it. So I'm able to kind of function in that, and beyond that, the major points of Vampirella that are points of contention is her costume, which is a fairly revealing swimsuit. I've seen more revealing stuff on rap videos these days. It's not really that controversial to me anymore, And then there's adult language and some adult behavior that goes on there. But honestly, this is the real world. This is how people really relate. This is how people really behave, and it becomes this really point of conflict where do I censor myself or censor this work, based on the fact that, well, these are not my values and these are not how I behave. This is not how I speak, but when I'm doing commercial writing, I'm trying to be as honest and legit and speak as much truth as possible. And then if there's an opportunity for me to wheel in some, if it's appropriate, if there's an opportunity to wheel in some perspective, of those things, then I'll certainly take advantage of those opportunities.
No, I love that. That quote that we just put out. Yeah, that's absolutely right. If I got to write about the darkness, I have to write about the light. Shout out to Nick for giving you that opportunity too, to show that balance. I want to. I've been reading Superman Lost, and it's interesting because I like how the type of world building that you do when you bring in like world politics into the storyline. It's not, Superman is not just flying around just for the sake of flying around. Like his presence, speaking to, real life issues, his presence has real world ramifications a lot of times and stuff like that. Or like what you did with Black Adam, historically, like some of the geopolitical storytelling that you pulled into the story. I personally think Superman Lost is, this is my personal opinion, is some of your best writing, and I am aghast constantly that there's been no Eisner talk for these books. I don't get that. I'm not sure. I've been wondering if that's something you harbor any resentment for or care anything about. I personally do, if you don't.
Well, I appreciate it, but I honestly don't pay much attention to that sort of thing. I will tell you that neither one of those books were particularly publicized very well. They were just kind of put out there. Black Adam in support of the film. The Superman book was kind of an accident, and it's a long story. I don't want to take up your time with the long story, but it was kind of an accident how that book came together, and it's been in development for 3 years or longer, which has taken Carlo, our artist, quite a while to pull the book together. The Superman book, that's the first Superman series ever assigned to a Black writer. And I'm grateful that I got that opportunity to kind of, all right, there's another little glass ceiling that I was able to tap on right quick. And, when I approach any character, whether it's particularly Black Adam or Superman, I kind of approached them for, from a point of character. I'm a character-driven. I write character-driven stories.
Yes.
A lot of what we see in comics today are plot-driven stories. Plot-driven stories, where people go, all right, there's a giant space monster, and he knocks an asteroid out of position, and now the asteroid's going to come and hit the Earth, and what do we do? And that's how they start the story and how they, begin constructing the story. I begin constructing my story by who is Superman, and why is he Superman? And the thought occurred to me that he's only Superman here on Earth under these very specific conditions, with this specific gravity, with this specific amount of solar radiation, and all these factors. Now, what if we catapult him into, outer space somewhere and he gets lost, and all of a sudden he's vulnerable, he's lonely, he's subject to all of the same things that we go through if we were lost at sea for an extended or trapped on a desert island somewhere like Gilligan or something. With Black Adam, when they asked me to do Black Adam, one of the very first things I said to DC was, well, first of all, Egypt is in Africa. So already I'm starting trouble. Right? Yeah. And I went, now at some point, Jeff Johns, God bless him. I know Jeff Johns. He's a great guy. I love Jeff Johns, but at some point, Jeff Johns decided that he was going to move Black Adam out of Egypt, which is what he originally was in the original Fawcett books, out of Egypt, and create this country called Kahndaq, because now we have more control, because Egypt means there's political factions and there's these other complications. Now here's a country we completely invented country and blah blah blah. So when they brought me on, what I did was I said, okay, I'm not going to take him out of Kahndaq, but I'm going to build a bridge between Kahndaq and Egypt, because I found it a little offensive that you would strip this character of his nationality, and you're alienating, I don't know how many, Egyptian or Egyptian American readers we have, but you're severing his African roots to move him to the Sinai there, and there's something that's a little that didn't strike me very well. And to their credit, DC said, sure, go ahead and build that bridge. So we went ahead and said, okay, Egypt was the ancestral home of Kahndaq, and here's how Kahndaq came out of Egypt, and blah 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 blah. And then I said, okay, and we wrote these stories that made everybody nervous and caused all kind of problems at DC, because we had one issue where we had this rogue fighter pilot from Jordan attacking Kahndaq, and Black Adam was forced to destroy that plane. And then like 2 issues later, there's a passenger jet about to crash in Tel Aviv, and he saves that jet from crashing in Tel Aviv, which causes him all kind of problems in Kahndaq, because everyone's mad at him that he destroyed the Islamic plane, but he saved the Jewish plane. Okay. And now, we're getting all these notes back from, AT&T or Discovery Plus. I mean, people way over the heads of the publishers, because everybody's nervous now, because now it will be very political, and they don't want us to be very political. But that's what I mean, is where I look at the character and I go, what are the implications if this person was actually up and walking around and breathing in the world that we live in? What would actually happen? And if Kahndaq was actually a place like they say it is, then they would be under enormous pressure from their Israeli neighbors, from their Saudi neighbors, and there'd be people within this country that want a secular government, and there'd be people in his country who want Sharia law, and there was, and there'd be a democracy movement, because he's like the Shah of Kahndaq, Shah of Iran. There'd be a democracy movement, and it'd be all these different things that are just a big playpen for me to work in, but it makes people nervous these days, because they just want pure escapism, and they don't want any trouble, and Priest is a troublemaker. So I'm a troublemaker.
That's why I'm saying you got to read and to know the full extent of the trouble. Read his blog posts. Read those blog posts. It's like that's amazing historical content over there. I'm always felt in like that attention to detail is something you've always done, in terms of your storytelling that I've always enjoyed. Like you brought that attention to detail to Black Panther, establishing the historical context of the character. You've also done it in a way. I think you did it in The Hill, Batman The Hill. It's sort of like actually creating like, you know, this geographical context where it's sort of like, yeah, we know Batman in quote unquote typical TV Gotham, but we don't, you know.
Yeah, we never see him go to the hood, you know.
Yeah, if Gotham is a stand-in for New York, if Gotham is a stand-in for New York City, then definitely there should be a Harlem or Bronx, you know, to this city, you know. And I've always wanted to ask you specifically when it comes to Black Panther, what is your fascination with the character specifically? And I asked that because you found a way to always do some type of like not so much a knockoff or some type of parody of the character constantly. So like you brought a Red Lion in the Justice League.
Yeah,
the Deathstroke. You bring in what was that, a kitty character in
Dark
Quantum
Kitty.
and Dark Kitty, Quantum and Woody. There's also Concrete Jungle, where it's sort of like it's an analog. In Concrete Jungle, where basically he has ties to a mythical African kingdom.
Sure.
What is it about the character profile specifically that you are constantly drawn to?
Okay, well, I think that the the examples that you cite that are kind of knockoffs of Black Panther, they were just kind of me having a little fun. In Quantum and Woody, in fact, the Dark Kitty character, you know, it was kind of it was definitely a parody of Black Panther, and then Woody, the character, the main, the title character in Quantum and Woody goes to Marvel Comics and argues with the editor of Dark Kitty, the Black Panther editor, and we actually use the actual Black Panther. So when he goes to Marvel Comics and you see this guy behind the desk, this guy Ruben behind the desk, that's the actual editor of Black, who was editing Black Panther at the time, and that's a dead-on likeness. That's actually Ruben, you know, who shows up. And then Ruben became a character in our comic book. He was like became a sidekick, and he was hanging around, and you know. So it was kind of a Deadpool sort of thing there. As far as the actual Black Panther, what are again, you know, you start with, well, who is this character? And you have to go all the way back to Fantastic Four 52. You have to go back to Jack Kirby and Stan Lee, and what were the implications of this guy who is rich and powerful? He outsmarts the Fantastic Four. He beats the Fantastic Four, all four of them, by himself, and then laughs about it. You know, so I had to just get all of the other interpretations of Black Panther out of my head and go back to Stan and Jack and start there and go, who is this guy? Who is this Black Panther guy? And one of the first questions I had to ask myself is, why is it that Wakanda was never conquered? Why, you know, they never write about the African continent in any truth. You know, they never write about, you know, the Sudan. They never write about the Congo. They never write about the, you know, the fact that that the African continent has a long history of suffering under strong men, which makes our political season even scarier because we're drifting toward a strong man in our country, having learned nothing from history, from European history or from African history. That, you know, a strong man comes in and promises you, you know, I'm going to fix it. I'm going to address all of your, you know, all of your concerns, you know, and then he seizes power and never leaves power. And, you know, it's, you know, we never learn from history. So we just have to, I guess, you know, suffer through repeating it. But with Panther, I said, well, Wakanda was never conquered. Well, the reason why Wakanda was never conquered is that the writers never thought of it. You know, the only person who actually thought much about the African continent really was Don McGregor. And then Don McGregor did a whole bit about South Africa and apartheid, and was probably soundly chastised for doing it, for taking Africa seriously. So I wanted to take Africa seriously, and I went, well, what is unique about this particular individual? And then the Black Panther book wasn't really about Black Panther. It was about Black Panther's State Department guy, this guy named Everett Ross. And Ross was kind of based loosely on the late Matthew Perry's character in Friends. He was kind of a Chandler Bing sort of nervous character. And the Black Panther was about, trying to teach white comic book fans about Black culture. That's all that was. So Ross's job was to articulate all of the reasons why a white comic book fan might be reluctant to buy Black Panther. So he would say these outrageous things, but he's saying things that, to my mind or to my thinking, that Ross would say things that a lot of white fans were probably thinking, and trying to break down the resistance of why you wouldn't. Comics have always traditionally been created by white males for white males. So there'd be this sales resistance to picking up why do I want to read about Black Panther? So I would give that voice to Ross and make him the comic relief. And he would be like the relief valve where he would say these things that people might or might not be thinking, but he would do it in a very humorous way. And people would kind of come back next issue and the issue after that, not even necessarily to see the adventures of the Black Panther, but to see what outrageous thing will Ross say this month, and we would follow Ross's journey as he becomes enlightened and he stops being an asshole, excuse my French. He would stop being a jerk, and grow some appreciation for not only this particular person, King T'Challa, but he would grow some appreciation for the culture and some understanding of all this stuff. And that was the purpose, and that was the general approach that I took with the series.
No, that's amazing. What I've always liked about your approach, one, it was hilarious. Ross's character. I was mentioning before, it's like humor, oddly enough, is rarely done in comics.
Yeah, let me interrupt you for a second. But not only that, but there was some resistance to putting humor into it. And then after my run, they went right back to making Black Panther like deadly serious. And and all due respect to writers who make way more money than I do, it just became sort of this almost like here's your homework. Like Black Panther became this sort of like, well, let me teach you about this historical lesson or this these kind of things. And it's very well done. It's very well written, but a little humor can certainly go a long way, with that sort of thing. But that was kind of one of the things that I insisted on at the beginning. I said, well, by the way, it's going to be funny, which kind of horrified Marvel until they saw the execution of it. One other thing is that for a long time, Marvel just refused to reprint it, and even today, it is in reprints. They just came out with 2 omnibuses, 1 and 2. But for a long time, they wouldn't reprint it because a lot of what Ross says in the series is patently offensive and certainly either racist or borderline racist. And now because of the corporate ownership and the shifting tides of corporate ownership, everybody's nervous about offending people because now up come the thumbs and the Twitter. Everybody's trying to cancel you. So a lot of what he said, probably I could never write that today. Like if I did a brand new Black Panther series, I could never write Ross that way today. They would never allow it because it'd be deemed too offensive. He said some terribly offensive things that were just, gosh darn, not only were they were funny because they were true, they were funny because they were true, and it's kind of like listening to, gangster rap, where the best gangster rap is the stuff that kind of keeps you up at night because you go, I don't think this fella is making this stuff up. I think he's telling us about something that actually he experienced or that he actually did, one or the other, right? And the worst of it is the stuff where patently this guy is he's just flexing, But then you see like this video of like this guy, the baby, and the baby he's shooting his video, and these guys come on the set and start trying to tax him, he steps off and goes and engages these fellas. No weapons, nothing, no backup, just him, and he backs these guys down. And I was like, I don't think the baby's making this stuff up. I think he's legit, and I'm going to be just as polite about him as I possibly can.
Right. What I've been having this debate personally with myself. I haven't really shared this a lot. I think what has made the Black Panther as a character so popular is the fact that Black people see him as our personal champion as opposed to just a hero. And this is my personal distinction, and I'm not sure, maybe you have another definition, but when I think of a hero, I think it's like Superman, who's responsible for everything and everybody, who's omnipresent to a degree, right? And that's how we typically look at quote unquote superheroes, where they are tasked with saving anyone who calls, like a fireman or a policeman, that type of thing.
Yeah,
but I think what's
control the neighborhood. Right.
He
doesn't control,
no, he doesn't. Right. It's like he.
And
I think that's. Go ahead.
I was gonna say,
no, please.
When I think of heroes, I think of the Falcon. When I think of icons, I think of Black Panther. Black Panther is, the wattage is turned way up, the volume is turned way up because he's a head of state.
Yes.
And the whole point about my series was making that point that this guy is a head of state, and he deserves a lot more dignity than Marvel had been giving him lately. At least by the time they got around to asking me to come aboard, And my whole point of writing Black, particularly those early issues, the first volume or whatever, if you get those very first issues, if you've never read the series before, the whole point of those very first issues is that Black Panther could give a damn about us. There's lots of times where Ross and other characters in the book are expecting him to behave like a superhero, and to defend truth, justice, and the American way. He gives a damn about us. He's a king. He doesn't care about our laws. He doesn't care about our hangups. He doesn't care about our all this stuff that's going on in America, this left, right, MAGA, this kind of crap. Black Panther gives a damn about us. He thinks we're a bunch of idiots with this foolishness that we're going through. The greatest country in the world, with all these freedoms, and you guys are lining up to vote your freedoms away. He thinks we're idiots. I wrote him like I would write Namor. I wrote him like I would write Magneto. I wrote him on that level because that's how those guys think. Those guys look at America and they just think, you guys are a bunch of morons, and I'm either going to defend myself against you or I'm going to conquer you and take you down, But in my mind, I keep going, Wakanda. When I see Wakanda or think of Wakanda, I think of Atlanta, Georgia. And I think this is what Atlanta ought to be. No offense to the white people who live in Atlanta, but this is, you go to Atlanta and you go like to some fancy hotel, the Hilton, whatever, pick a hotel, right? And you demand to see the manager. I demand to see the manager. And down comes this sister, and you go, well, I want to see the manager. I am the manager. What's your problem? It's like black folk running stuff, and I was like, whoa, wait a minute. This is what we could be, what we should be if we stop bickering about one each other. If we got past the class warfare, if we got past the them and us, the snooty black folk, who are looking down on the struggling black folk who are running DoorDash. We're bringing them their DoorDash, You have to get past that isms and schisms stuff, that kind of thing. And I just think that, the Black Panther as an idea, as a concept, it becomes aspirational for Black America if we did it right. If it becomes like this, here's this light, here's this lofty goal, that we could possibly achieve. But make no mistake about it, my young friend, Black Panther gives a damn about our politics, our laws, whatever like that. His main concern is Wakanda and doing the right thing. And beyond that, he ain't worried about the rest of it.
Yeah, that's definitely what the irony of it is, that Marvel created a fictional place. They were able to have their cake and eat it too, in a way, because they created a character that does not concern himself with American politics. So it's sort of like that whole, when he was what was it, the bronze cougar or whatever it is they called him, when he made him change his name from
the
Black
Cold
Panther.
Tiger. Yeah,
or
because of the Black Panther Party. Yeah,
because of the Black Panther Party. And he makes this statement that basically he does not support, or he does not support or chastise anybody who uses the name. You know what I'm saying? It's like, so he doesn't support Black politics, nor does he criticize Black politics, but it's sort of like, I likened it to the Star Trek rule that, they can't involve themselves in
the Prime Directive.
The Prime Directive is sort of like a Prime Directive for Black Panther, but at the same time, he gets all the upside because Black people, we still consider him to be our hero. You know what I'm saying? We still claim him as our own, when in fact he doesn't. Like you said, he doesn't want anything to do with us.
I don't know if it's necessarily he doesn't want anything to do with Black America or versus white America. I'm just saying that, the idea that he's, it's an empowerment fantasy, that this is a person who is just beyond all of that. And, and he doesn't, there's none of that, like Marvel's Civil War, where the Avengers split over whether or not to obey a certain directive from the government, and Black Panther would, it's a silly question. And that was, in fact, he was in the Civil War movie, and in the Civil War movie, he wanted to bring his father's killer to justice. The hell with all the rest of whatever you're talking about.
Right.
And as far as the Black Panther Party goes, in a way, the pluses and minuses of the Black Panther Party was, again, about self-empowerment and about, like, okay, we're going to defend ourselves against injustice, whether you like it or not. And in a way, I don't think, without him necessarily specifically embracing, Stokely Carmichael, or the particulars of the Black Panther Party, they're not all that different in approach. It's just kind of like, we should have a right to defend ourselves. We should have a right to self-empowerment and self-realization. And that's kind of what Black Panther as a character and as a concept, to me, that's what he represents.
That's amazing. Well, we're almost out of time, but I do want to touch on, and I hope it's still in the works, your book Zero. That you have, that's been picked up by 50 Cent, or at least that's the last news I heard, between you and I think it was Joe Illich.
Yes.
I wanted you to, if you could share that character and what that character is about, and there's tons to unpack in that story, man. It's an amazing concept what you created with Zero.
Yeah, I don't know if we have all the time to deal with it.
But, no, yeah.
Just conceptually, Zero, Xero. It's a character it's a creator-owned character that was published by DC Comics in the late '90s. It was created by myself, and then we brought in Chris Cross, who drew the comic book.
Shout out to Chris Cross, amazing.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. And the basic story is it's about this assassin. It's a government assassin. He works for like some secret agency, CIA type agency, in America. And his shtick is that he he would weaponize race in order to do his job. So, like, if he had to go over to Morocco and assassinate some high roller or whatever like that, he would put on this prosthetic mask, and he would appear as a white guy, as a blonde-haired, blue-eyed white guy, and he would fade into the crowd, of these exotic places that we would send him to. So he would be like, it's like a mashup of HBO's The Wire and the James Bond films, and it's this weird sort of dichotomy where he is this guy who lived in two worlds, the world of The Wire and the exotic world of Casino Royale, James Bond franchise. And the story is about what happens when those two worlds collide. So it's like this traffic accident at the intersection of race and class. And it's about a guy who has lost his own identity, but who somehow along the way starts to discover or rediscover his own blackness. And he starts rebelling against, this agency that he's working for. And he starts hating putting on the white face to go do his job and so forth. So it's this really intense sort of controversial thing. It's now I'm working with Erica Alexander.
Oh wow, okay.
Who's in American Fiction, the film that's out now. Wonderful actress from Living Single and The Cosby Show and a million other things. And she was in Get Out, and she was in a bunch of films. And she's just gorgeous. And no matter how much I beg her, she won't go out with me. But she has formed her own production company called Color Farm, and Color Farm has released a number of documentaries and other very successful projects, and she's developing this feature with me, and we have partnered with 50 Cent's G Unit, which is where the property currently exists. So that's something that's still bubbling, that we're still working on and developing the screenplay for, and hopefully we'll have some news about that within the year here, and we'll be able to talk more about it.
Amazing. That is great. Where can people find? Now I'll tell you this: if you search Digital Priest, I'm fairly certain the '90s stuff will pop up.
Okay.
So I will encourage folks to read some of that. Because you go into depth. Like, it's interesting to hear you say this stuff in person, because I only know some of this stuff because I read your work in the '90s when you talked about like the character design behind like Black Panther, and stuff like that. Like, for instance, like I read that you wanted Black Panther to be Marvel's Batman.
Yes.
For instance. And I know that, and it felt like you accomplished that in a lot of ways. And honestly, I think Eve Ewing's current run, it sort of brings back some of what you were trying to do there in terms of being like that Batman type character.
Excellent.
So that's what I've been enjoying about the current run too. But also, like, so aside from that, where can they find information and news about what you're up to lately?
Oh, that's anybody's guess. I'm not on social media. I have a website, ChristopherPriest.com, but it's largely been abandoned because I just have no time to work on it. I guess you got to just kind of check the Diamond catalog and see what's being announced on DC and Marvel websites. A lot of what I'm working on now has not been announced. Like, I have a Marvel project that's that's going to make a lot of noise whenever they announce it.
Oh wow! Okay,
I'm waiting for them to announce it. We've been working on that for a few years now. Obviously, Superman Lost. We just wrapped that up, so that entire series is in print right now. Vampirella 666. That's on sale now. That's kind of a relaunch of the Vampirella series, so it's a good jumping on point. Okay. See what's going on with and I know, what on earth, why do we want to see this skinny white vampire from outer space. It's like, trust me, it's deeper than that, and then we're waiting on. We put together, Joe Illich and I. He was my editor on Entropy. Entropy is a book that we put out with together with Heavy Metal, but Heavy Metal has suspended publication because they ran out of money or whatever the story is. So we're waiting on them to resolve those issues. But that book, there's a whole series that's done. It's drawn, it's written, it's lettered, it's inked, it's ready to go. It's called Entropy. So that hopefully will show up sometime this year. Humanoids, I have a book called Babylon that I think that you guys would like a lot. And hopefully that will be announced later this year, and there'll be more on that book as well. I'm sure there's something coming out from DC. I just can't remember what it is, but there's all kind of stuff. There's always stuff that I'm working on. And oh yeah, I'm sorry, and I forgot The Last Spartan. The Last Spartan is a Kickstarter that's out there somewhere right now that I'm working on with Tyler Main, who's the actor from the Halloween series, and he played Sabretooth. He played Wolverine's dad in the first X-Men movie.
Wow.
And he's been a bunch of TV. He's a TV guy, a former wrestler, and it's a book about human trafficking, very important subject. And it's a book that we've worked really hard on, and that's that's in the Kickstarter right now, and that should be out actually in the stores within the next couple of months, I would imagine.
Oh wow, I didn't hear about The Last Spartan. I have to check on that.
Yeah, that was a lot of fun. That one's that's again, it's about an ex-biker who's kind of dragged back into the life because of to trying to save a young girl who's been kidnapped and about to be human trafficked, and he's got to find her before she vanishes into nowhere. So it's kind of a thriller and a police procedural thing, and just terrific stuff. Tyler Main, yeah.
Man, you're such a prolific writer, man. It's like there's nothing that you haven't written. Is there a particular genre that you haven't jumped into that you would like to do more?
Probably not. Every time I do something, I become kind of locked into that. So like now I'm the guy that you go to write the villain. Oh, he writes good villains. No, I write pretty terrible villains. But for a while I was like, oh, he's the guy who only writes black stuff. And so they would only offer me black characters. And at some point, oh, he's the guy who writes the funny stuff. So they don't offer me humor stuff. So I don't know. I am in the game, or at least would like to still be in the game, at least probably for, the next, decade or so, and then I start looking for a rocking chair, so right now I just, I feel very blessed to still be working and still have opportunities. And I like all kind of stuff, I'd like to do, I've pitched a couple of Westerns and I can't get anybody to bite on the Westerns. And, and I picked I pitched like a buddy book between these two female characters, and it's a much lighter thing, and I think, the editors kind of get nervous. Well, ooh, can he do something that light? And I'm like, isn't he the guy that writes villains? Is he the guy who writes all the dark stuff? So sometimes it's kind of hard, like, to overcome the last thing you did, and to convince people to take a chance on something new, and then be able to. It's like casting Eddie Murphy in a drama. That people get nervous. So what are you going to do?
Right. No, that's a good point. We had an interesting question. To that point, they wanted to know. You write so much, basically. How do you manage your time?
Well, truth be told, it's an illusion. Because as a reader, as the end user, you'll see these books come out whenever they come out, and sometimes one book comes out on top of the other book. Like the Superman book came out concurrent with Black Adam, but we started the Superman book like 3 years ago, and this Marvel book I'm talking about, we started that book 5 years ago. It's been in development for a long time, and the Humanoids book, I finished that book like 3 years ago, and it's still being drawn. So a lot of this just has to do with publishing schedules. And then like this weekend, I will probably turn in 3 Vampirella scripts this month, and then I will go off and work on the Marvel thing, and then I'll go off and do something else. So these things will come out whenever they come out, and it looks like, wow, he wrote 3 comic books this month, and I really didn't. That just happens to be when they actually put them out. But I tend to focus on one thing at a time, and then next week I will work on Bubblegum Man, and next week I'll work on Potato Man.
Yeah. Well, man, I appreciate your time. Again, search Christopher Peace, and definitely, always keep previews handy to see what he has up next. Yes, sign up for Bubble Gum Man books, whatever that is.
Yeah, can't wait for that one. Yeah.
Also, I wanted to remind everybody that after our show this evening, we have and on the EXP Jam Comics, on the Jam Comics show, we have they'll be showing some of Priest's work and Tribe, and some, I believe that's Miles Morales stuff, just to keep the vibe going here that we have here going on at Black Comix Universe. And I appreciate you spending time with me, Mr. Priest.
Well, thank you for having me. I really appreciate that.
All right. Thanks a lot, man.
All right.
We're going to take a quick break, and we'll be right back with more Black Comix Universe.
To be continued. 3 little words that hold the secret to the next great story. 3 words that will thrill you, confound you, give life to new possibilities. Every variation of To Be Continued is a promise of adventure, a promise of excitement, a promise of unseen wonders and unexplored worlds. A promise that every issue you read makes you a part of a never-ending journey. And behind every page, there will be an unopened door waiting for you. This story to be continued at your local comic book shop. Visit comicshoplocator.com today.
Hello, we are back. This is Iman Latif, creator of BlackComicsUniverse.com, where I do one thing well, and that is I study, collect, and read historically Black comics. I'm wearing, as you can see on my official Black Comics Universe hoodie. That's going to be available soon. But yes, thank you for joining us today. We're in our home stretch now at the BCU 2.0. We're going till 6. We got a few more hours left. It's going strong. It's moving fast. And then yes. I'm about to post it up, be sharing it in the next day or so. But and I thank you all for joining me. Next we have Jermael Lessey of Absolver, straight out of Konkret Comics here. The world famous Konkret Comics that's doing big things in the comic book industry right now. And he'll be sharing his comic book experience with us. How you doing, sir? Please, did I pronounce your name right?
Jermael Lessey.
Jermael
Yeah.
Lessey. All right. Thank you. Set me straight. Appreciate it. First off, that's a dope setup you got there. That monitor is baller for sure. So you are artist and writer?
Yeah, so I focus more on the writing. When it comes to the artistry, I just really do the character designs.
Okay.
I'm a very heavy critic on myself, so to draw my own comic, it would never come out.
Yeah, I understand.
Yeah,
I have a friend. Victor Dandridge, who's a very well-known personality, a writer in the comic book industry, and he draws as well. And I'm always getting on his case about the fact that he doesn't draw more. He's a great writer, but no one knows that. No one knows that he draws. But I've been knowing that he draws forever. So I'm always getting on folks about, using all of their skill set,
right.
And what I love about what you've been doing, what you've been able to do with Konkret is that you're one of the few, independent creators that I've been following for a while that I can finally say I can go to my my comic book shop and find their book. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
And find this book on the shelves. You never realize how big of a deal that is until you've been following somebody on social media and they've been grinding, but you get to see them make a huge leap like that. Did it feel like that big of a milestone when it happened?
You know what, it was humbling when it happened. I think my biggest milestone was the release of the first issue.
Okay.
Because that cements, it's like I tell my son all the time, man, if I leave this earth right now, I've lived my childhood dream. I've created a comic and other people was able to read it and experience my story. And that's all I've been dreaming about since I was 13 in the sense, So that release of the first issues was cemented it, humbly saying, the next step is to make sure it gets in a lot of people's hands. So you wanted it to get in stores. But for me, it was the anxiety of that first release. That was everything, man.
Now, did you kickstart it or did you come out of pocket to create it?
Both. If it's one thing we established as a group is we're all fans of comics. And you don't spend as much time and energy writing and creating and not have your book drop. So upon doing research before our launch, there's a lot of people that don't launch because it didn't get fulfilled. And we decided that we're going to launch regardless whether whether it get fulfilled. So we put our own money into it, and we just utilize Kickstarter as a way to say, hey, we love you guys, and we're going to give away some extras here from the Kickstarter, but you're going to get the book regardless. And that was always our thing. And there's people you supported, they don't meet their goals, you don't get their book, and then unfortunately there's people you do support meet their goals and you've never received their books. And so we just wanted to make sure that we stayed away from those two issues.
Yeah. No, for sure. When I first started Peep Game Comics, one of my main goal was, oddly enough, to maintain the trust I had with my customers. And so what I did was I created a delivery system that guaranteed that they always got a book that moment, as opposed to like waiting on shipping or waiting for a book to be shipped to them, or if the book is out of stock and something has to be reprinted or restocked. I didn't want to have any disruption between whatever the creator of that book and the fan. You know what I'm saying? And so I really appreciate y'all going the extra mile in that regard, because I think that's important. Establishing that trust and making sure that they get that piece of art in their hands is like a big deal.
Yeah.
Just from a marketing standpoint, just even how that book is even delivered to them is important. I know collectors that, if that book doesn't come in a Gemini mailer and it comes in one of them floppy mail envelopes, it's a wrap.
Oh yeah.
Something as small as that can make all the difference.
Oh, it does. I'm a loyal person, so when it comes to like comic book shops, even though I moved like an hour and a half away from my old comic book shop, I still order my books, so I pay the extra fee to have them shipped down here, but one day I just came home and whoever delivered it just took my comic books, folded it, and stuffed it in the and I was like, so I called them and I was like, listen, I'm loyal, but this cannot happen again. And they, they want to see, you want to return your money? I'm like, no, just send me new ones, but can you personally wrap it up and ship it to me, moving forward. But yeah, man, that shipping and how it's shipped is very, very important.
Oh man, it's like you would not believe how important that is. Tell us about your character Absolver. I've heard a little, you described it before, but I want to give you the opportunity to introduce Absolver and what you're doing at Konkret.
So Absolver, Absolver, the character himself is a mezzo. So heaven has its angels and hell has its demons. So right in the right in the middle, you have limbo, which in the story I decided to call Oblivion. And Oblivions have their own spirits, which you call mezzos. And so by definition, mezzo means something in the middle, hence that's why he's mainly a gray character, because he's in the middle. And we all know that angels have their purpose for whatever, to worship God and do God's bidding, and the same thing with demons. So when you're in the middle of that, we as humans, if you're a Christian or whatever you believe in, we have the opportunity of choice or whatnot. That's what separates us from both parties. And I kind of wanted to do that with mezzos, but in the sense of every mezzo is an individual, but their free will is, do I, follow my purpose, or do I ignore it and just live my life regular? And hence that's what you have. That's what you have with Absolver, the character. It's just a character that exists in the middle, and his purpose is vengeance, obviously. And and it's not of his vengeance. He's like a walking wraith that take cares of your vengeance. If you're feeling vindictive about something, and he handles that for you.
Okay.
Yeah, and that feeling just came because that purpose was birthed because when I first started creating Absolver, he was a totally different character. But during that Trayvon Martin case, you know, when George Zimmerman got off, I just could not let that vindictive spirit go. I was like, man, like that's so. It was during that time, Absolver that you know today. That's when he was birthed, basically.
I see. And I do see in a lot of independent storylines. I think that a lot of what I see in the industry now came out of that era or came out of that, you know, what we call Black Lives Matter movement, or at least speaks to, like I was saying in the previous interview.
Great interview, by the way. I was like, man, I gotta follow this. Woo.
Christopher Priest, man, that's a big. I'm like, I should have food here because I needed to eat after that, man. You know, it's so intense. No, but like the idea that we want to have our hero, our personal hero in the room is not enough to have just a hero just flying around, but like the idea that you can have a personal champion of your own that's doing not so much your bidding, but is fighting for you in a sense. Right. I think that's something that Black audience look to see. They don't want just, it's like, you know, being powerful, because you'll notice this storyline comes up a lot in some, like I think in Icon, for instance, in a recent storyline, there was this question of, okay, you've been around for ages, why didn't you stop slavery, or why don't you solve the drug problem in the hood? It's just sort of like we have these goals that we hope that these characters actually are fighting for us personally as a group. And do you feel like the Absolver does that for Black audiences, or is it like a broader concept of just anybody that, you know, he fights for, like the greater good, so to speak?
The first thing I try to tackle when it comes to any character I write or create is I want to make sure that I am telling a great story first with a great character. I mean, obviously we got into comics because we fell in love with characters, and you know, most of the characters we fell in love with happened to be white lead characters. But you know, to us, they were just dope characters. It wasn't really about white or black. So that's what's real important for me. So with Absolver now, I like to tackle the issues that, you know, I want to say most people don't. Okay, not that I want to say most people. I'm just going to be direct with what I attack. You know, like in the second issue, you know, in the first issue in the beginning, I literally just explained how life is for most people by breaking down the class system, but utilizing demons and angels and so on. So within that, you know, I want people to read it and people can relate to it, you know?
Okay.
So of course, wherever you fit in, you know, that's your relatability. And then the second issue in the opening, I dealt with, you know, child molestation, especially coming from the church. You know, we always talk about it. We hear it on the news, you know, and if the pastor get dealt with or not, but it just, pastor got caught, child molestation, and that's it. Nobody really speaks on it because as a parent, you got to deal with that. As a parent, if you retaliate, you got to deal with the law. So, and then going on to Absolver 5, I tackle a lot of issues that really happen around this country. And, you know, it doesn't get enough coverage. But like I said, go back to my main point. I still got to make it an entertaining story as well. So my focus is to give our people a great character.
Right.
You know, I'm not gonna. I don't want to say. I don't want to force the issue of him being a black character. You know, I'm not gonna put it out there. You know, he's not gonna be linked to Egypt, or I'm not going to just keep him in the hood just because, you know, my goal is to make sure he's a great character, and I want to tug on the feelings of what everybody can feel and what they go through, you know. And then because comics are timeless and they're a great time capsule, you know, of course you put in things that happen during your experience as a colored man, as a man of color, you know. So I feel like most people should be able to relate to what's going on with this story, but I'm writing it from the perspective of from our eyes, our point of view, you know, what we dealing with or what we going through. But like I said, he has to be first just a real dope character, and that's how I'm tackling Absolver. So.
Amazing. What are some things that people can look forward to that you try to unpack, you know, coming up, like aside from what you were saying as far as you know, these broader issues of you know, political issue or social issues and stuff like that. Is there any particular direction that you want the character to ultimately go into, or a particular place that you want to find the Absolver, like say issue 50 or 25 or something like that?
Well, yeah. If we're talking about in the story, Absolver being in the middle, it really comes down to Mezos being the deciding factor between the last battle between heaven and hell. You know, and obviously Absolver is going to play a big role in that. And as far as the message I'm trying to get to people, it's you know, I just feel as if like we're all here, we all exist, you know, and this separation that we are all a part of is what keeps us feeling small when we're all really just the bigger picture, you know. Because when you think about Mezos, how I'm writing it, you will feel like they're going to feel like they're the minority, but in all actuality, you know, they can become the majority, should be the majority, you know. And these are just the little subliminal messages I'm trying to write and where I'm trying to take the character, you know. Again, I don't, you know, it's not that I'm trying to avoid Black Lives Matters. I'm not, you know. Okay. I just feel as if that, one, we have enough great stories handling that specific issue, one. But two, like my mission in life was to, like I used to always say, you know, when you walk into a comic book store or in a movie store, if they still exist, like, you know, Hollywood Video, Blockbuster, whatnot, if you close your eyes and then randomly point, you know, 8, 9 out of 10 times you're going to land on a white lead. So my goal was to always just, I want to feel like, you know, I'm evening out the scale, you know. Okay. So I'm not against creating white characters. I just feel as if like y'all don't need them. We need them. We need more of them. So that's really my mission, you know, and that's my purpose. You say Jermael got a new character. Well, you know, Jermael Lessey going to make him a brother or a sister. Like, you know, that's just me. Even with Leah, choosing Leah specifically to be Absolver's sidekick or partner is a very important thing, you know, showing a queen by his side at all times, holding him down, you know what I'm saying? So that's something I feel is real important and necessary. So I don't just do things to do things, you know. I really, really just pay attention and make sure I write in and create for specific reasons.
You know, it's interesting, like, speaking of those political, like, hot button issues, is there other issues that you find like I was listening to a podcast and they were talking about how as a celebrity there's certain folks that you wouldn't be caught taking a picture with, you know what I'm saying?
Mhm.
It's sort of like this is a cool dude, I like his music, but nah, he's too toxic to be seen. Is there any other issues where it's sort of like, now you've already covered some really intense subject matter as far as, you know, child molestation and things like that, but is there anything that you was like, yeah, I should steer clear of that one?
If I could speak freely, you know, I try to, not that I try, I do stay clear of too much political debates, especially being someone that, you know, when I look, I don't look at the government the way most people do. So to put myself into it in a story would be unfair. And you know, when it comes to anybody's sexuality, mainly because I can come on a podcast and tell you that I love everybody and I feel everybody should be happy with whatever and whoever they choose. And I can say, you know, just like I won't force you to live a certain way, don't force me to live a certain way. But if I write it, it can be interpreted a whole lot differently. And because of how it may be interpreted, I just leave it alone. So those are the only subject matters I really stay away from. Other than that, I want to tackle human trafficking, child molestation, the kidnapping of mainly majority of, you know, colored kids, but there's white kids that get kidnapped too. Like it's all of these things, you know. And I feel as if like you know, when you watch comedy, they use their medium to teach you. It's funny.
Yeah.
But if you really pay attention to what they're saying, they're like, oh, you know what I'm saying? Like, this is what's really going on. These are experiences. And I've always said, you know, I'm not going to force it on nobody else, but I have a responsibility to bring these things to light, but still make it entertaining to read and enjoy at the same time. So, yeah, nothing. I wouldn't escape anything. Like I'm working on. I don't know if you got to read my short, the Adze story. It was a short I did. You know, it's a book. Basically, it's a hero that I have during the slavery times, and he does what you expect him to do. You know, but and that was mainly created because most of our slave movies, it was us being slaves, being saved by some white man. And there was always this feeling of, damn, that shit sucks. You know what I'm saying? I think the last movie I watched was 12 Years a Slave. I said, after that, I'm never watching another one again. But we never had our actual hero. So the Adze was created just for that purpose. If you felt as if we needed our own hero during that time period, this is who you need to watch. And he's just as brutal and nasty as you expect him to be. And again, that's not toward a particular group. That's just toward a feeling that I know most Black people feel when we think about slavery and watch slavery. It's not to say that I hate you. I listen, you like me, I like you, but this is my experience. This is how I feel about this. I feel like those people needed to be dealt with a certain way. We're going to deal with them. You know, we can't ignore the, like I just 37 years old. I just found out that I don't know how true it is, but they are saying they used to eat our people to survive on when they traverse it on the seas. You know, feeding our babies to alligators to catch alligators. You know what I'm saying? So this shit is really messes with you, and there's a level of anger and disappointment. And if nobody else is going to do it, I'm going to be the one to tackle that issue one way or the next, if and when I can. So that's how I look at my writing when it comes to issues.
Okay, I hear you. And you said like, who was your artist on your work?
Oh man, you put me in a tight spot. I could never pronounce their name, but most of it overseas. But you know, I call him Mr. G, and the colorist is Atomic. I just call him Mr. AT. I'm just like my dad. I butcher names, man. Like, don't ask me, man. I'll give you a nickname so quick.
Wow. What do you? Can you speak to that? The fact that you got a comment here. Jermael appears to be a wise brother. Stay clear of the subjective ideologies and focus more on objective nuances, and that the human condition cannot avoid, regardless of how you see yourself.
Perfect. Thank you.
You know, to that point, I was. We'll get back to that. I think I lost it, but can you speak to the overall process as an indie creator? It's like you've seen like today's program, like these interviews. It's like you got creators that worked with, tons of artists and creators from different backgrounds. You got people like Todd and Larry that's been like a dynamic duo for, since the 90s. They, build an actual, genuine, like a strong relationship with each other in terms of storytelling. What has it been like to, build these relationships with folks that may not necessarily be from the same background as you, as far as your story, your personal storytelling, and getting your message across?
Honestly, a lot of them just looking to get paid. They're going to draw whatever and color whatever. I think I've ran into a couple of artists that says, no, I don't do demons and stuff like that. So, but this guy, he's a real dope artist. I think he's doing like the G.I. Joe run. I think currently on a Predator versus somebody. I ran into another artist that he said he doesn't really do too much sexual stuff, which is understandable. But outside of that, they just want to get paid. I don't really limit myself to who I would want to work with. I think art is very subjective. I just feel as if like if you got a particular art style, there's a specific story for you. I just feel like, some artists hit me up and they're looking for work, and I like their art, but it's not what I need for what I'm currently trying to convey. So usually that's just my experience. It's funny that you asked. I just recently had a conversation with an artist from Africa asking for his prices, and he said, this is his price. And I was like, okay, is that from your country? Is that USD? And he said USD. So I kind of got annoyed because I'm like, why are you charging me my prices when I can pay somebody over here the same rate, and then I have the benefit of utilizing the laws on my side? So, after I let the bit of that ignorance go, him and I was talking, and he gave some, some good valid points on why he does that. But he said because of the economy, his work being so wide and far in between, he just charges high so he could take care of his family. But if he said, listen, if anybody can assure me monthly work, I would definitely lower my prices, and then I just like, man, I had to look in the mirror and be like, wow, I should have did that first instead of being ignorant. But you learn things. So that's mainly my experiences when it comes to working with other people. As far as within Konkret, we keep each other on our toes. Lonzo will help me out. Lunaji will help me out. Oh, change this, try this. We do that for each other. So I say it's a real great experience as far as working with people.
No, that's awesome. What's it been like because in the Black comic indie space, decades worth of this idea that if only we would come together, what I'm saying? It's sort of like the whole, everybody wants to pull off, the Image Comics model, so to speak. and have, creators come together and consolidate their resources and make this big splash on a, in the comic book industry, so to speak. What has your experience been like for you in the Konkret Comics iteration of that idea of creators coming together and consolidation, pulling their resources and presenting like this unified front?
Just like with everything, you gotta deal with the good and the bad. Coming into the indie community, it was tough for us because we were just comic book lovers that just wanted to create dope stories, and a lot of people in our circle just wasn't feeling us, and we don't even know what we did. Like, we don't even know what we did,
Okay.
But we just kept making noise, and like I said, Konkret, we was a great support system for each other. Like, if we didn't have each other, that would have been tough. Everybody is clicking, everybody wants to be friends. I mean, I'll probably say that's probably the lowest point, like just the beginning. But then when they saw how serious we was and where we was coming from, then everybody started saying, okay, these guys are cool. Me, I can only speak for myself. You kind of already showed me who you were. So prior to that, I am sorry, trying to get into it, you would ask specific people you want to know the know-how. And a lot of people was just gatekeeping.
Right.
There was gatekeeping. So when I linked up with Lonzo and Anaji, just from that point, just a lot of research, pulling our personal resources just to get started. Then all the, the hate or whatever. And then once people saw how serious it was, they're like, oh, okay, these guys are serious. Let's mess with them. So from a professional standpoint, I don't really say too much. I'll keep it very cordial, but you've already showed me. And growing up, we deal with that a lot. And I did not expect that from this community, indie as a whole. And then from the Black indie community, I was not expecting that. So now it's only, yes, let's come together. Let's work with Konkret and these guys. Is it because this is how you really feel, or you want to work with Konkret because we're Konkret? And I'm not saying we the shit and better than anybody. I am just saying we work hard to put ourselves in a certain level, and there's a lot of great Black indie comic book companies that's doing great things. So I'm not just speaking highly of ourselves. So me, I just come from that standpoint. I am 100% on board about our people coming together and doing great things, because that's exactly what we need. But at the same time, you cannot acknowledge the good and the necessity of doing something without also acknowledging the negative and the bad of something. Who can you trust? Who can you work with? Who's the rat? Who's the snake? Who's the coon? Like, I mean, and these are legit questions you have to ask.
Right.
You have to ask, and you have to consider these things. I don't mind letting you sleep on my couch, but I got to be able to go to work knowing I'll come back to my house being intact. It's that's just legit. But again, anybody trying to come up into the game or whatnot, and they ask me questions, I give them everything. Everything. Somebody want to do a comic book, I'll put you on to my artist. There's a guy that want to work with me. I've been asking for the name of his artist. He finds every reason in the book to give me the name, but I still offered him the services of a letter that I'm working with. You know what I'm saying? So these are the things you deal with, and unfortunately it sucks, but this is the truth. And I'm never going to be one to ignore the truth and not speak the truth, because somebody listening right now may need to know these things and hear these things, because this happens. It ain't all pretty.
No. Now, have you found the type of success where you can do this 9 to 5 as your 9 to 5, or is this like something you do on the side now?
This is not a hobby for me. This is definitely a passion. People need to understand there's really no money in comics. in the sense of, like I always say, you know, if Spider-Man makes 40,000 on the year, that's bad for Marvel. But if you can make 40,000, that's real good for you. You understand what I'm saying? But it ain't the type of money you think you're looking for, because out of that 40, most of that could be your overhead. You know, out of that 40, even if that's your last 40, you're going to have to invest that back into the craft. You know, but it's definitely something I would like to take over, you know, be my full time. I would love to, like, you know, the Christian Pete, like he's doing exactly. I mean, all I do is write. All I do is create new stories, and he's living the dream, you know. But because of the restrictions that Marvel and DC, as you can hear, put on them, I'm like, I don't know if I ever want to write for them, because I'm always need to express myself the way I need to. I don't want to be capped, you know.
True.
You know, don't get me wrong, I won't turn it down, but at the same time, it ain't my goal to write for Marvel or DC if you're going to cap me. I'll just continue staying over here. But if I ever reach the level of success where we need Jermael Lessey on the book, well, of course, I'll take it. I got a family, you know, I got to take care of my family. But I'm not waking up saying I need to work for Marvel and DC. Like, that really doesn't impress me. What impresses me when I see people create their own, doing their own and pushing it, you know, to get $1 million in comics to start with 2 million. Yeah. Definitely. You know, some people say, oh, my resume, I've drawn and written for Marvel and DC. And I'm like, okay, but did you see this guy that created his own book and pushed his own stuff? And this shit is dope. You know, all you did was rewrite what's already been there, you know, and so that's just how I look. Again, I'm not knocking it. I think it's still cool, but not the level of success that people tend to put it in. That's just not me.
No, for sure. Because I try to say this in the most positive, well, let's say the constructive way possible, that there's no money in comics. And once you, because just do the math, it's like the margins are extremely small. The cost of production is still fairly high. And distribution is a whole other animal in and of itself. Aside from, you know, there's some there's some innovations that help in terms of marketing, in terms of social media, online sales and stuff like that. But distribution is still a very big issue for a lot of indie creators. So it's not to disparage anybody from the business. It's just that you definitely should be, if you're looking into comics, you should be looking at a broader, you know, idea. It's like, yes, I'm gonna make a comic over here, sell this IP over here for this amount, look into licensing, things like that.
Yeah, and so back to coming together and working together. Yeah, you know, I think the biggest thing when it comes to resources is talent. Like, for instance, you know, if we was able to come together, you know, I write, I color, you draw, we get a letterer. Not only do we just cut our costs to creating a comic book all the way down to zero, you know, we come together and we can, like, literally that same money we would have put toward a comic, now we can put it toward marketing. You know what I'm saying? We can put it toward other things. But everybody, and listen, I'm not knocking you from want to get paid, but at some point, what's your final goal in this? You know, is it to make what 1,500 at the end of this project, or do you want to be a part of a project that could potentially get you double, triple, quadruple of that, because we did it together and now we're just able to push this whole thing, you know, and a lot of us don't see the value in, you know, let's sacrifice today and see what we could gain tomorrow. You know, and then
For sure.
again, so and back to the same thing, we come to the process. I mean, the payments, like, you know, you're gonna charge me, a regular Joe Schmo, you know, $300 to $800 for a cover. You know, like, bro, what am I supposed to do with? You know what I'm saying? I'm just a regular person. If I was coming to you and say, hey, I'm an editor for Marvel, I need your services. Yeah, throw those prices at me. I'm working a 9 to 5, and you're charging me $300 to $800. So it's kind of tough for us to try to come together when we also need to survive at the same time. You know, but you know, we're already struggling. We're already here. We might as well try something new and see if we can get somewhere else. Because I always say to myself, and anybody is like, yo, it just takes 1 million people to give you $1, and then you're a millionaire. You know what I'm saying?
There's a the theory is called the I'm sure you heard of the 1,000 True Fans, right?
No, I didn't hear that.
So basically, it's this business idea that basically, as a creator, is they talk about it mostly in music, for instance, and like all you need, say if you were a musician just coming out, all you need is 1,000 fans, and each of them were to pay you $20 for every time you put something out. You can make a living as an artist by just by holding on to those 1,000 fans, right? Now, mind you, you can scale that up. You know what I'm saying? Get 5,000 fans, 10,000 fans, 20,000 fans, like most independent musicians do. But on the average, if you are charging them $20 a ticket or $20 for a vinyl album or some type of exclusive, piece of merch, then you actually are monetizing that audience in a way that helps you survive and actually live as a creative. And I think a lot of, especially independent creators, use that model. They have if they there's a guy, Brad Geiger, for instance, who's all he does is he has a Patreon. And now, mind you, he might have say 500 people following him on Patreon, but the average person pays $15 to $20 a month to see his work. You know what I'm saying? So he's actually making a living. That's on top of selling a trade at the end of, after so long, merchandise and things like that. So that's always an idea I always like to pass on to creatives, as far as, having and holding on to at least 1,000 quote unquote true fans that would decide the moment you get on social media and say, yo, I got X, Y, and Z coming out, that's $20 in your pocket, for certain, from certain folks. And I think, definitely for sure, like you guys at Konkret definitely have that concept down pat for sure.
Yeah. It's good to have that brotherhood, and thanks for teaching me that. I've never heard of that, so that's good to add.
Yeah, 1,000. That's the technical term, but basically it's literally what you just said. If you could get $1 million people to give you $1, then you'll be a millionaire, right? Exactly. It's the exact same concept. It's just a matter of it's at the end of the day, it's all just a numbers game, right? It's sort of like getting in front of as many people as you possibly can, holding on to those people and building a community around them, and just delivering them content, like you said at the top of the interview, making sure that you get this stuff in their hands in a quality way.
Right.
That's all anybody, should hope for, to be honest with you.
Exactly. Yeah, man. It's definitely a passion game. It's definitely a passion game. You have to. I'm not saying if you're coming here just to make money, I'm not saying you can't do it, but there's a level of passion. There's a level of commitment. Especially, like so committed. You know, I know Lonzo just re-released Acolyte issue 1 with his updates. I know Anaji is doing the same thing with Odina, and I'm currently doing the same thing with Absolver. And it all started as, you know, we grew so much in this industry and understood so much. Like those first issues were we're not happy with them. So we're going back and redoing it. And what started out with, you know, just changing a couple panels. Like honestly, my first issue was 22 pages. After really going back and rewriting it now, I can tell you it's going to be more. It's going to be about 30 plus pages. You know, I'm trying to keep it down, but because I'm so committed to the craft, you know, and a lot of people don't know that. So just to repay to get an issue done when you don't even have to. A lot of people say, "Yo, they love the first issue of Absolver," but I'm like, "Nah, this could be so much better and so much more." So just going back and so that commitment, that passion has to be there, and I feel as if when you put that energy out there to be reciprocated, you know, people will see that, and you know, because hey, these guys, this person, this writer, this creator, they really want to make sure we get the best quality out there, and you know, I feel it's very necessary, especially when you're trying to play this numbers game.
No, for sure, for sure. I wanted to share with folks. If at all possible. Yeah, this is Absolver from Konkret Comics. Just so people know what to look for in stores, in your local comic book shop. Look for it in the previews. You know what I'm saying? The Konkret Comics, they're in the mainstream. They're in the direct market. That means you can go to previews. You can go to Diamond and order Absolver from Konkret Comics and the whole Konkret Comics catalog. You can order it and have it, you know, sent to your comic book shop. You can add it to your pull list. Okay, so like there's, you know, on top of, you know, Kickstarters and stuff like that. But right now, Konkret is definitely, they're in the mode of, you know, providing quality content, you know, directly to the, you know, comic book fans. So if you're a traditional comic book fan that, you know, doesn't get into a lot of Kickstarters or doesn't necessarily spend a lot of time in the quote unquote independent space, you can go to do a straight shot to your comic books, your local comic book store, and you can find Absolver by Jermael Lessey in shops, man. And he's still, of course, and I admit, I thought you'd be more I don't know, amazed by the idea of being in comic shops, but you sort of, it's like, no, it's like it's all good. It's like, is this something like, here's a question, for instance. I'm not sure, are you familiar with Octavia Butler, for instance?
No, I'm not familiar.
She's a Black science fiction writer. She wrote a Parable of the Sower of the Sower, and also Wild Seed and things like that. She won awards in science fiction, but what's really fascinating about her, African American woman, she sat down and wrote. She basically wrote out 10 years of her life and said, I'm going to publish this book. I'm going to win this award. I'm going to write this book about this. And I'm going to, she basically mapped out her career for over 10, 15 years and to the letter, everything and it's like, there's a famous, if you Google her and this list, you can see it, like what she wrote down, you know what I'm saying? Every single thing that she wrote down came true. As a writer yourself that brings certain things to life like that, have you written out or mapped out your career like that? And is that why you're not as surprised by the whole direct market thing? It's like, it was always a part of the master plan. It's always been your thing. Did you write it down on a piece of paper? Or is it just like you take these things as they come?
I have a plan in my head,
Okay.
and they're not happening to a T, but it's happening.
Okay.
It's just, I love and appreciate everybody that what's the chance? Okay, I'm gonna answer that. I love and appreciate everybody that that's able to go to the store or order our books. Getting it into the comic book store is almost like just having to breathe. Like, that is the goal. That's all part of the goal, and I say that humbly. It's not like, oh yeah, it was supposed to happen. No, it's just not. I am more worried about delivering a great story, and anybody can get anything in a store, in a comic book store. You can create a comic book store, go to your local comic book, and y'all can work up a consignment situation. I'm just, what's more important is, am I creating fans? Are you going to come back for more? So to me, I love it. Like I said, it's almost like, again, if the universe was to take me today, you cannot take away the fact that I lived my dream. I'm living my dream, and to me, that, I'm not gonna say that's the mountaintop, but I'm here now. So now my next step is, starting my own publishing company to work alongside and work with Konkret. I want to venture into something different and unique, a different unique type of storytelling, and let Absolver and Konkret handle these specific things. Jermael want to have fun too, so though that's usually the goal. Again, my next step, honestly, would just to be able to live off of doing something I love. If that's comic books or writing stories or character designs, as long as I can live off doing something I love, then that's the next goal for me. I think I'm gonna continue doing it till I can't no more. So and if I can afford it without having to go through so much just to get a comic book done. But yeah, that's it for me. I mean, I just love the experience. I love the support. I love the people that love me, and I love them. And that's pretty much that. To the animation, everything I create, I see the animation in my head. I have a hard time writing it down comic book wise, because you got to go per panel. But in my head, it's an animation. I would love for somebody to pick up Absolver and be like, you know what, let's turn this into a cartoon. Animation is expensive. Apple just dropped Procreate Dream, and I'm studying how to do animation, and just to do an eye blink takes so much time. I'm like, now I understand why animation is so expensive. But definitely, if they said, hey, we want to make Absolver a cartoon, not that I would stop the comic, but I would definitely focus on the comic, because you will really get to see the type of story I want to tell. It'll definitely be a late night vibe, like Spawn was. That's the type of cartoon I would. I don't know. I mean, Invincible, they kind of take it to the top now too, so I think it'll be okay. It won't have to be late night, but I definitely would. I definitely would jump on doing an animation. I would love to.
What's up, man? Well, I appreciate your time. Where can we find you and Konkret Comix and the whole 9 yards?
Definitely could get Absolver 1 through 3 at KonkretComics.com. I can assure you that issue 4 will be releasing this year. My IG is Absolver_the Wraith. Same thing with my Facebook. Or you can find me in my personal page, Jermael Lessey. And sorry if I'm always ghosting, but like I'm always in the basement working, man. Always. I'm just taking up my time, just always working. But definitely that's where you can find me.
All right. That's Jermael Lessey. Jermael Lessey.
Jermael Lessey, yes.
Yeah, Lessey. Of Konkret Comix and creator of Absolver. Again, let me show that cover. Be on the lookout. Next time, Wednesday will be here before you know it. Pick up this book, put it on your pull list, search for it in your previews, the whole 9 yards. All that's there, man. Next up, we have my friends from Fourth Wall Media, but they're talking about their latest Kickstarter that's coming up. And that'll be in a few minutes here. I appreciate your time, and hopefully we're catching up with you soon, man.
All right, man. Thanks for having me.
Yep.
There's something for every imagination at your local comic shop. Visit comicshoplocator.com to find a store near you.
Yo, we're back. This is Imani Latif, creator of Black Comix Universe. Black Comix Universe. And the experience, this is BCU 2.0. I'm here with my producer Kyle in the backdrop. And now I have my friend Danny Quick and Wally. Danny talking about their latest projects.
Yo.
What's up, man? It feels weird. It feels weird because this is just gonna be like a straight up like conversation and not like an argument or something like that. It's like because mainly because I'm not gonna lie, mainly because my man Javon's not here, so it's nowhere near as much drama as it normally would be. But, shout out to Javon, that's my man's, but I'm just saying, like typically
shout out to Stokes for sure.
Yeah, he's always trying to boycott me. He try, he's always trying to he's always trying to mute me up. You know what I'm saying? So, yeah. But with this, it's sort of like, but when we typically get together, man, it's usually a good time because we just, have a good conversation. We're not yelling at each other.
Yeah, man.
Hurt each other, hurt our feelings.
There's certain stuff worth yelling about. I mean, we do got Wally here, but so you never know. You never know which way it'll go. I don't know if you talk to Wally much online, but he can be a little explosive sometimes. He can be a little.
No, this is my first time being able to talk. It's already getting tense. No, this is my first time talking to Wally. No. But I checked out your previous interviews and stuff like that. So I know what y'all been doing lately has all been on the up and up, man, for sure. And and I'd like to hear more about, and also not just what you guys have been doing with your current Kickstarter, but I also saw that you have some things going on with that Epiphany engine.
Yeah.
But I let them roll that out. You don't have to get into much of that. Let me know. Tell us about your latest Kickstarter and venture. It's interesting. I was just talking to Jermael about how during this time I'm seeing a lot of independents actually coming together. Like they've said that a lot. It's like, oh, we should come together. If we only quote unquote come together as a people. I see a lot of that. You know what I'm saying? People are, pulling their resources and coming together. And I'm noticing with this current project that you guys have, y'all are doing just that.
Absolutely, yeah. So we are launching a new imprint, man. I agree with you on exactly what you're saying, man. And it's beautiful. It's a beautiful thing because we all been talking about it for years, coming together and doing things. So this new imprint that we're launching is called Bequest Studios. We decided to come together and launch come straight out the gate with a hardcover project. We brought all our characters together myself with Ace Blade, Wally and I co-created King Supreme. Then we got Morgan Iverson with Lumberjacks. We got he's got Lumberjacks and Harlem, and then Rolam with Scarlet Ranger. And Wally did an amazing cover art piece, that's going to be exclusive to this project. He and Tariq Holmes, who did the colors on it, who also did the colors on that Epiphany engine project that you're talking about. We decided, we're gonna do it, man. We're gonna try it. We're gonna come out here and come out the gate with some exclusive stuff, some stuff that's to show you that we're serious about what we're doing, and some exclusive stuff for people to get and enjoy, man. So like we said, man, that the hardcover is live on Kickstarter, and we worked really hard to get to this point. Yeah, that's it right there. That's it right there. And we happy to be doing it, man. And we appreciate you having us on the show too.
Oh yeah, for sure, man. Oh, Wally, go ahead.
Oh no, I was saying the same. I was echoing Danny's sentiment. Definitely appreciate being on the show for sure.
Mm-hmm. Like
I'm the easiest to get along with. Like I don't know what Danny's.
Yeah, I'm sure.
Him,
yeah.
Different situation.
Maybe in the media, but I don't know. I can't speak to the your actual work process. You know what? Matter of fact, can you guys share with me what King Supreme is about? I've never read that book specifically, and I was always been curious as to about that character. Man, can you tell me more about King Supreme?
Dan?
Absolutely, man. King Supreme. So I always said, when we do fourth wall stuff, I would like to say we got a little something for everybody, right? So Ace Blade, he's your vigilante character who got no powers. He's just a man out there, with supreme fighting skills who can, who can take on anybody. Then we got Lumberjacks.
He's that guy up top with the crown, right?
Yeah, King Supreme is up top. And then, on the other end of the spectrum, we got King Supreme, who puts on this black crown and can literally reshape reality around himself. So he's got, some of the greatest powers and abilities that you can imagine. And it all depends on the person who's wearing the crown and how much faith they have in themselves, what they believe that they can do, and also, what they don't believe that they can do. So it's a story about the belief in oneself and how you can really change a community with, what you got on the inside of you. And the story that we're working on right now with King Supreme follows Wally going because when we started King Supreme, we had Roy, who was the host of King Supreme, but now we got Ryan, who was a little different than Roy,
a lot different.
He's a lot different. And
you said host of King Supreme? What do you mean by that?
Host of the crown. So the
okay.
The one shot that we put out was a young white boy who, you know, got the crown, and he, you know, he came out and he was doing his thing, but, you know, he couldn't really take control of the powers that he had. He didn't have the belief in himself.
The crown also carries the history of past crown holders, and this crown predates humanity. So the history there is vast, and Roy just wasn't built to carry that much power, you know. So he had to relieve himself of the crown. Go ahead, Dan. Go ahead.
Yeah, so yeah, you don't know what Wally doing right now, but I hear it. I hear it. But you know, Ryan gets the crown, and he's a young kid from the inner city. You know, he's got a little tougher upbringing, and he has, you know, the heritage to really use the crown to its full potential. And you know, we see him in opposition with the another crown holder from another galaxy called Legacy Supreme, who, you know, has had this power for thousands of years, and how he wants to, you know, keep a foothold on the galaxy. He wants to control the things that everybody is doing, whereas Ryan with his crown wants to liberate, and he wants to help people, you know, to really be free in their lives. And then you know, you kind of see the
parallels and the juxtaposition of these two characters, and we kind of explore what it is to really be a leader and a king.
Absolutely.
You know, different perspectives of the characters.
Absolutely.
I know this is like, it might be a subtle thing, but like, for instance, I was talking earlier with Christopher Priest about heroes, superheroes, and I was making a distinction between heroes and champions, like having our own personal champion. There's a conversation even I actually had with Mike Watson, actually. I'll let you in a little, because I know you like to hear, like,
you know,
behind the scenes secrets, Danny. Share this with you. I actually pitched, I think I might have shared this with you already. I actually pitched an idea to Mike Watson about the idea of this whole idea of a champion, and I was saying, like, there should be a story where Hotshot should have to deal with the idea that the Black community wants him to be their champion, wants him to fight for them and fight against whatever evils that they perceive to be the most important. As opposed to just, what's that?
You didn't tell me about that. No.
No, I pitched the idea to him. You know what I'm saying? Like, the idea that a superhero or you know, some type of super being will have that difficulty to have to, like, weigh those two responsibilities. Like, okay, or like even your character, like this idea of these difference between, like, you have these titles like hero, a champion, for instance, but King Supreme, like he's a king or a leader. In certain instances, a leader does things where he does what's best for folks, and there might be, those things might not be what they ideally care for.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Are you looking to, like, put, you know, King Supreme in situations where he has to make hard decisions that are for the greater good?
Yeah.
But,
so that's a huge part of this graphic novel that we're working on currently. And you get a little bit of that in the prelude, but Ryan is, because of where he comes from, he understands what it is to be voiceless. He also understands what it is to fight for your position, so that you're respected, and respect goes a long way for him. But once he inherits these powers, he starts to understand that there's a much bigger picture. One, he's never seen superheroes where he lives, where he's at. You know, he's heard about these things that are happening, but he doesn't see it firsthand. So he becomes the first symbol of that, whether he wants that position or not. But he also finds himself, we deal with racism a little bit. We deal with a bunch of things in certain ways to show, I guess, the difference in what Superman might be out there doing in the world. Because when you think about Superman, he shows up to catch Lois Lane when she's falling out of a building, but he doesn't go and do anything about somebody who's kicked out of their home and for reasons that make absolutely no sense. You know what I mean? So Ryan actually is aware of these things and he deals with these things, but then he understands also it's not just about saving my neighborhood, because if the planet is destroyed, nobody survives. So I've got to go out and forge relationships on other planets, and I've got to go out and fix the structure of things wherever it's off to try to bring balance back to the whole situation. You know what I mean? So we definitely jump in and out of those type scenarios with this story.
You muted, Imani. They're gonna call muted you in the background. I don't know why he did that to you.
No. I wanted to share with you with folks a better picture of King Supreme, just so get an idea of this character.
Yeah,
the dope idea. Yeah.
Then he sent the old pictures of King Supreme. That's cool.
I didn't send that one. That's one to see. That's the one that if he searched for King Supreme, that's the one that came up, because that's the one right there.
That's the one that came up.
Yeah,
for sure.
See?
Let's walk through some of these other images. Oh, okay, yeah. So this is some of what we're working with in terms of your current Kickstarter.
Yeah. So in addition to the hardcover, we wanted to kind of market to the collectors and people who like to get exclusive stuff. So we've been offering some original pages from books, and that right there is the pencils from Ballad of the Black Rose, which is the first comic to be signed to Bequest Studios, and we're offering that up on the Kickstarter for people who like to have original. I know you yourself are as a collector, man. I saw it when you was talking to Larry and Todd earlier. You showed them the tribe books that you got, and I know that there's a market for especially Black collectors, but people who like to get stuff that's exclusive and stuff that nobody else can get. But then we also want the general audience to be able to get in on it too. So the hardcover, I think right now we got some early birds still available at $60, and then we got the original art up there. Wally has some original sketches, some one-on-one sketches that are on there, and we're offering things all the way to the end of the campaign. So yeah, man, like I said, we're trying to raise funds so that we can continue making more comics. We also got previews of upcoming books in the hardcover, and 3 projects that we already started on, which is Pakuma, Elton, and Betrayer, that are also on the page too, man. So like we're trying to do it, but we don't have Ghost Machines the board of directors who can.
Man, we ain't even got to go into all that. We build.
I'll talk about it, Wally. No,
we build it from the ground up, and regardless of what we have or don't have, we didn't have none of this when we first started, and we built it from the ground up. So we just continue to do what we do: build, learn, grow. Paige asked, "What do we have for people who already have Lumberjacks, King Supreme, and Ace Blade?" And which is a great question. So aside from the fact that the book itself will be a chance to get additional essays from us as creators behind what we do and why we do it, aside from it being a larger format with the book being larger than the 6x9 typical comic, you also, as Danny was mentioning, you will get previews of the next 3. So the prior books are kind of where we came from leading into where we are, and then you get the previews of where we're headed. That doesn't mean that King Supreme, because we're still working on the King Supreme graphic novel, Harlem is still going. It more or less is just defining the next chapter of things we're doing with the books like Pakuma, Pakuma, Betrayer, and Elton. So all 3 of those stories are totally separate from the prior universes and prior projects that we put out. They're setting a new standard, a new identity, and they're 3 very, very different stories. And Ballad of the Black Rose, got to make sure we squeeze that back in there for Danny gets upset. Ballad of the Black Rose is a sci-fi western. Pakuma falls in line with your love story, martial arts conflict. Just so happens to be dealing with a guy who's a bear.
Real
Trey,
quick. That's the third, possibly fourth time I've heard the Western genre mentioned today, and I would and I think folks should pay attention to that for sure.
Yeah.
You had my man Phill mentioned it. He's big on Westerns. I know you guys are big on it, and I thought it was interesting. Priest said that he's at one time pitched Westerns but it never got any traction. But I like the fact that you guys are dabbling in that for sure.
Yeah, I know Black people love. I mean, I know me and my wife. It's something that we watch. That's one thing that me and my wife, we got a lot of stuff that's not in common. But Westerns is something that we always loved, and watching. We'll sit and watch like The Rifleman or Gunsmoke or dang on anything like that for hours. And there's not a lot of Black people in those shows, to be honest with you. But it's
even
still
though we were a part of that history.
Absolutely, even though we're absolutely part of that history. So it's good to be able to write new stuff and put out some stuff that maybe is familiar but also is new at the same time. And yeah, Paige, we're doing some variant covers. Like I offered up a variant cover for the first on the first day. I don't know if you got in on that first day, but we did a raffle on the first day for backers for a variant cover of Ace Blade number 5. BJ Kicks, from Comics Are Dope. Comics Are Dope actually won that one. We got a bunch of original art and things like that for you too, Paige. So definitely check it out, man. And as a matter of fact, man, you got a direct line to me, Paige. If there's something that you want that you don't have, I can put it on the campaign for you, man. That's the effect of the community, man. So if you got something, like I actually got a Ace Blade number 1 variant from Larry Stroman, talking about who your guest that you had on this morning that I'm gonna be bringing out pretty soon. So if that's something you want, I can put that on the campaign. Make it happen.
You can just send that to me. We can skip the whole campaign altogether.
I get you one, Amadi. I get you one for sure.
I think it's important too, like, for people who've been rocking with us for a while, to know that another part of this hardcover, one, it's the first time these projects have been in one collective situation, but also in a hardcover format. But this hardcover is the foundation to launch some of the other things we're doing. So, there's a huge significance in the history of what we've been able to accomplish individually, supporting each other behind the scenes, but now putting it all together to step forward to do additional things. So every one of these books, every time the word is spread, with anything, when you're building it from the ground up, every ounce of support helps so that you can grow what you're doing into these next stages.
It's facts. Absolutely facts. Amani, man, and shout out to you, bro, man, because I was seeing some of the guests you had on. I saw Jermael was on here earlier. Yeah, you, brother, man. This Black Comix experience, man. This Black Comix Universe, man. I love it. I was watching a part of your Christopher Priest interview, and I heard when you were talking about him talking about Luke Cage code switching. And
yeah.
Hilarious, man, because I never even thought about that in comics where he was saying that Luke Cage had a degree in social work, and in order to do that you got to have a master's degree, so you have to be able to articulate in different ways. So I was like, man, just the depth of research and the care that these folks put into the work and into the craft is amazing, and we're trying to do that same thing, man. So definitely shout out to you, man, because you always bring out some great guests.
Oh man, I'm trying to, one, thank you, and two, I'm trying to sort of bridge that gap between a lot of the indie folks and professionals as well.
Mm-hmm.
I think it helps you guys in terms of visibility, putting you guys technically even virtually in the same room together. You know what I'm saying? And I think it also goes out. Appreciate you, Rico. I think it goes a long way when you have someone like Todd shouts you out at the top of the show, Danny. You know what I'm saying? That like you got these professionals out here see the work that you're doing, and you know what I'm saying, and know that okay, you're the guys that are doing it now. And yeah, like just like Todd hit me up just before he launched his campaign. He hit he hit me up, and I gave him a short list of all the folks he needed to talk to. Like I said, yeah, talk to Danny. Check out what Keith Cross is doing. Check out what this guy's doing. You know what I'm saying? And the dude, listen, man.
Yeah, man. I've been getting some game from Todd too. Like I don't know if he even knows, but I want to say this morning he was talking about like shooting your shot, man. Like he was talking about like reaching out to this. I think he said they got a sponsorship with Gin and Juice or something like that. Yeah. And you know, you never know who might rock with you if you reach out to him. So I'm about to start shooting some shots for real, bro. I'm about to start. Hey, Kobe, I'm about to start shooting. Shooting some shots.
Hey, I think people forget. People lose track of. I think even with this whole idea of crowdfunding, people forget that like comics, the foundation, they're periodicals. These are magazines, you know, and it used to be a time where most of their revenue came from advertising. So you actually had someone pitching this book or pitching this publishing company to advertisers. You know what I'm saying? And when you think about it, once you actually, and that all comes from building a audience that you can bring to certain companies. You know what I'm saying? I was thinking about I actually bought, oddly enough, I'll show you this real quick. Give you some context.
He's going into the back cave. I know it's serious.
Yeah,
you
man.
got that Shuri #1 back there.
What are we talking about? Oh, yeah. Yep. That's that Shuri Funko Pop.
Oh yeah, okay.
I like, for instance, I picked up Source magazine. For people don't know, this is like from 98. But like technically this is the first appearance of Boondocks is in this magazine.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Supposedly like the first appearance of Boondocks, the comic strip.
Okay.
Source magazine.
Their college day, Aaron's college.
Yeah, from his college, yes, of course. That which you can't, which is totally
right.
Just like you can't find it anywhere. Complete ghost. So yeah, and but also when I was looking through it, it occurred to me how this magazine started. It also gave a lot of rappers the opportunity to start creating licensing agreements with folks like Reebok and clothing companies and stuff like that. They got the opportunity to actually operate and make money like rappers, you know, not like athletes, you know what I'm saying, with endorsements and stuff like that. And I don't think there's any reason why, that comic book creators can't do the same thing, you know, especially like we're catering to the same audience, you know what I'm saying? Just like with Tribe, you know, the foundation is the hip hop music and hip hop culture. There's no reason why, you know, we shouldn't be doing more with companies in that regard.
Yeah, hey man, I'm all for learning it, and like I said, I'm gonna shoot some shots and see if I can't figure some stuff out, because it definitely be helpful. I know like the budgets in indie comics are slim, and the margins are slim, so it could definitely help to get some advertisers on, especially if the goals align. You know what I'm saying? I might not be willing to advertise with somebody who is in a completely different realm, you know, but if it's something that lines up with what Ace Blade is, or what Fourth Wall is, or what, you know, Bequest is, then that might be helpful to both people, to both parties.
You know, in terms of marketing and stuff like that. So I might be off, but I think I'm a very good judge of character. So it seems like Wally is definitely the practical dude. And I might be wrong. I might be totally off.
Nah, I wouldn't say you're wrong about that at all, my brother.
You might be on the spot.
And,
You might be
and I
close.
think that's necessary when you're dealing with somebody like Danny.
What was that? What was that?
Extremely impulsive.
That sound like a shot, bro.
I feel like
no, it's not a shot. It's like it's that's the energy that you need to sell.
That's truth.
For
He's telling you
sure.
truth, Dan. You should just listen.
See, I'm here to say the things that you don't get this from other shows. So it's like because and I think about that because when I saw that y'all came together, right? And I said, okay, this is interesting because I think one of the amount of talent that you had in the room, because I think it's almost like what Boston did, like Jaylen Brown, they needed a support system around what they were doing. You know what I'm saying? They needed somebody like a Porzingis. They need somebody like dude they got from Milwaukee that needed to build around, this the energy that they already had. And I felt like you guys, by bringing in Wally on this particular project, gives y'all the opportunity. It's like y'all putting together like a super team. You know what I'm saying? And you're going to get somebody like Danny who's going to shoot a lot of shots. You know what I'm saying? He just we got somebody like Wally, man. He grinded. He's a good defender. You know what I'm saying? He ain't as
Let's say calculated.
Yeah, calculated. Yeah. Has there been moments like that? Because, like, for instance, he said, "Daddy can't do that."
Danny can't do Danny if Wally and Morgan don't do Wally and Morgan. That's true. That's true.
Yeah, we gotta have it all. Like, for instance, like I noticed, like I follow you a lot, Danny, in terms of like your marketing ideas, whether it's TikTok, the shop that you have for a minute. It's like you bringing that energy to this new project. Are they already shooting you down, or like,
bro? You don't even know, bro. I've been shot down so many times, bro. I'd be like, "Hey, man, I got an idea." They be like, "Hey, we had to put a voting system in early in the process, bro." They had, and now I realize it was a trap because if I hadn't agreed to the voting process, bro, you don't even know.
It's like Jordan. It's like the Jordan rules. They came up with the Danny Quick rules.
They came up with the Danny rules, bro.
Danny rules.
Sometimes Danny's impulsive actions work.
Yeah,
but sometimes they send us all on a roller coaster. So
yeah.
Figuring out the balance. For me, it's all about balance. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not gonna get in the way of certain things. There's certain things that Danny and Morgan do that work prolifically. And there's certain things that me and Ro have done that have worked. So, my goal is to take the pieces of all of it to figure out how to do better, how to elevate what we're doing even better. And I can't do that if Danny is sending us on space trips every single time we go somewhere and we get, shot out the cannon this day, landing in the volcano and then blasted. You know what I mean? Like, so it's like we just have to figure out a way to give everybody room to be who they need to be, but still make sure that ultimately, even if it means sometimes not all been on the same page, once we cast the vote, we just unify, get behind it, and move. You know what I mean? But Danny's also gonna find a way to go do whatever he was talking about doing, just to say, "Well, hey, I tried it." You know what I mean? So we understand there's a little bit of room for that too.
It's it's interesting to that point. Without even asking it directly, I find it interesting that Todd kind of spoke to some of your misgivings that you had about big shows. I don't know if you caught that. I really like the fact that and also the idea of big shows and different marketing ideas. But I was wondering, like, do you has the new group sort of embrace that aspect that you have with Fourth Wall in this aspect, or is it sort of like, nah, we're going to San Diego?
I think when we all get together as a group, it's a little different because I found, like, at shows, I'm not a fast pitcher. Like, I don't have a fast pitch for my books, most of the time. But Ro got a fast pitch for everything. You know what I'm saying? Ro can get in there 15 seconds and give it to you. And me and Morgan, we are so kind of in sync that we know, like, we can tell where to drive a person to. So if a person tells us that if they come up with kids, they got kids, we know, hey, send them over here to Scarlet Ranger, if they or Ace Blade or King Supreme, that might be in their wheelhouse. If it's a older person, we might say, hey, try Lumberjacks, man. This is Justice by any means. You know what I'm saying? Like, when we're all together, we can deal with the bigger crowds. You know what I'm saying? We did Heroes Con last year, and it was a great experience because we was all in the same place. Everybody was having conversations, and if somebody comes up to me and says that they're looking for a specific print, I know what all Wally got. So if they say that they love Miles Morales, I'm gonna say, yo, Wally got a dope Miles Morales print over here. Check it out. And that helps him get that sale. That word of mouth is going to help him get that sale, and vice versa. So I think when we're all together, there's a different kind of atmosphere, and I'm not necessarily as
I'm more like I've done New York C2E2 shows in Florida. I'm more the guy who's used to going. And for me, I had to do that to be able to freelance and get my name out there, get my work out there, so that I could take on clients, so that I could meet editors, so that I could expand, because I realized some people just weren't coming to North Carolina at one point. They weren't coming to South Carolina at one point. And a good friend told me, like, look, you gotta expand, you gotta hit these other markets. If you don't, you're just gonna corner yourself, and that's gonna limit what you can do. You know what I mean? So I'm always trying to get Danny and them to, and I think Ro's a little more like me when it comes to being willing to venture out, and of course we all have things to juggle, families, et cetera, but it's a little bit harder sometimes to convince Danny to fly across the country, depending on what the scenario is. Whereas me, I come from that state of mind of, it's happening when, where, all right, let me pack up and go. You know what I mean? Like, whatever I got to do to go there and get there. So I think moving forward, we are trying to figure out the balance of what that is. And that might not mean all four of us go. It might mean two of us go, send whatever, somebody else break off and go somewhere else. You know what I mean? But that's also the luxury of having more than one person. So you can figure out where you all need to be and when you might need to diversify and split up and go in different directions.
Yeah. Now that I ain't got the shop no more, man, I might be a little more flexible. We'll see.
I think that's cat.
No. Tell me, what was that like at owning a shop, as a, that aspect of selling, comics out of a shop, not just yours, but just that idea of interacting with fans that way?
It was definitely an eye-opening experience, man. I definitely am not the retail guy. I'm more of an experience guy, and that's why I think the escape room worked for us when it was operational. You know what I'm saying? We had probably the first 6 months, we didn't have a lot of foot traffic. We were kind of doing mostly online orders. Then when we opened the escape room, we had people coming in who had never heard about the characters. They weren't interested in Ace Blade or anything like that. But once I got them in the escape room and they saw, the story that I built around, okay, coming in the escape room, you gotta help the hero escape. The villain has got him trapped. You got to solve these clues to get out. You know what I'm saying? Once they saw the story that I had built around that 9 times out of 10, they would come out of the escape room and be like, oh, so this is this is something that you made. This is something that y'all created, and I can get them to, you know, invest in, you know, the characters or the story, you know, especially if they're already interested in superheroes. And that kind of that thing really helped me, you know, kind of open my eyes to, you know, the storytelling and the experience that people enjoy when they are kind of patronizing your stuff. But then, you know, there was the maintenance of it, the cost associated with, having employees and stuff like that. And there was a whole other side of it that I just, you know, I wasn't prepared for, to be honest. So, you know, it was definitely an eye-opening experience, and it was great, you know, for the time. And I'm looking forward to doing something like that again. Just, you know, just not in that kind of brick and mortar experience type thing.
No, actually, I can see the escape room as an experience that you can bring to shows. You know what I'm saying? Like basically, I love the idea as far as, you know, the idea of something like that at a show. You know what I'm saying? It's not your typical table. It's sort of like, you know, they're actually experiencing the idea. And then you can point them to a book that sort of like fleshes that idea out even more. Or even if it was a comic that sort of like, you know, once they escape, you know, the story continues in this book, so to speak. I think that's an amazing idea. And that's what comes from Mr. Running gun Danny Quick. If you
hey, it's about the experience. You see, it's about the experience.
Right. Yeah.
Hey, the plan.
You muted up, Wally. Hold up.
Some things I ain't got to experience. I'm just a little more intentional about, you know, figuring out where I can apply things properly. You know what I mean?
For sure.
Yeah, no. I hear you. So, so what else do we got? What are the storylines do you guys have that you guys are working with? So what is like? Tell me this. Like, what is like the moonshot that you're hoping to accomplish now that you have like you got your crew together? Like, what's the thing that you're really looking to accomplish with this group?
We all got different goals in mind, but I'll tell you, bro, my one of my goals is to kind of be like, you know how Robert Kirkman is with Skybound and Image. You know, I would love to get to a point, and I shouldn't say this because I didn't talk to Wally about it at all. I didn't tell them about this at all, but I'm gonna say it anyway because that's what I do.
It ain't no
Here we go.
So what I want to do is, I had talked on TikTok about how, you know, once I get to Ace Blade, once I get through this Ace Blade arc, Ace Blade 10, you know, re-releasing 1 through 10 in the direct market, and you know, hopefully building the fan base up to that point to where, you know, people all over the place will. That's why I've been doing the maps. You know, I had this whole thing with the map selling in each country, in each state, and all this stuff. And you know, re-releasing once we get to 10 each month, and then releasing 11 and 12 after that. You know what I'm saying? So people can get the new books. And I would love to do that through, you know, through requests. And you know, use the system and processes that we build in Bequest to kind of be a battery in the back of Ace Blade, and to be able to really get these comics and things into more hands, you know, in addition to Ballad of the Black Rose and this dragon fairy story that I got in mind, and you know, the goat. Like, I got so many ideas outside of superheroes that I want to do, and you know, Bequest would be a great place to do those things, you know. But you know, it all starts with this Kickstarter that we're doing, and kind of building the foundation of all of that. So, you know, I got big ideas. Like I said, I don't know, you know, Wally might just want to, you know, put books out and, you know, and draw pages.
This man know what my plan was from the beginning. It's just getting others on page, but whether they get on page or not, that's why I do take the Danny Quick method and just proceed to do whatever I see necessary,
Right.
you know. But for me, a lot of it is about just continuing to build, continuing to create, and hopefully inspiring other people, you know, motivating other people to say, you know what, I can make this happen. I can do this. I can. And if I don't know how to, at least I know there's a community of people I can reach out to and learn from. Because one thing I don't think we've ever shied away from was sharing our experiences as we've learned and grown with others. And, you know, I got at least 15 years in the game where this is what I do to eat, to feed my family, to, you know, whatever. So success for me is not necessarily always whether or not a Kickstarter hits, whether or not I make X amount of money. It could just be the fact that I accomplished getting something done, or the fact that something we did and, you know, impacted another person for them to move forward. So it's a combination of things for me. But to be able to build a hub, a studio where just dope content is coming out, and the people that are creating it are the people that want to be there and want to be doing it, and at the same time can feed themselves, feed them their families, and hopefully inspire another generation to come create and do the same thing.
Right.
You know, on that, have you ever thought of like taking one of your characters, like, because I'm noticing, like, I know I saw how Alonzo basically reintroduced, like, you know, redid his number ones as far as his books and stuff like that for the direct market. Have you ever thought about redesigning or not just reintroducing and sort of like just publishing a new number one, but like totally like relaunching a book? Like, you know, you're telling the story, the original story, but, you know, new art team, new character design, new direction, the whole 9 yards.
Actually, Morgan had a good idea, man, recently. Something that we're about to start doing is adding like special editions to the books. And if I get to this re-release, it's something I'm gonna do with Ace Blade. So for his Lumberjack series, he does dang, I want to say it's called Extra Innings. So basically there's the regular edition of the book, and then there's a special edition of the book with either extra pages, you know, that add to the story, or you know, some kind of extra to add to the story, you know, that's a premium or more of an exclusive version. You know, in addition to there being a different cover, in addition to it being a variant cover, there's extra stuff in the book, you know, to add to the story. And I was thinking, you know, if I do, you know, the re-release in the direct market with Ace Blade, I would do something similar. You know, Ace Blade is based in Vegas City, so I would call it the side bets. You know, the variant covers would all be side bets, where you get a variant cover, and you know, there's an additional, you know, couple of pages, you know, 2-4 pages of additional content to go with it, to incentivize, you know, even the people who already got the number one to go back and buy it and see, okay, I want to see what this extra is, you know. So you know, little stuff like that. But then you know, nothing too crazy though. Like I had thought about, you know, getting one artist to go back and do all the books, kind of like Michael Watson or Tony Clapper did with 5 Star, you know, getting Fishley or somebody to go back and, you know, draw all the books to make it cohesive. But Wally bumped his prices up on me, so I couldn't necessarily go back to the beginning.
I don't know if today is Tell Lie Day or National Don't Speak Truth Day or none of that.
Tell Lie Day.
I ain't never had that conversation, so I can't even speak on that. I can say we did revamp King Supreme when he changed from Roy to Ryan.
Yeah,
made some changes to his look. But King Supreme is being released as a graphic novel, so you know, Danny's been patiently waiting, because I don't share certain things with Danny, because you know what Danny does when you give him things. So you know,
keep a secret. I can't keep a secret, man.
He can't hold water
at all.
I just want people to be as excited as I am. You know, that's all it is.
But you know, with the new books, it's our chance to kind of introduce things in a different way, from how the books are formatted to the stories that have been told to the way that some books are being colored. Like a lot of things have just been discussed deeper now that you can look back and see what you've done, it's like, okay, now what do I want to do? What have I not done? What have I not tried to test the waters with? So, you know, I've always kind of did books. King Supreme is my most traditional hero style book, but most of my books have always been things that ventured into other worlds, from fantasy to whatever, you know. But for Danny, it gives him a chance to, like you said, go into things like dealing with dragons and fairies and whatever else, you know, whatever else comes to the mind, you know. But with these new four titles.
Danny likes fairies. No, I'm joking.
I do got a fairy story, man. I do got one, but I also got a time traveling dinosaur story too that I'm thinking about. It's kind of dope, but I haven't quite figured it out yet. But I'll let y'all know. I will.
I appreciate it.
He'll definitely keep us abreast when it's already finished and he's about to release it, and he won't tell anybody until it's done. That's how Ballad of the Black Rose came about. He just popped up one day like, "Yo,
I'm calling
22
Cap.
pages in. 22 pages in. What y'all think?"
Calling Cap now. I'm calling
22
Cap
whole
now.
pages.
I'm calling Cap now. I had sent them every part of the process. I had told them the concept. I had wrote the script. I sent it to them. They even did edits on the script. I had sent them every part of the process. I sent to them over a year and a half.
Money, you ain't known me that long, but
yes,
sir. The time frame that you have had these conversations so far, which one of us you think is closer to the truth, me or Dan?
Well,
don't put Amani on the spot like that, bro. Bro. I'm telling the truth. I got receipts. I ain't gonna pull them out, but I got them
because he ain't got them.
I could definitely see a scenario where he might have shared all that information with you, like in a public forum, like you found out when the world found out. That's how it thing.
That's right.
Like I shared it with you. Yeah, you shared it with the entire planet.
Right.
I could definitely see how that happened. Like it's like, oh, thanks for sharing. Yes, you're welcome. Right.
This is the Danny Quick way.
Yes, this is Danny Quick. This is the way.
Dinosaurs invent time travel. Did a time travel capture and travel with the dinosaur? I have too many questions. Hey, he
don't know. He don't know yet.
Oh, I do know, but I gotta figure out how to make it make sense.
Which means he's about 10 pages in. So
I gotta figure out how to make it make sense.
Dinosaur time travel coming probably June 2024.
Hey, you guys. So I've been noticing this a lot lately. So I've seen a lot of indies that make the leap to direct market. People who are successful in direct market, they make a leap to animation and live action in terms of like a film and stuff like that. What do you guys, so as this thing grows and like say for instance your audience grows, is there anything particular that you're afraid that you're going to lose in terms of what you've created now? Like when you follow that arc as far as the lifespan of a particular product, for instance, you guys are definitely in the early adopter stage when it comes to comic book, readers and stuff like that. So this next phase of going into the direct market, like this is a huge, larger market in terms of comic book shops and broader, more diverse readers and stuff like that. Is there something that you're afraid that you're going to have to let go of or do less of in this next stage of audience growth?
No, I mean, speaking for myself, I don't got no fear of losing nothing. Like if I make a compromise, it's got to make sense. You know what I mean? And that's because I've been in the indie for so long. And if I create something for the sake of selling, licensing, and that's the pure drive of it, then that's one conversation. If it has more value and more merit, then what I'm willing to compromise changes. If I'm even willing to compromise, some things I'm perfectly fine with it just being there with me and me moving it along as I move it along. And, other things I may have loftier goals for it. But at this point in my career, having worked for a few of the majors and having done work for this long, of course, we all want these next levels of success, but we also understand that in this world, things have changed. The playing field has changed a lot in the way that things happen and the way that things can be brought to life. So for me, I'm not really too concerned about losing anything. And if I make the choice, you know, I there's plenty of people to study from to see their ups and downs and why certain choices were made, and have to understand early, are you willing to do this or are you not? And if you're not, then what's the next move? So I'm fine, continue to move as I move. For Danny, it might be a little bit different, but you know.
I agree with
Well, like,
go ahead.
No, like real quick, like for instance, like that's a good point with Danny specifically. Like when I think of like Ace Blade, for whatever reason, I think of Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. You know, I remember when I was in the 90s, when I first started reading Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, it was a dark, gritty book. Then you got the cartoon, so it's like then like all of a sudden, like all the characters had colored bandanas and all that kind of stuff. Then you had the animated movies, and then you had the live action films and all this kind of stuff. And every step of the way, just like you were saying, Wally, like a little something gets shaved off, a little, something is sacrificed for the greater, licensing deal or that next big, project. And then to the point, then you got like Teenage Mutant Ninja coloring books and all this kind of stuff.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? I wonder, like, that's something that you guys think of when you design your original character, like how this character will scale, you know what I mean, in different markets.
Well, for me, I always looked at it like I can go to Charles Schultz way with the Peanuts, where he was willing to license in every direction because he was looking more at the long term of making sure his family was good. But he also didn't compromise very much as far as certain aspects of what the Peanuts were to do that. And his family has maintained that, all these years. And then there's also the other side of it where I can't remember who created Calvin and Hobbes, but he absolutely would not license certain things at all if it didn't.
Watterson, yeah.
If it didn't align with the brand and what he wanted it to be. So I think it just comes down to your individual goals and decision making. With the Turtles, I think it was a very unique thing where it actually worked to the benefit because the books could still be gritty, but they could still be this other side of it where it was the Saturday morning cartoon aspect, which expanded it, a million times over. And of course, they sold everything over to Nickelodeon, I believe, owns the rights now, which is Paramount, if I'm not mistaken. But I think it just comes down to, like knowing where you want to go with it or where you're willing to go with it and how you're willing to get there. You know what I mean?
Right. Yeah. I think as long as for me, as long as the core of the characters, stay the same, there's some stuff that I'm willing to let go of. But I think that comes down to establishing that in the stories first. If people know that, if I write the stories well enough, people will know that Ace Blade is not going to sacrifice people for money at any time. He's not going to put money over his community. He is not going to sell out his community for money at any point. And that, is a core value of his. So as long as I do a good job establishing that, I think it'll be fine in the hands of other creators and things like that. Like y'all were saying about, like Wally was saying about Peanuts, like the family aspect of Peanuts, the gatherings and the family part of that, and the friendship of that, no matter who worked on it, was still there as far as I can see, so and the same thing like with the Muppets, they put the Muppets in, they talking about having the Muppets, crossover with the Avengers now, but they still gonna be the Muppets. They still gonna have that, that Muppet flair, so yes, there's certain stuff that I'd be, afraid to let go of because, there's some apprehension there when somebody else takes over something that you put your heart and soul into. But at the same time, I think that's what art is. Art is all about collaboration and, and sharing ideas. So, what's a Muppet? Y'all don't know about the Muppets? Quit playing around.
I think he said, "What Muppet are you?"
Oh, what Muppet is
that, Danny?
Y'all know I'm Kermit. I'm Kermit the Frog. Yeah, I got to be a Kermit type.
I was about to say,
think that's a real question though, money. Like, I mean, you look at Aaron Magruder and what happened with the Boondocks, and he had complete control all the way into the last season, or at least it felt that way. And once he started bumping head with the studio and different things, you know, everything took a different turn, and we see what that last season turned out to be. You know, so I mean, even hearing Regina King talk about the merchandising issues with Sony not doing certain things, and for so long him not being able to do certain things, and you know, now there's merchandise coming out left and right, and there's things that are getting licensed and things that are, you know, happening that weren't happening before. So of course you got to be careful, you got to be aware, and you got to kind of try to see the long term of it, you know, as best as you can.
No, I like that. I like this part of the conversation because I don't think people think that far ahead. Licensing is a conversation I think that a lot of indies should be having more serious conversations about and learning more about. I think there's like some huge opportunities people miss out on in terms of licensing. Yeah, go ahead.
No, man.
What was that?
I was gonna say, man, I was worried that you had you know, the huge guests on today. You had on, you know, the legends in the game. I wasn't sure if you was gonna have time to research what we was doing, man. I thought you might have just pushed us to the side, but I should have known better, man. You do this, man. You do this for real.
What are you talking about, man?
You be killing the game with the interviews, man. I was like, man, he got Christopher Priest on today. He don't care about us, man. We just gonna get on there and do it. We're gonna get on there.
I'm gonna say this publicly for like the 5,000th time. Sometimes Danny, in the act of being humble and respecting everything else around him, sometimes he forgets who he is and what he's done. And I don't move through life. I move through life like we all people. We all on the same playing field when we sit in certain positions, certain perspectives. I might not have done what this person has done, but I've done what I've done, and that's impacted people and someone else. So I don't care who you are. Like, it's just a basic level of love and respect. You know what I mean? I saw somebody say the other day, when someone gives you a compliment, stop throwing it back. Just take it. Just say thank you. You know what I mean? So I have to remind Danny sometimes, like, bro, don't forget who we are amongst what we're doing. Not on some arrogant stuff, just on some, you know what you fought for, and you can't throw that away.
My friend Jamar says, his thing is we got to stop saying wow whenever we see one of us does something, accomplish something big. Stop being amazed about it, like, and start really like embracing it, like, oh yeah, this is what we do. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
So it's sort of like, whenever I see either him, you know, doing something, making a big announcement, or any of my friends in the indie community, I mean, make these huge announcements, now I'm looking at it like, yeah, this is all how it's supposed to be. Like, you know, when you talk about that 10, 15 year window, that sounds like a long time, but it's not very long at all. And what I've seen, you know, we all do in that time span, and most of these black indies do in that 10 years has been amazing, man. It's like it's been growing exponentially and moving like 10 times faster, you know what I'm saying? Where we can have these conversations, like, we're not just talking about comics, we're talking about licensing. It was sort of like the idea that these properties will be animated at some point doesn't seem like a pipe dream. It seemed like, no, you guys need to prepare for that now. You know what I'm saying? Create the infrastructure for that, as opposed to like, oh, this, you know, maybe one day. It's like, no, I think a lot of you all are moving in a way where that's an inevitability, and you guys should be like operating that way, you know?
For sure.
And that's what I've been, you know, enjoyed the most about hanging with you guys. I got to let y'all go. Where can they find out more about this Kickstarter? If there's a link I can share. But yeah, if you find you guys on all your social media.
Absolutely. You know, the best place to find me is fourthwallpros.com, and then on social media, it's at the Ace Blade everywhere. On any social media platform you go to, just look up the Ace Blade, and most likely you're gonna find me. And then the Kickstarter, absolutely. If you go on Kickstarter.com and look up Bequest hardcover, you will find it. I'm gonna drop the link in there while Wally is giving his info.
Yeah, mine's on the screen at Wally V, WOLLYV. WOL is in Libra, L is in Libra, Y is in Yahoo, V is in Vinyl. And aside from the link Danny's dropping, if you are on social media, most of our bios have the link to the Kickstarter in it as well.
That's what's up, man. All right, appreciate your time, man. And I'll be catching up with y'all. If I'm in the mood to argue, I might swing by on a Tuesday.
Swing by top 5. We got you.
Yeah, okay. No doubt.
All right,
Greatly
bro.
appreciate it, bro.
All right, no doubt. Peace. I'm not in the
My bad, boss. You transitioned mid backing their Kickstarter.
No problem, man.
Bye, and you were like moving on. My bad.
No problem. Without any further ado, I'm about to jump into this conversation with my man Marcus Roberts of Second Sight Publishing, the creator of the Shook anthology that has gone viral worldwide. Some of the biggest names in horror, not just Black horror comics, but in horror comics in general. My man Marcus Roberts of Second Sight Publishing. How you doing, fam?
I'm doing good, man. I'm doing good. I appreciate you having me here to wrap things up, wrap your day up, man. I've been in and out, but oh man, the interviews, man. I have had my pencil and my pen out and taking notes because there's definitely been some gems.
I have to admit, Kyle, this one seems a lot better than the last one for sure. Well, and just as good too, because we're having folks like Marcus on today, because you were on the original. We met the first time, the first BCU.
And there's something to end. We've been working together strong. I mean, since then. We've done a couple of shows, man, talking about Black Comix, talking about Black Keys. I mean, I was following Peep Game Comics anyway, so it's like just the natural progression.
Yeah, it's like been 20-some thousand hours since then. Yeah, we put in a lot of work, and of course, we're talking. This is the Black Comix Universe, where me and Marcus, if we don't do anything, we do one thing well, and that is that we study, we collect, and we read historically Black comics. This is my hoodie. I don't know if you checked it out.
That's
study,
what's up.
Study, collect, and read historically Black comics, man. I'm gonna send you the link later, man. That's what we do.
Oh, you definitely hooked me up with that one, man.
Yeah, man. And like I said, go ahead, shoot.
I was gonna say, speaking of historically Black comics,
yes, sir.
In honor, can we get that in there? This is a W comic book.
Oh, the W, man. Now I'm on the hunt.
Can we see that?
You might have to cut off your background.
Let's
I can find it though. No, I'm gonna find it. Because no, that's definitely yeah. From Good Comics.
And this one is signed by Elijah Aziz. I've had this. I met Todd Johnson some years ago, and I told him, man, Beasties and all of that, Alpha Access. I had all of that stuff from the 90s. And I was telling them about W, man. I told I need you to finish W, brother. When we gonna get another W out there? If you if you are a fan of Tribe, not just for the history, but for the story, for the writing, man, W is what you're looking for. It's that book. So, yeah, that's something I wanted to throw out there.
No, for sure, for sure. And like I said, we talked about every interview today has been about historically Black comics, man, including your book Shook. It's what is it? What's the historical significance of Shook for people that
Shook
don't know?
It is the first horror anthology to include all Black writers. Even now, the book is sitting in the bookstore at the National Museum of African American History and Culture, in the Smithsonian book chain. So, if you're in that museum up in DC, any of the Smithsonian bookstores, any libraries or museums in the Smithsonian chain, they'll have that Shook. And yeah, that is the significance of it. It's more than just representative. I said in an article, I needed the book to make a statement, and that statement is horror. Horror is transcending. Everybody has horrific experiences, and I brought together some brothers to talk about their horrific experiences or their horrific ideas, and we put it all in one volume.
Like I had the pleasure of laying out the book for Kickstarter, and so I got a chance to really. It's interesting. I wasn't just when you doing that job, you're not just reading the stories. You sort of like I have to dissect them. So okay, no, I got to get this page turned just right. You know what I'm saying? Like this should be on this page. This should be on that page. This is the best way for this, to read, that type of thing. So I have my nose in all of the stories, man. And some of this, and like, there's some amazing stories, like better listen, you and your story that you had in there, and also John Jennings. I can't think of the name of it, but the hip hop story that he has in there.
All right. Not the Lady of Rage, but the Breaks.
Yeah, the Breaks. John Jennings, the Breaks. That story, man, it's one of them things like you have to read it. It feels like it feels like a comic version of Tales from the Hood, the movie.
Well, John says he's had this story sitting for years, just waiting. And it's one of the first times that he is just the writer on the story.
Right.
Charlie Goebel did the artwork for that. And
the artwork was amazing.
My story in there is Hell to Pay.
Yeah, that's one.
But going back to you putting the book together, you are, and this is the trust that I have in you. I mean, really, just point blank, period. You were the conductor of an orchestra, because each story is like the section, like the flute section, the drum section. Each story, and you laid it out where the stories flow. And the important thing, and I want to stress this because we are continually mailing out these Kickstarter books. I want to stress this. That Kickstarter book had to be different from what Dark put out. It had to be different. That's why you have additional stories. That's why you have artwork that's not included. But it had to be different. So, I like dropped everything in your lap and said, do what you do. And you did it.
It took me a minute, but I did it. I got to. No, but it was a learning experience too, because I'm starting to see it sort of like that design process, that's a huge deal. It's sort of like I will every time I finish one of your projects, I'm always thinking, man, I wish I wish I was a part of the process earlier. Like I wish I was part of. It's sort of like that's one of them jobs where you wish you could talk to the artist and talk to the creative team, ahead of time and say, oh, look, I need you to send these pages like this, and you know what I'm saying, make sure that, especially in anthologies, because I've noticed that I'm learning, like, folks like to send sometimes they just like to send their pages the way they like to send them, man. Everybody is not, not necessarily on the same
pages,
literally on the same page for sure.
You can't send me your pages on Messenger. I need them,
man.
Files, so you got to put them in a folder, or
email
the files. Or if you're gonna send me the files on Messenger, they still need to be TIFF files. But I trust in what you do. You've done it several times for me on several books. There's actually another book sitting in the queue. Well, actually, two more things that's sitting in the queue for us. So yeah, if you definitely have that gift, and anybody who asks me about it, I tell them, you need to check out Imani. You need to check out Peep Game, the founder of Peep Game, the president of the Black University, the Black Comix University.
Yeah. That's the next shirt I'm gonna make. Black Comix University for sure, man. No, it's been amazing. Like again, shout out to Phill on our conversation. Just meeting amazing like collectors, period, has been a really interesting experience lately. And like we always like to talk about the history. Like I always like to remind folks, like we both like to remind folks, is that there's never been a time in history. There's literally never been a time in human history that Black folks haven't been a part of the comic book industry. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And I stress that point a lot, because what I've noticed with certain people that are in education and on academia, they kind of, in a way, they kind of blow past that. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
When they focus on the say, for instance, the lack of diversity in comics, right? They highlight all the points in history where we were missing, which is fine. I get that. But in doing so, they miss the sort of like, so when before I met folks like you and people in Black Comic Lords, for instance, that's the only context I had when it comes to Black comics, was that maybe it wasn't until the 70s and Black people started showing up in comics. There was no one in all this conversation was never pointed to the Matt Bakers and the EC Stoners and those creators, the AC Hollingsworths. Like there weren't these names. It was like we're literally lost to history, because we were so focused on the quote unquote lack of diversity. We did not celebrate the diversity that was right there in our face. So that's what I appreciate. That's what I appreciate about this community, is that it's like, no, we can enjoy the fact that we have never not been a part of comics, man.
Exactly. And to that point, here, I'm not going to say just lately, but in the past, I'd say 3 or 4 years, one thing I have been really pushing, is the presence of Black creators and artists in manga, specifically because, and I'm going to throw another book up here. And
yes, sir.
This is Shrieking. This is by Reggie Byers. Let's see if we can get that in there. I don't want to take it out.
Can you blow that up for me, Kyle?
And I point this out because we have, since the very beginning, his other book that came out in the 90s.
Ah,
yeah, I You know, I had to throw this up here in your face, man. But since the 90s, we have been in manga and in the anime.
Put that book back up. People don't know what's going on. So that book Crescent, when we talk, you ever hear this term among collectors as far as ghosts? Like basically these are books. You're not gonna find them on eBay. You're not gonna find them and it's signed. That could be a dang on
authenticity.
This is how you're right. Shout out to Rico. Rico might have a copy.
Rico probably got a copy. That brother is deep. Now you and I both
Rico's deep.
I mean deep in the collecting game.
That book right there, like that's how you close out a show right there. Is you show dang on Crescent. But shout out to Reggie because I was talking to Saturday AM as far as manga and stuff like that. What people don't realize is Mr. Byers, he might be considered the first black mangaka here in the States as far as the manga artist.
He was considered the one of the first American masters of the manga art style. And
yes, sir.
Because he was one of the
drawing for Robotech.
Yeah.
Yep. Robotech comic. And so it's sort of like, definitely shout out to him and that dang on book, man. Yeah, it's definitely a ghost. I do have Shuriken #1. I do have that. I could say I have that book. But yeah, that Crescent joint is off the hook.
And see, I didn't even want to pull that out because it's signed too.
Yo, Shuriken. Now see, yeah. I can at least get my book signed, but that Crescent joint.
Yeah, that Crescent joint. That
Crescent joint.
That's one of those books, man, that at Second Sight Publishing, we actually are going to be bringing out the new iteration of Crescent. And man, we're just so proud of that fact. So yeah, we'll just be on the lookout for the return of Crescent through Second Sight.
Man.
Reggie, because as we talk about, as I have said before in some of our other shows, I believe in the cyclic nature of things coming back, things reoccurring. And I believe in talking with Reggie that with the strength of manga now, that his presence could fit right in. And the only way to find out is to do it, just get it out there. Reggie's battle to regain ownership of that Shuriken IP, which he had to fight with Marvel to get his ownership back. But
wow. Okay. I didn't know that.
The IP is his alone. Yeah, time is now for the return of things like that.
Yes, sir.
Oh yeah. Well, Reggie, I'm not gonna pretend like he and I aren't friends. That's how I got my book signed. We are friends. So, but when it comes to publishing companies, and I, as a publisher, when I look back for motivation and for inspiration, I can't overlook Reggie because in 1988 he had his own publishing company, Victory Productions. He was putting out books in 88. So as a publisher, it's like, I got to give this man his props.
Matter of fact, speaking of, those publishers, like you did a ton of research and you shared that with me. And if you go to Black Comix Universe, you'll find it's a digital download. It's totally free. It's basically, I share with you the top 10 books that came out of the 90s, the Black Comics age, what we call the Black Age of Comics. Victory Publishing didn't necessarily make the top 10, but they're definitely, oddly enough, now that I think about it in context, I probably should have made it the top 10 because Shuriken was actually one that actually had some of the biggest sales out of the 90s. So that might have been an error on my part. But then again, it was competing against folks like Spawn, which is technically a black comic, Tribe with 1 million copies. So but it was a successful book, a successful release, and it had several runs of it too. So I might have to revise that part of it.
Oh yeah, it definitely had a fan base. It had its audience back then. So we feel like the reemergence of the character, particularly with the history, we feel like it's going to be strong. And do I have an idea of the print run on that Crescent? I sure don't. As a matter of fact, that's a good question that I need to pose to Reggie, because I'm not sure if he has an idea as to the print run on it. But it's one of those books that when you're thumbing through your dollar bin, it's not going to be there. But when you go to a big show, a big con, or even going to the farmer's market, and somebody's got their old book, the books that their uncle or grandfather had, it's going to be there.
It might, yeah.
It's going to be there. As a matter of fact, you find stuff like this.
Wow.
This was in...
Is that a Matt Baker Jungle Tales?
This is one with Waku.
Oh, wow.
Waku, who is acknowledged to be one of the first black comic heroes ahead of the Black Panther. That's him right here.
Okay.
That's Jungle Tales.
Yes.
A 10-cent imagine that. 10 cents for that book, and we paying $5.99 now.
I am starting to believe that I'm probably in the wrong part of the country for some of these books, because all my friends that have found these books on the cheap, usually in like 2 or 3 areas. They're usually in, it's like it's between you and Rich. You're in Texas or Florida.
Look,
I've noticed it's like the collectors that I follow, and maybe California, but the collectors that I follow, like those what they call it, like dollar bin bullies, that like they know how they find like these hidden gems. I'm starting to think it might be the area, but I could be wrong.
Well, look, man, I'm not gonna say I prefer one con over the other, because there are a ton of cons here, and I go to a lot of the cons. I'm friends with a lot of the con promoters here. But I will say this: if you are a collector and you're looking for a con specifically to go to collect, then it's the Daytona Beach Comic Book Convention, run by my friend Tom. Tom himself is a comic book collector. We call Tom the con father, because he is behind a lot of the events here. But that Daytona show is a big show for collectors. He generally invites a lot of comic vendors, a lot of long box guys, as we call them. So it's definitely a show where you can find whatever you're looking for.
Yeah, we got some. It's not the best stuff around here, but like we got a show this weekend. Actually, it's a show going on right now. Matter of fact, there's some decent books, and it's weird because the vendors I see here, like they're the same vendors I see up in Motor City. So it's like this area, these vendors kind of circulate. So yeah, I'm starting to feel like it's the region for sure.
Well, even the show we just had MegaCon in February, which just by the sheer size of that show, the sheer number of people who come to vend, you probably could find something. That's usually where I find some of the hard to find keys, Like I was searching all over for the first appearance, the Silver Surfer. That was the first appearance for the Ghostlight character.
Yes,
And
sir. Yeah.
I was able to find a good grade for that book for a decent price. This year, I actually found good.
Have a low grade.
Low grade is better than no grade, but I found a real nice copy of Friday Foster, which I had been looking for a while.
Okay.
So
okay.
That the size of that con, and just like I said, the sheer number of vendors that are there, you're able to find something good. You're always able to find something good.
Man. Yeah, I'm currently on the hunt for maybe you got some insight on this. I got Source Magazine happens to be the first appearance, at least based on the research I've done online. I'm starting to get worried that I'm not haven't quite hit the mark yet, but it might be the first published Boondocks in the Source Magazine.
Yeah, the Source Magazine is where it first came out at.
I think this is the issue, but it's weird. Like Wikipedia says 97, this book is 98, but this does have an appearance here. So I've been trying to figure it out, but that's something I just picked up. I was able to finish. The biggest thing that I have is I was able to finish my Fast Willie Jackson collection.
Yeah.
So I have all 7 copies of that. Friday Foster is a find. Yes, it is. Yes, it is indeed.
Yes, it is.
So yeah, I'm hunting for. It was another book I was hunting for. It's like sometimes I don't mind buying books online, but sometimes I like finding them in the wild when I can.
Yeah.
But
yeah, because when you're talking face to face with a vendor, like he may have $200 up there, but that's not his low. That's just his asking, and you can make it if you aren't afraid to, because some people are afraid to speak up. I'm not one of them. I'm trying to negotiate and make a deal. Like, yo, man, it's been sitting up there for the last 3 times I walked by. You might as well let me get that thing.
This is the second day. What's going on? We about to be done.
Yeah, exactly. But I want to leave you with one last book that I'm going to throw up as a key collector, because I really want people to go out and get this and support this. And this is from my friend who is gone too soon, LaShawn Colvin, and her beautiful Soldiers comic.
Oh, yeah.
One that came out through Scout.
Yes.
So I'm throwing this in now as a collector, as a key, because of LaShawn Colvin. So
Women's History Month. She was not only a Black comic creator, she was a shop owner, right? She had her own venue.
Yeah, she owned her own shop, and she had a lot of different things that she was developing. And as I said, she just gone too soon. But
yes, sir.
When she was with us, I told her I was going to grab her comic as soon as it came out. And true to my word, when I saw the book was out, I went on and grabbed it.
Okay, yeah, that's what's up. Yes, sir. The whole industry misses her.
Oh yeah, she was a cool person. We just like a lot of us, we were friends online, but then I got the opportunity to meet her in person at the Urban Nerd Con in Alabama, and like she was just cool. She really was. I was happy I had the opportunity to meet her. Not often we get to see some of the people we interact with regularly on social media. So when we get that opportunity, it's always a good opportunity.
Yes, sir. Yeah, I didn't. It was just fun just to catch up with you. I didn't want to keep you long. I got this hard out. I've been here all day. It's been an amazing time. and it went fast for sure, man. Hopefully what I want to do is take this content and we're going to chop it up and we're going to be sharing it for a while. But then also this is when we wanted to announce also that we're going to be bringing back Black Comix Universe on a regular basis too. So we got some scheduling to do in terms of guests and bringing back some guests. Oddly enough, we haven't done a Shook panel. We got to do a Shook panel.
I need to put one together for volume 1 and for volume 2.
And volume 1 and 2. Because matter of fact, I want to do 2 first because I want to talk. I want to talk to Micheline because I know whatever she got, and I know you've seen her pages. Whatever she got, man, I know she's gonna. I just want to get it for her. You know what I'm saying? Because I know for a fact she's gonna kill it.
Not just her, but I've had the pages for Reagan Buchanan have been turned in, and let me tell you, man, that sister is bad. Like, I was reading her stuff. This was actually my first time seeing her stuff. Even though, like, I invited her to come in, I had heard good things about her, but I hadn't actually seen any of her work. When I saw her work, I was like, damn, this sister's got it going on. When you put this book together, I mean, you're going to be happy, man. The pages that I've gotten in from Colleen, oh, man.
Oh, shout out to Colleen.
It's just awesome, man. So, yeah.
It's like, are you willing to call it now? Like, what, volume 2 is better than volume 1? Does it feel like competition?
It's going to be a whole different vibe because volume 1 was that mixture of short stories, medium stories,
yeah,
excuse me, and then some long stories.
Yeah.
With volume 2, it's a more of a mixture of the medium length stories and long stories. And when I say long, I'm talking 20 pages. But still, because of the length of the stories, the intensity becomes greater as you're reading. With a short story, you have to hit them real quick because you only have a few pages in which you're doing this. But and with the medium story, you have a little more time to stretch out, get a little more info in there, build the intensity a little more, but it's still a cutoff point. But with longer stories, you get to build, you get to hold it there for a minute. You can even do a roller coaster, let them down a little bit just to bring it back even more.
Yeah, bring it back. Yeah.
So yeah, because of the difference in the story length, the whole intensity of the volume is going to be different. It's gonna hit. There's gonna hit in some whole different horror areas than what you got from volume 1.
Speaking of which, where can they find all this news about Shook and everything else you guys got going on in Second Sight, man?
We are on social media, on all social media platforms. We are Second Sight Publishing.
Yes, sir. Second Sight Publishing. Also, you can find his books in shops. He's in previews as well. He's in the direct market. His horror comics he has several award-winning comics. Several of these books are highly valuable. Marcus and Bradley, they're all about business, man. And so please check them out at your favorite comic book shop. You can check them out online. You can check us out. You constantly check us out. Me and Marcus hanging out online as far as Black Comics history and Black comic collecting. Because all that Marcus does is make history. All we do is research history and talk history. And like I said, here at Black Comix Universe, I do one thing. All I do is one thing. I study, collect, and read. Study, collect, and read historically Black comics. I gotta
get one of them, man.
I gotta get that link up. This is gonna be what I'm on lately. This is my new mantra.
Well, that's what's up, man. I definitely got to get one. But I appreciate you letting me close out the day with you, man. I had a blast. I really did.
This was a really good, intense. Let's see. StreamYard says 8 hours. We've been on here 8 hours. And I appreciate you. And I appreciate Kyle. Yes, get a hold of Shook. Yes. Get a hold of whether it's a Kickstarter. Oh, and just so you know, of course, as far as collectors go, that Kickstarter is, I'd say might be a little bit more valuable. You know what I'm saying? The smaller print run.
It's definitely going to be more valuable because the Kickstarter includes the Bass Reeves story, the 8-page Bass Reeves story by Kevin Grievous.
Kevin Grievous, yes.
Has the artwork in it that's not in that Dark Horse book. We purposely had to wait in putting that Kickstarter book together to make sure the book was not like the Dark Horse book. We didn't want any type of legal ramifications behind that. But in doing so, that gave us the opportunity to really make something special with that Kickstarter book that no one else has except the recipients of this book. So we apologize for that delay, but believe me, it's worth it because what you're getting is not just something that is valuable, but it is something that is handcrafted and specially made for those supporters.
Yes, sir. And thank you for your time. And with that, Kyle is about to close us out. Stay tuned tonight in about 90 minutes or so. There's Jam Comics. He has a lot of vintage comic sales going on. He's going to be featuring some Christopher Priest work. He's going to be featuring some work from Tribe. He might, and I think he mentioned something about Miles Morales as well. So tune in tonight. Check me out at blackcomicsuniverse.com and stay tuned for our regular program that's going to be coming fairly soon here. But thanks for hanging out with me all day today. I'm about to go eat a sandwich or something.
Yeah, go get you something to eat, man. Go get you something to eat.
I appreciate y'all. I love y'all, and y'all be safe.
Peace.